Okay, I'm sorry.
Exactly. All right, yeah.
What's up, sir? How you been?
And that's how I refer to it.
Oh, she's graduating from college. Graduating from college. I know. Isn't that crazy? University now. Well, she had. I will. I will. Yes. Oh, good. I'm already together. You a little late, but all right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, no, no.
Ancestor spirits, we call on you. Grandmothers, fathers, sisters too. Ancestor spirits, we call on you to help us make it through. Ancestor spirits, we hear your voice in the grass and in the trees. In the winds and waters, we hear your voice. Your power is what we need. Ancestor spirits, we call on you. Grandmothers, fathers, sisters too. Ancestor spirits, we call on you to help us make it through. Ancestor spirits, we hear your voice in the grass and in the trees. In the winds and waters, we hear your voice. Your power is what we need. Ancestor spirits, we need your power. We need it to stay free. Protect our village, ancestor spirits. Protect and keep us free. Ancestor spirits, we call on you. Grandmothers, fathers, sisters too. Ancestor spirits, we call on you to help us make it through. Ancestor spirits, we hear your voice in the grass and in the trees. In the winds and waters, we hear your voice. Your power is what we need. Ancestor spirits, we need your power. We need it to stay free. Protect our village, ancestor spirits. Protect and keep us free. Protect and keep us free. Protect and keep us free. For each child that's born, a morning star rises and sings to the universe who we are. For each child that's born, a morning star rises and sings to the universe who we are. We are our grandmother's prayers. We are our grandfather's dreamings. We are the breath of the ancestors. We are the Spirit of God. For each child that's born, a morning star rises and sings to the universe who we are. For each child that's born, a morning star rises and sings to the universe who we are. We are our grandmother's prayers. We are our grandfather's dreamings. We are the breath of the ancestors. We are the Spirit of God. We are mothers of courage, fathers of time, daughters of dust, sons of great visions. We're sisters of mercy, brothers of love, lovers of life, builders of nations. We're keepers of truth, makers of peace, wisdom of hope. We live forever. We are our grandmother's prayers. We are our grandfather's dreamings. We are the breath of the ancestors. We are the Spirit of God. For each child that's born, a morning star rises and sings to the universe who we are. For each child that's born, for each child that's rising and sings to the universe who we are. We are our grandmother's prayers. We are our grandfather's dreamings. We are the breath of the ancestors. We are the Spirit of God. For each child that's born, a morning star rises and sings to the universe who we are. For each child that's born, a morning star rises and sings to the universe who we are. We are our grandmother's prayers. We are our grandfather's dreamings. We are the breath of the ancestors. We are the Spirit of God. We are mothers of courage, fathers of time, daughters of dust, sons of great visions. We're sisters of mercy, brothers of love, lovers of life, builders of nations. We're seekers of truth, keepers of faith, makers of peace, wisdom of ages. We are our grandmother's prayers. We are our grandfather's dreamings. We are the breath of the ancestors. We are the Spirit of God. For each child that's born, a morning star rises and sings to the universe who we are. For each child that's born, a morning star rises and sings to the universe who we are. We are one.
Good morning. I am Dr. David Falconley, representing the National Great Blacks in Wax Museum, and I am honored to serve as chair of the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I thank you all for being here for day one of our Reckoning and Repair public hearing, and it will now come to order. So I hope you all are prepared to be a part of history. In a time where we know that institutions are being attacked, such as museums, such as cultural institutions, such as places of history and truth and knowledge and wisdom, how apropos that we are here to deliver the truth, nothing but the truth. So thank you for being a part of history, and I hope that you are prepared to participate in this hands-on process. It is not just the wisdom of these commissioners, not just the wisdom of our esteemed panelists, but your wisdom as well. This will be an unforgettable opportunity to provide the Maryland State Legislature with the input for how to make amends, how to repair, how to atone for the legacy of the murder of at least 38 black men in this state between 1854 and 1933. We want to acknowledge them. We want to recognize not just those who lost their lives unnecessarily in the state of Maryland through racial terror lynchings, but to acknowledge the over 4,400 people who were lynched across the United States of America, many who will never get an opportunity to be honored as they are being honored in this space right now. So on this day, 57 years after the assassination of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. at the Lorraine Motel, Memphis, Tennessee, history. We're here. He's watching us too. So at this time, we would like to bring representatives from the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project, from various county coalitions. I believe we have Baltimore County, Prince George's County, and Kent County, who will be coming to the stage as we read aloud the 38 known victims of racial terror lynchings in this state between 1854 and 1933. So to our representatives, if you will come up at this time. Thank you.
Good morning. David Thomas, 1854. Frederick Pierce, 1861. Jim Wilson, 1862. John Fields, 1863. Isaac Moore, 1868. Jim Quinn, 1869. Thomas Jurix, 1869. John Jones, 1872. John Henry Scott, 1875. John Sims, 1875. Mike Green, 1878. James Carroll, 1879. George Peck, 1880.
John Diggs Dorsey, 1880. George Briscoe, 1884. Townsend Cook, 1885. Howard Cooper, 1885. Charles Whitley, 1886. Benjamin Hance, 1887. John H. Biggus, 1887. Asbury Green, 1891. James Taylor, 1892. Isaac Kemp, 1894. Stephen Williams, 1894. Jacob Henson Jr., 1895. James Bowens, 1895.
Sidney Randolph, 1896. William Andrews, 1897. Garfield King, 1898. Wright Smith, 1898. Lewis Harris, 1900. Henry Davis, 1906. James Reed, 1907. William Burns, also known as Robert Hughes, 1907. King Johnson, also known as King Davis, 1911. Matthew Williams, 1931. Unknown, 1931. George Armwood, 1933.
Thank you. One of the most important things that we can do is remember and acknowledge them. So as I review today's agenda, you may also reference it on the MLTRC website and by accessing the QR code that is posted in various locations around us in the Reginald F. Lewis Museum. So today's hearing will begin with the reading of House Bill 307, followed by a reading of our protocols for conduct and testimony. We will then hear opening remarks, and then from experts and representatives from the disciplines of criminal justice reform, news and media reform, and social and emotional well-being. Tomorrow, the second day of this public hearing, we will hear from reparations experts. The Maryland Police, well, no, we won't be able to do that. I'll explain that later, and community leaders on the second day of our hearing. Testimony will be provided in themed panels that will address various sectors that are related to the legacy of racial terror lynching. Each panelist will have 10 minutes to present. Once a panel has completed its testimony, the commission may respond with questions. The hearing will conclude with 30 minutes of public comments and closing remarks. During the lunch break and immediately following the hearing, you are invited to share written testimony and reflections in the atrium where you first came in. Testimony shared in the atrium may be included in the commission's final report, which is due at the end of this year, but it will not be read into the record for today's hearing. Now, a little bit of housekeeping. So there will be a short break in the morning and one in the afternoon. There will also be a 1-hour lunch break. There is a list of local restaurants and food purveyors that is located at the check-in tables. You are welcome to enjoy your lunch in the second floor atrium, which is immediately outside of this auditorium. The bathrooms are located outside the auditorium and on the first floor. You are also invited to explore the exhibits, especially the recently opened Lynching in Maryland exhibit, shout out Will Schwartz, Maryland Lynching Memorial Project, located on the third floor. So at this time, if there are any elected officials, aside from those that will give opening remarks, if you would like to stand and be recognized, we would like to recognize you. Okay, they ain't here yet. All right. Okay. We'll give them time. We know they're busy. All right. So at this time, I would love to acknowledge my fellow commissioners. To my commissioners, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your commitment to this incredible work. And at this time, starting to my left and going over to my right, I would love for you all to introduce yourselves and give the institution or entity that you represent on the MLTRC. So starting with the newly crowned, yeah, that's right, I give love to my PhDs, Dr. Stephanie Seuth.
Good morning, my name is Stephanie Seworth, and I represent the Maryland Commission on Civil Rights.
My name is Elizabeth Hughes. I'm the director of the Maryland Historical Trust, which serves as Maryland State Historic Preservation Office.
Chris Haley, Maryland State Archives.
Amy Millen. I'm a member appointed at large by the governor.
Hi, I'm Michelle Coles. I'm a member appointed at large by the governor.
Nicholas Crary, and I represent the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project.
Good morning, my name is Robert Parker, and I represent the host for today's event, the Virginia F. Lewis Museum.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Holly Fisher Hickman, representing Bowie State University.
Dr. Iris Slade Barnes, representing the Lily Carroll Jackson Civil Rights Museum, an off-site unit of Morgan State University.
Dr. Simone Barrett Williams, and I represent the Robert M. Bell Center for Civil Rights and Education at Morgan State University.
Thank you all, and we will give honor to our commissioners that were not able to make it here for various reasons. We will make sure to say their names and acknowledge them, as well as our incredible staff who, without them, there would be none of this. So we will make sure to give you your recognition. Well, since we clapping, let's do it now. Okay, starting off with the incomparable. Yeah, come on now. I want people to see you. Yep, Trish Boyle Floyd, TBF. Yeah, that's right. Give it up for her. Yes, absolutely. To our esteemed colleagues at OAG's office, Zanita Hurley, Sophia Sike, Kristen McFarland, thank you. You know he's gonna get y'all love. Come on now. Am I missing anybody? I'll get to everybody else. But I just want to say that off the start. We would not be here without our backbone, without our framework, and they are that backbone and framework. So we are truly grateful for you all. So at this time, I would like to bring forth Madam Assistant Attorney General Sophia Sike, who will cite the specific statute that requires this hearing. Thank you.
The Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission was established in 2019 by House Bill 307 and amended by House Bill 297 in 2021 and Senate Bill 478 in 2023. The act states as follows. Whereas lynching or the extralegal murder of an individual is an act of mob violence, is a violation of the rights to due process and equal protection of the law, and whereas at least 40 African Americans were lynched by white mobs in Maryland between 1854 and 1933, and whereas no person was ever tried, convicted, or otherwise brought to justice for participating in these racially motivated lynchings, and whereas various state, county, and local government entities colluded in the commission of these crimes and conspired to conceal the identities of the parties involved, and whereas these crimes far exceeded any notion of justice, just retribution, or just punishment, and were intended to terrorize African American communities and force them into silence and subservience to the ideology of white supremacy, and whereas no victim's family or community ever received a formal apology or compensation from the state, county, or local government entities for the violent loss of their men, and whereas restorative justice requires a full knowledge, understanding, and acceptance of the truth before there can be any meaningful reconciliation, now therefore be it enacted by the General Assembly of Maryland that there is a Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The act further provides for the commission members consisting of representatives from the Commission on Civil Rights, the State Archives, Maryland Historical Trust, the Commission on African American History and Culture, the Maryland State Conference of the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People, the Reginald F. Lewis African American History and Culture, Museum of African American History and Culture, the National Great Blacks in Wax Museum, the Maryland Center of History and Culture, formerly the Maryland Historical Society, the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project, the Lily Mae Carroll Jackson Civil Rights Museum, Maryland's 4 historically black universities, Bowie State University, Coppin State University, Morgan State University, and the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, with 4 public members appointed by the governor. Staff for the commission is provided by Bowie State University in consultation with the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project and by the Office of the Attorney General. The staff member provided by the Office of the Attorney General may issue a subpoena for the attendance of a witness to testify or for the production of documents in connection with any investigation or hearings conducted by the commission. The commission shall hold regional hearings open to the public in areas in which a lynching of an African American by a white mob has been documented. Receive from the public, including those from the families and communities affected by racially motivated lynchings, recommendations for addressing, engaging, and reconciling communities affected by racially motivated lynchings, including the erection of memorial plaques or signage at or near the sites of racially motivated lynchings, and make recommendations for addressing the legacy of lynchings that are rooted in the spirit of restorative justice. In the hearing, the commission may research cases of racially motivated lynchings for which there is no documentation, should those cases be brought to the commission's attention, and the involvement of state, county, and local government entities and relevant news media in the cases of racially motivated lynchings. On September 1st, 2020, the commission submitted an interim report of its findings and recommendations to the governor and to the General Assembly. On or before December 1st, 2025, the commission shall submit a final report of its findings and recommendations to the governor and the General Assembly.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Attorney General. At this time, I recognize Commissioner Amy Millen to explain the Code of Conduct for the hearing and explain the process for testimonies and public comments. Thank you, Commissioner Millen.
Thank you. The commission extends appreciation to members of the public who submitted testimony at earlier public hearings. Members of the public had the opportunity to submit testimony via email to MLTRC@maryland.gov prior to today. Throughout the hearing, questions and comments from members of the public attending in person may be presented orally during the public comment period. Those attending virtually are invited to email comments and questions to the same email, MLTRC@maryland.gov. Please provide your name and organizational affiliation, if any, and limit your comment or question to no more than 2 minutes. Questions and comments, as well as live testimony, must be limited to the topic of discussion for today's hearing. If your comment or question is off topic, it will not be included in the hearing or your live testimony will end. Comments, questions, and testimony should be presented with decorum and the respect appropriate respect appropriate for conducting this public hearing. Any comments or questions containing obscene language or language inciting imminent violence will not be addressed, and any live testimony containing such language shall end. As time allows, those comments and questions collected during the hearing will be shared during the public comment section. Finally, please note that members of the media may be present during today's hearing, and as such, public comments, questions, and testimony may be broadcast or printed by news outlets.
Thank you, Commissioner Millen. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the president of the Reginald F. Lewis Museum, Ms. Terry Lee Freeman, to welcome us into this beautiful space. And we are truly grateful to host these hearings in this wonderful space. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you all for being here on this very important occasion. The Reginald F. Lewis Museum is thrilled to be able to host this event, but why wouldn't we? This is what we do. This is who we are. And I think that it is very important to acknowledge the importance of remembrance, the importance of memory. And so as I think about the Lily Mae Carroll Museum and the Great Blacks in Wax Museum and the Maryland Center for History and Culture and all other museums and places of memory, we acknowledge that we are now under attack. That said, I stand here today to tell you that 10 years from now, we will still be here. And we will have cataloged and preserved the memory that has occurred over the past 10 years. Because today is history tomorrow. And there is much that we have to continue to preserve and catalog through our institutions. In instances like this commission and preserving the memory of this commission is incredibly important for our offspring. But I also want to mention that our ancestors don't want us just to remember. They want us to act. It is incumbent upon us to act, whatever that action is that is positive toward the ultimate goal of maintaining justice and freedom. They expect that from us. And I think that it is so apropos that on this April 4th, as Dr. Fakunle said, the date that Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated at approximately 6:01 p.m. in Memphis, Tennessee. This is a most appropriate day for these hearings to begin. So I welcome you into this space. You are welcome to move about the space when you have time. I'm not taking you away from your business here, though. I'm not taking you away from the business. But please feel free to move through the space. And just remember, remembrance is an action, but action requires some effort. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you, President Freeman. So at this time, it is my honor to introduce the Attorney General for the state of Maryland, Anthony Brown, to provide comments and reflections pertaining to today's hearing. A long supporter of the work of this commission. And trust me, we could not do it without the strength of the Office of the Attorney General. Attorney General Brown recently testified at our Prince George's County hearing this past February or January? I feel like it was January, right? Yeah, January. Okay, it's all good. Time has passed at our hearing in Prince George's County. Since assuming the office in 2023, Attorney General Brown notably established the Office of Equity, Policy, and Engagement, focusing on strategies, initiatives, policies, and practices that will promote equity and fairness in Maryland's civil, criminal, and administrative systems of justice. Attorney General Brown, thank you so much for being here. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ooh. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Good. Oh, that was kind of a little weak there. How's everybody doing this morning? Still good. All right, still good. Good, good. What a privilege it is to be here today at the, I think it's the 13th and final convening. Lucky 13 of the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Again, it was a privilege to join you back in January at Bowie State University. I want to thank Chair Fakunle for inviting me. Thank you for your leadership over these years of the commission. Thank you for this morning, establishing the moment, the occasion, and to bring us all present into this space of reckoning and repair. So I want to really thank you for your leadership. I want to thank the other members of the commission for your commitment, your persistence, your stick-toing this activity, this important engagement. And Maryland was not only the first, but to date still the only state that has made a commitment to seeking the truth and reconciliation around lynching, and we could not do it without the members of the commission, so thank you very much. I too want to thank Terry Freeman, your team here at the museum, the Reginald F. Museum. Thank you not only for hosting us on this monumental occasion, but what you do to bring our history to life for us in the state of Maryland. So I want to thank you, and I want to assure you that while museums, among so many institutions and individuals, are under attack by our president, I want to assure you that the Maryland Office of Attorney General, joining forces with attorneys general around the state, are taking action to protect our museums, and we will continue in that fight and that effort. They've been acknowledged, but I want to do so again because without them, I do believe the commission would not have been able to accomplish what it did. Without them, the Office of the Attorney General would not be able to do the things that we do. So I want to acknowledge them and add to them one other addition, Jonathan Smith, who's the chief of our Civil Rights Division, newly established, doing extraordinary work around the state of Maryland. I want to thank, and they've already been acknowledged, but I need to do it, Trish Floyd, Sophia Zike, Kirsten McFarland. 3 strong, talented black women, beautiful inside and out, and led by an extraordinary leader, Zanita Hurley. And for those of you who don't know, I feel like I'm at a wedding, you know. For the first time, I present to you the Deputy Attorney General in the Office of the Attorney General for Equity, Policy, and Engagement. We've elevated Zanita's role because of the importance of equity and engagement throughout everything we do. Right, we value equity not only in who we are as an office, but in the work that we do as an office. The work that we do on behalf of our clients when we advise them and counsel and represent them, and the work that we do on behalf of the people of Maryland. And it doesn't happen by accident. You have to be purposeful to ensure that what you do is equitable. It treats people fairly and just in a world where bias is so pervasive that if you're not intentional, it seeps into each and everything that we do. And that's true no matter who we are and where we come from. We all have our biases, and they will play out in the work that we do. So you have to be intentional when it comes to issues of equity. And I look to Zanita Hurley to lead that effort in the Office of the Attorney General. So thank you, Zanita, for your leadership. The history of lynching in Maryland is a history of racial terror. It's a history of violence and systemic failure between 1865 and 1930. And we heard the names so solemnly presented to us today, at least 40 documented racial terror lynchings in Maryland. And these lynchings were not isolated acts of violence. They were systemic tools of racial terror used to enforce white supremacy. As we embark on this journey to heal from our dark past, we must confront the reality that many of these lynchings could have been prevented if law enforcement had fulfilled its duty to uphold justice. I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about law enforcement, but I need to preface that by acknowledging that law enforcement today is not the law enforcement of yesterday. Law enforcement today has demonstrated a commitment to participate in this healing and reconciliation, and I want to acknowledge that throughout these 13 meetings, we have had representatives of local law enforcement, including the Maryland State Police, and I want to acknowledge the presence today. I saw them here. They're doing their job. But I want to acknowledge my very own Brandon Ford, who is the trooper on my detail, who ensures my safety and security. Sergeant Powell is here, Sergeant Akani is here, and they are the law enforcement of today that protects and serves. But I'm going to talk a little bit about law enforcement of yesterday as we embark on this journey of healing. Law enforcement, it did play a direct role in allowing these crimes to happen, either by failing to protect black victims or by actively participating in the violence. But they were not the only corrupt, oppressive, and villainous actors or institutions, but they're the ones that I'll focus on for a few brief moments. Officers were often the first and last line of defense for those accused of crimes, yet often they failed to protect the black community from white mobs. Victims were frequently abducted from jail cells, courthouses, and even hospitals, places where we should have been protected from harm. This failure to protect and serve black community members was not accidental. It was part of a broader pattern of law enforcement's abandoning or surrendering black people to white mob violence. One victim of law enforcement's inaction, you've heard his name today, was George Armwood, accused of assaulting a white woman in 1933. Mr. Armwood was initially moved between jails for his own protection, but when he was returned to Princess Anne, he was seized by a mob as law enforcement looked the other way. The crowd brutally lynched him and then mutilated his body. Mr. Armwood's murder was just one of many cases where law enforcement either underestimated or deliberately surrendered jailed black people to the fury of violent mobs. In 1931, a white mob forced Matthew Williams, whose name was also uttered this morning, from his hospital bed in Salisbury and lynched him in front of the courthouse. The sheriff's deputies, they failed to take any meaningful action to stop the violence, underscoring the extent to which black lives were devalued in the legal system. These actions sent a clear message. Black Marylanders could not rely on law enforcement for protection or justice. Even when lynchings happened in broad daylight, with hundreds of witnesses, police rarely arrested or prosecuted those responsible. For instance, in 1907, a white mob stormed the Cumberland jail, overpowered the sheriff's deputies, and lynched William Burns. No one has ever been held accountable, despite the fact that multiple people witnessed the murder. The lack of accountability for these crimes reinforced a culture of impunity and racial terror. Grand juries refused to indict, courts dismissed cases, and even when investigations occurred, white communities protected those involved. Law enforcement and public officials, and even newspapers often justified lynchings by portraying them as a swift extrajudicial justice. Allegations of crimes, often without evidence or due process, were used to rationalize mob violence. This narrative reinforced the belief, the idea that black people were inherently dangerous and that legal protections did not apply to us. Today, we know better. These were gross miscarriages of justice. This legacy of injustice continues to shape how black communities interact with law enforcement, fostering a deep-seated mistrust that has persisted for decades. Now, this does not, as I stated earlier, mean that we should hold today's law enforcement responsible for the past, but rather hold today's law enforcement and each and every one of us responsible for the present and the future. To heal, we must acknowledge the role of law enforcement that it played in enabling racial terror lynchings. The work we are doing today, the public acknowledgement and the recommendations for institutional reform, these are essential steps in repairing the violence that has been inflicted on the black community. Reconciliation must chart a path forward that acknowledges the failures of the past while ensuring that law enforcement and all of us today are held to the highest standard of justice. The names of George Armwood, Matthew Williams, William Burns, and so many others that we heard this morning must be remembered not only as victims of past injustices, but as calls to action for the present. Now, our office, the Office of the Attorney General, and as we mentioned before, acknowledged by others, supporting the commission, probably not deserving of all the promotion we have out here on this front table, although thank you for the promotion. We've heard this call, and we're stepping up to answer it. Since I took office 2 years ago, the Maryland Office of the Attorney General, we've worked to dismantle the systems that perpetuate inequality. Over 2 centuries in the making, they won't be solved in 2 weeks, 2 months, or probably even in 2 years. But it would be too late not to start today. We collaborated with the Office of the Public Defender through the Maryland Equitable Justice Collaborative to address racial disparities in the legal system, knowing that the roots of mass incarceration lie in slavery and Jim Crow. Just last month, we released our first report. And I asked you to go to the Maryland Attorney General website and download that report. Take a look at the report. It includes a comprehensive study that confronts the alarming reality that black Marylanders, while we make up only 30% of Maryland's population, we represent 71% of those who are incarcerated in our jails and prisons. That is the starkest racial disparity in the country. Our report proposed 18 evidence-based recommendations to reform law enforcement practices, criminal sentencing, crisis response detention programs, reentry programs, and youth justice. We did this work because we know that racial violence did not end with lynching. It evolved, taking different forms through systemic inequities in policing, sentencing, and incarceration. So we recognize that we must remain vigilant, each and every one of us, in reforming these systems and learning from our past, because we will not, cannot go back. So let me wrap up with this. The work of the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission is critical, not just in documenting history, but in setting a standard for how we move forward toward a justice system that truly serves all people. Reconciliation is not just about remembering the past, as I had mentioned. It is about learning from our mistakes and building a better future and ensuring that no community will ever have to endure this kind of racial terror ever again. So I look forward to the recommendations, many of which I'm sure the Office of the Attorney General will be involved in implementing and adopting. And I look forward to recommendations that call on all of us to play a part in the reconciliation, the repair that springs from your work. So thank you very much for your commitment to confronting our past to ensure that we have a brighter future. Thank you for inviting me today, and I wish you the very best for the remainder of the day and the work that you have to do. Thank you. God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you so much, Attorney General Brown, for that wonderful setting of the tone with that power behind the voice. You see what I'm saying? I love that. I love that. I love that. So now we will transition to the expert testimony portion of our hearing today. As I continue talking, I invite the members of our first panel, which are already ready to go, I love it, to be on the stage. So thank you all for joining us. We will have, again, 2 panels this morning, and we will have 2 panels in the afternoon. There will be short breaks in between as much as we can allow. We will do our best to remain on time. So hold us accountable. Accountability is going to be one of those virtues that's going to show up throughout the day. Hold us accountable, please. So at this time, we will begin with our first panel, which is Balancing the Scales, Advancing Fairness, Accountability, told you, and Community Trust, and it will be moderated by Commissioner Michelle Coles, who will introduce our panelists. Thank you, Commissioner Coles.
Thank you so much, Chair. As we've heard, we are here today because between 1854 and 1933, at least 38 black men were lynched in Maryland, and many more faced attempted lynchings. These were not just ordinary murders. These were the murders of U.S. citizens who were accused of a crime but were systematically denied their due process rights simply because they were black, in direct violation of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Furthermore, following their murders, which frequently occurred in broad daylight in the full view of witnesses that often included members of law enforcement, no one was ever held accountable. Maryland's willingness to allow black people to be lynched again and again across decades implied that in the eyes of the law, these lynchings were okay. Another reason these murders were distinct is because, like hate crimes, their goal was to not just harm their victim, but also to terrorize others who shared those same characteristics. Thus, the lynching of a black person would often cause other black people who lived in the same community to flee their homes, leaving family and property behind, only to start over in a place they hoped was safer. That is how many black people ended up not only in Baltimore, but in other northern cities, something that many people today don't realize because of how closely guarded these painful secrets were kept. Thus, the Great Migration was not just about pursuing economic opportunities. Many of these people were, in fact, refugees of racial terrorism. As much as this hearing is about looking backwards, it is also about looking forward, because even today, we see echoes of Maryland's history of racial terror lynchings and the disproportionate number of black people who were killed during police encounters, who are the victims of hate crimes, and who were wrongly convicted of crimes. And just like with lynchings, far too often, no one is ever held accountable. Maryland is not an outlier in the United States. The lack of a sense of urgency around addressing these issues that affects the descendants of the very people who were once enslaved in this country suggests that we have accepted these injustices as the status quo. Similarly to how lynchings were once accepted, our inaction implies that this is okay. As a black person with a black family and friends and loved ones, this is horrifying to me. Why is this not being framed as a crisis that demands the attention of the brightest minds, the marshaling of resources, and immediate action, as I imagine it would be if these statistics were true for any other group? On this panel, we will hear from 3 attorneys who play critical roles in upholding the rule of law in Maryland. They will share their thoughts on how to make amends for past failures, as well as what can be done to ensure the criminal justice system is fair and just to all. To my left, we have Charlton Howard III. He has served as the Maryland State Prosecutor since 2019, where he directs the investigation and prosecution of public corruption, official misconduct, election law violations, and other crimes throughout the state. Then we have Jonathan Smith, who, since 2013, as we just heard from the Attorney General, has been serving as the chief of the newly created Civil Rights Division in the Maryland Office of Attorney General and enforces federal and state civil rights laws that outlaw discrimination as well as works to combat hate crimes. And lastly, we have Jim Wida, who has served as the federal public defender for the District of Maryland since 1998 and works vigorously to ensure his clients receive the due process rights to which they are entitled, as well as equal protection under the law. And I will turn to the panelists to read their testimony to the hearing. Thank you.
Good morning. It's truly an honor to be asked to testify here today before this panel, and it's an extremely important mission to not only to highlight and not forget the acts of violence and terror that were visited upon the black population in Maryland in years past, but to look forward to ensuring that we have mechanisms in place, that we have initiatives in place, that we have the motivation in place to guard against that ever happening again, and to restore a sense of balance and equity. And I guess nowadays equity is a dirty word in some venues, but I always thought it was good, along with inclusion, and diversity. And so I'll continue to use it, and to restore a sense of equity to the justice system moving forward. Because what we owe people is justice. We don't owe them to be more than fair or less than fair. We owe them a minimum of be fair. And if we could be more than fair, that's great. But we cannot accept being less than fair. So as the commissioner described, my agency is unique, and I want to talk about it for a couple minutes because I believe it is part of the solution going forward, particularly with our role with prosecuting police misconduct and corrupt organizations within Maryland. The Office of the State Prosecutor was founded in 1977. Those of you that are native Marylanders will remember our state has had problems with corruption in the past. I think a few of those cases hit the media on occasion. And so in 1976, it was proposed that the state actually have a prosecutorial and investigative agency to target corruption. There was proposals at the time to leave that to the federal government, that it wasn't really an appropriate venue for the state. But I think the people that framed the legislation that brought my office into place were very wise because they recognized that federal priorities are not necessarily state priorities. And if you've forgotten that, I think recent events could show you that sometimes occurs. And that Maryland needed an institutional process to target corruption on a state and local level, an institutional process to target official misconduct by public officials and public employees on a state and local level, and not just depend on our federal partners. Now, I will say up to today that our federal partners have been very helpful and strong partners in targeting corruption within the state. I'm hoping that under whatever administration that will continue as we go forward. But we cannot rely on that. We have to rely on our own resources. I learned when I was a Marine that when you're asking for resources, you can task resources that belong to you, like another state agency, but you have to ask for resources that don't belong to you. And sometimes you come away with an affirmative answer, sometimes not. So in 1977, the Office of the State Prosecutor was created. And the idea there is to have an independent investigative and prosecutorial agency which can take cases, whether on their own initiative, my own initiative, or referred to me from the governor, the attorney general, local states attorneys, or really anyone, and to take those cases and investigate them to determine if there are violations of the law, criminal violations of the law, and then to move forward prosecuting those. The way my office is designed is that when I do identify a criminal violation of the law, I present those findings to the local state's attorney in the venue where those violations occurred. And by my statute, that local state's attorney has 45 days to initiate charges on their own. And if they don't, then I can proceed to prosecute them. Since our office has been founded, no local state's attorney has asked to prosecute those charges on their own. They've turned to our office to prosecute them. And they're for very good reason, because many times there's conflicts between that local state's attorney and the local police agencies that may be suspect in these cases, or the local mayor or the local county council or whoever is the target of any potential allegation of corruption or power. So we then move forward and prosecute, and we also do our own appeals of those prosecutions and any post-conviction work that is involved there. It's a heavy charge. We have 20 personnel within my office. There are 6 other attorneys beside myself, and then I have criminal investigators, because we can investigate allegations from scratch, or we can partner with organizations like the Maryland State Police or local police departments to do that, or with our federal partners, the FBI, quite often, to look at corruption cases. As you have heard, and I think very eloquently put by the Attorney General, I'm sure my companions will also talk about the history as well, the horrible history of racial lynchings in Maryland, and the involvement of governmental institutions in those processes. We are often not talking about just a mob that appears out of nowhere, acts, and then disappears. We're talking about individuals who were enabled by corrupt organizations, that were enabled by police officers who forgot their oaths to protect and serve the populations that they work with. And those are the organizational constructs that I believe our office is best suited to target and to continue to target to ensure that we continue to march towards an equitable result in our justice system. We prosecute police officers for misconduct. Now, if that misconduct ends in the death of an individual, the Independent Investigations Division of the Attorney General's office handles those cases, and they do very well. And back when there was legislation to form an independent investigative agency, I testified before the legislature on behalf of that legislation, because I do believe that you need independent investigations. Institutions do not have a great track record of investigating themselves. Some of you may disagree with me on that, but just from my experience, that tends to be true. Whether you're talking about a community organization, or you're talking about a governmental organization, a police department, a military unit, you need to have independent investigations. Even if the person that's part of the organization doing an investigation has the best possible motives and the best possible uses the best possible resources to conduct that investigation, there'll always be suspect. There'll always be a perception of bias, of taint, because that is an institution investigating themselves. Having an independent agency to investigate police misconduct, governmental organizations, whether it's a state's attorney's office, whether it is a community organization, a municipality, a county, a state agency, whether if they're acting in a corrupt way, they're acting in a way that adversely impacts Marylanders, then our agency can investigate, and we provide independence. I'm selected by, I was nominated by a commission, independent commission, bipartisan commission. In no part during the application process did anybody ask me what my political party was, and then was ultimately appointed, that was recommended to the governor and was appointed for a 6-year term. I'm about 5 years and 3 months into that term, so I've got a few more months left and hopefully will continue. But I cannot be removed during that term unless essentially I'm impeached or a complete failure to perform the job or something like that, or can't perform the job. And that provides an independence. It doesn't matter to me if the local sheriff or police chief is involved in a criminal activity or not, then we're going to investigate. If they have a police officer or a local sheriff's deputy or a special police officer or someone who's wielding the state's authority and doing so in a corrupt manner or engaging in misconduct, then we need to investigate that. And we need to continue to have agencies, whether it's my agency or any other agency, continue to have independent agencies that can look at that. I'm very supportive of the Attorney General's efforts with establishing civil rights, because all problems don't need criminal solutions. Sometimes you need wide-ranging civil solutions as well to attract that. And I just would finish by talking about misconduct a little bit, because I do tend to run on. I apologize. If you look at the frame through misconduct, and I think it helps shape what should happen with people who are wielding the state's power. Official misconduct is actually a Maryland unique crime. It's a common law crime. It existed before we even were a country. It came over with the settlers from England to Maryland. And to have official misconduct under Maryland law, under the common law, you have to have a public official. So it's not just someone who's employed at a low level. You need someone who's actually wielding the powers of the state. And they need to do one of three things. They either have to commit malfeasance, and what that means is under the color of their authority, they are committing an illegal act. A police officer that shoots someone without justification is committing an illegal act, an assault, possibly a homicide or a manslaughter, in that regard. That's malfeasance. You have misfeasance, where you're doing something you're legally entitled to do, but you're doing it for a corrupt reason. I, as a police officer, may be legally entitled to arrest someone under the laws of Maryland, but I'm doing it not because they violated the law. I'm doing it for a discriminatory reason, or I'm doing it because I just don't like this person, or something that is not within the color of their authority, and that is misfeasance. So I'm required to give you to certify your loan, but I'm not going to do that because I don't like you, or I don't like the color of your skin, or I don't like where you came from. Or I don't like people from the Eastern Shore. I'm from the Eastern Shore, and I don't like people from Baltimore. It all works. But that's misfeasance. That's something you cannot do. And lastly is nonfeasance. And that's something we really try to focus on in my office, because nonfeasance is not doing something that you're legally required to do for a corrupt reason. A police officer standing by and allowing someone to be assaulted. A police officer standing by and allowing property to be destroyed. That is nonfeasance. If they're doing it for a corrupt reason, and it's hard to imagine what the right reason would be for that, but for a corrupt reason, and to show that they are acting in that way, then we would take those cases to court. And we've had, I think, a very good record in our office to do that. I wish to continue to do that as we continue to tweak the laws to make sure we can hold those in power accountable. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions afterwards. Thank you.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to testify this morning. I appreciate the invitation. Thank you, Michelle. Before I start, I want to note that I'm here in my individual capacity, and while I have the great honor to work for the Attorney General of Maryland, these comments are mine and mine alone. I've submitted written testimony for the record, but I'd like to summarize in the time that I have now. I'd be here a lot longer than you if I read the testimony I submitted. A few key points this morning. But before I address the question of government accountability, it is important to briefly recognize the history of policing that has actually led us to this conversation. On August 9th, 2014, Michael Brown was shot to death in Ferguson, Missouri. Members of the Ferguson community and communities across the nation rose up in response. This marked an inflection point in the civil rights struggle, ushering in the Black Lives Matter movement. An unrelenting series of deaths, culminating almost 5 years ago in the murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, led to a summer of protests and actions by state legislatures and city councils across the nation. Protests of police killings are not new. In the summer of 1967, in more than 100 cities, black communities rose up in rebellion only to be violently put down by police. The following year, the Kerner Commission found that each of these uprisings started with an act of violence by police against a black man. It didn't end in 1967. Protests erupted following the deaths of black people at the hands of police year after year after year. I've put some of the names, and it's important to say the names of people who were murdered by police in my written testimony, but that list is too long for the time that I have here today. State-sponsored violence as a form of social control dates back to the first days that Europeans stepped foot on this continent and has taken many forms. The enforcement of slavery and Jim Crow, the genocide and apartheid of Native people, the enforcement of racialized immigration laws, and the war on drugs and mass incarceration. It is against this backdrop that there have been calls for a fundamental change to the paradigm of public safety that would replace law enforcement with community investments and other forms of accountability. Reparations and other mechanisms that will repair the harms of de jure oppression should be central to the conversation about what justice requires to address this history. There's much to learn from police reform efforts of the last decade. Drawing from the lessons of the recent efforts to address police accountability, I offer the following recommendations. We need to define the role of policing. Policing are often characterized as the creators of public safety. Law enforcement has a role in public safety. However, whether communities are safe has far more to do with investments in housing, employment, education, nutrition, health, and mental health care. The misdefining of the role of policing creates conditions for structural injustice. Our primary public safety strategy is punishment. The United States is the highest incarceration rate of the world's democracies. In Maryland, we incarcerate 531 of every 100,000 of our residents, more than 4 times the rate of the United Kingdom and 5 times the rate of Canada. Yet our rate of violent crime is far higher. Incarceration does not make us safe. The prioritization of punishment requires that police be given extraordinary powers, including the authority to use force. There are constitutional limits on the use of force, but these protections are narrow, and force that is often lawful is contrary to community values. There is a gap between what is lawful and what is right. We have also assigned to police functions that can and should be handled by others. There are successful efforts to reduce the use of police to respond to persons who are in mental health crisis, although much, much more needs to be done. However, if we continue to criminalize normal adolescent behavior in schools, employ a person with a gun to write traffic tickets, and use police rather than social workers to address the homelessness crisis. We must respond to the question of when do we need a person with a gun, arrest powers, and authority to use force, and when is there another solution that creates public safety without the harmful consequences of our criminal legal system. We must democratize policing. The conversation with a mother in public housing will always stick with me. She told me that she was afraid in her home, but she would not call the police because she was more afraid of the violence that the police would bring to her son and to other black men. I asked her what would make her feel safe. After a moment of silence, she told me that no one had ever asked her that question before. After another pause, she gave me a long list of investments in her community that would make a difference. But most importantly, she wanted to be included in the decisions about her community. Despite reforms, police departments have little oversight. The most critical decisions about policing tactics, policies, priorities remain beyond democratic control. A chief of police makes the critical decisions on how a police department does its work. Given the profound impact of policing on communities, the inability of persons who are subject to policing to influence key policies and practices leads to the harms and mistrusts of our system. We must have strong systems of accountability. The first element of accountability is transparency. The operation of police departments is opaque, but that opacity is neither necessary nor healthy for a democratic society. Beyond crime statistics and mandated reporting of stop data, absent a lawsuit or a consent decree, community members have little access to information about behavior of police, including how often they use force and under what circumstances, the negative and positive interaction with community members, the nature and content of training. Without greater transparency, communities cannot meaningfully participate in the project of co-creating public safety. We must have systems accountability. Departments must use every negative outcome as a learning tool to understand how to improve recruitment, hiring, training, policy, supervision, and accountability. Civil rights investigations by the United States Department of Justice and increasingly by state attorneys generals provide important systems accountability. Civil rights investigations often come after a serious use of force that causes community outrage. Federal or state investigators perform a thorough investigation of police departments, engage in extensive community outreach to understand the experience of diverse community members about the conduct of police. At the conclusion of the investigation, a findings report is issued that discloses the facts found, applies those facts to a legal standard, and introduces broad recommendations for reform. In this way, the entire community has a baseline to address the necessary changes in a department. The transparency of the investigation creates credibility and sets the stage for the hard project of reform. Community members see in some cases for the very first time, an official recognition of their experience. Findings are most often followed by a consent decree, a detailed remedial injunction with a monitor. The consent decree provides further accountability and transparency. While the reform process can take years, it works, and in many cases, it is the only effective strategy to force change necessary to ensure constitutional policing. However, a caution here is critically important. Consent decrees achieve compliance with the law, and the law sets a very low bar. Communities often want change to their police departments that go beyond the constitutional minimum. That is a political project that requires sustained community engagement. Finally, we must have individual accountability. Prosecutions and departmental discipline are critical to provide justice for families and communities and to remove officers from the force who do not belong there. However, criminal prosecutions and the termination of police officers are rare. While there are more than 1,200 in-custody deaths each year, a tiny fraction of officers involved face criminal consequences and discipline. There are many reasons for this, including that many deaths are not the result of misconduct. Many avoidable deaths result from systemic failures rather than individual officer wrongdoing, thus avoiding any consequences for tragedy that could be avoided. The Maryland Attorney General's Independent Investigations Division investigates and issues public reports on every officer-involved death in the state and brings prosecutions when appropriate. The independence of the office and the issuance of high-quality reports following a thorough investigation are important to build community trust. Finally, it's important to speak about this moment in history. We're in the midst of a backlash against the modest reforms that were implemented in response to the protests following the murder of George Floyd. Despite historically low crime and progress on addressing the social dislocation created by COVID, demagoguery is being used to create fear and shut down discussions of solutions designed to address inequality. The new federal administration's campaign against racial justice is touching every aspect of our society. The progress made by the struggle and sacrifice of so many people is at risk. We are in rough times, and there will be more rough times ahead, but we stand on the shoulders of great leaders who showed us how to struggle in times of adversity. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yes. So, my name is Jim Wida. I've been a public defender for over 30 years. My career, my role has been to represent my clients, all of them poor people, all of them people of color, or almost all of them, navigate a brutal and racist legal system. It is an honor to be part of this essential project in this important place at this precarious time. Museums like this are special. When done well, like this one, they teach us where we've been, where we are, and hopefully point the way to where we as a community and a nation need to go. Professor Sherilyn Eiffel explained the broader meaning of lynching in our history. Lynching is more than a murder, it's a message crime. It's a message to our African American community about the limits of citizenship. This is what you can and cannot do. These are the confines of who you are as a citizen. As Professor Eiffel points out, we cannot begin to address the systemic racism in our country today without an understanding of the past. And that's what I want to do. I want to talk about our more recent past, our community's history with the Baltimore City Police Department, and reasons for hope based upon important work from the Attorney General's office, the State Prosecutor's office, the federal consent decree, but we're gathered here because of our past. And to bring change, we have to understand our shameful past. The Baltimore City Police Department is part of reflects a long history in our country of government-sanctioned discrimination. Our criminal justice system and law enforcement have been tools in that process. In 2015, our system of justice in Maryland was exposed. It became a national and international story. The BBC found that the Baltimore City Police Department was the most corrupt police force in America. The notoriety at that time was the result of three dramatic events. On April 12, 2015, Freddie Gray was arrested and died in police custody. Mr. Gray died of a severe severed spinal cord, and our city ignited, revealing decades of pent-up tension between Baltimore's black citizens and police. Freddie Gray's death touched off days of demonstration and protest. On August 10, 2016, in response to the Gray protests, the Department of Justice, Federal Department of Justice, issued an important report into the conduct of the Baltimore City Police. The Department of Justice report found that due to systemic deficiencies, the BPD engaged in a pattern of conduct that violated the constitutional rights of its citizens. Finally, in March 2017, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Maryland indicted 8 police officers from the Gun Trace Task Force with racketeering and fraud. After 6 guilty pleas and 2 jury trials resulting in convictions, the public learned that the indicted officers engaged in a brazen crime spree that shocked the most cynical and hardened amongst us. They robbed drug dealers, homeless people, a car salesman, a construction worker, and many others. During the unrest over the death of Freddie Gray, the officers looted pharmacies and stole trash bags full of opiates to resell. They planted drugs on innocent people, the lies became routine and the least of the problems. As one witness who testified at the trial said, they owned the city. Tonight, this morning, I hope to address 3 questions. First, where are we? Second, how did we get here? And third, what should we do about it? There are many good officers in the Baltimore City Police Department, but the issues with the Baltimore City Police, at least in the recent past, are not the result of a few bad apples. This is an institutional problem, and it needs to be addressed as an institutional problem. It's a cultural problem. When the police, the community's primary contact with the justice system, are perceived as unjust or incompetent, the system breaks. Until the institutional problems are remedied, the dysfunction of the Baltimore Police Department undermines everything we try to do as a system of justice and as a people. The protests after Freddie Gray's death exposed a deep and enduring divide between the Baltimore Police Department and the community. However, the most compelling evidence of the institutional problems were the Department of Justice's report. The report makes clear that in Baltimore there are 2 justice systems, one that works the way we hope it would, but that's for wealthy, predominantly white communities, and then there's a separate, broken, and dangerous one for poor people of color. The report finds that the BPD engaged in a practice of unconstitutional stops, searches, and arrests. It used enforcement strategies that produced severe and unjustified disparities in the rates of stops, searches, and arrests of people of color. It used excessive force. Reading the report is painful. It is replete with data and anecdotes that make clear that at that time the BPD was grossly undertrained, poorly managed, and without the community's trust. And perhaps it had no intention to earn it, or at least no reasonable plan to earn it. The report makes a few findings, specific findings of wrongdoing. Unconstitutional practices. Because the BPD did not keep reliable data about its own performance, most of the data regarding unconstitutional practices relied upon the report had to be created by the DOJ investigators themselves, painstakingly reviewing reports. Nevertheless, based upon a simple review of the officers' documentation of their stops, the report finds that they are routinely unconstitutional. I want to highlight how striking this is. The BPD grossly underreports its stops, but a review of the documentation of the stops that they chose to commemorate reveals that large numbers of them were unconstitutional. They were writing it down. They didn't even know that they were breaking the Constitution. The report finds that these unconstitutional stops have been disproportionately addressed, targeted at people of color. The DOJ investigators concluded that a racially disparate impact is present at every stage of BPD's enforcement actions, from the initial decision to stop individuals on Baltimore streets to searches, arrests, and use of force with minimal oversight or accountability. Again, from the report. BPD disproportionately stops African American pedestrians. Citywide, BPD stopped African American residents 3 times as often as white residents after controlling for the population of the areas in which stops occurred. One African American man in his mid-50s was stopped 30 times in less than 4 years. Despite these repeated intrusions, none of the 30 stops resulted in a citation or criminal charge. That middle-aged man is called for jury duty every year, and he doesn't forget. The system breaks. I'm trying to stay within my 10 minutes, sorry. So how did we get here? The tension between the Baltimore City Police, the tension between the Baltimore City Police and our community comes with a long and national historic context. The roots of the current crisis can be traced back to the introduction of crack cocaine into our cities in the late 80s and a violent disruption of traditional drug markets. Leaders from across the political spectrum and of all races reached for desperate solutions. Soon, there was talk of a war on drugs. What they didn't understand was that the war on drugs was a war on us. It was an attack on our community, it was a giving up, it was a loss of hope. Baltimore's history mirrors in many ways the national story. One city official, when asked when tension first began between the police and the community, he replied 1729, the year Baltimore was created as a political entity. Poverty, racial discrimination, and loss of hope are all risk factors for criminal activity, and children in our city suffer from all of them. Government-sanctioned discrimination is not new to Baltimore. We have a long history of residential discrimination. To this day, we remain one of the most segregated cities in the country. We suffer persistent racial disparities in economic opportunity and education that enforce poverty. A recent study found that Baltimore's children have the least potential for upward mobility. Of the nation's 100 largest cities, Baltimore children face the worst odds of escaping poverty. When a teacher in Baltimore school tells their children to believe in the American dream, that they can rise up to do anything, they're wrong. Not here, not unless we make change now. There is no great mystery as to the causes of crime. You add intense poverty, you remove hope, you get crime. Hope for young people in Baltimore's most impoverished community is essential, but it's hard to find, it's hard to sustain. What next? What should we do? Perhaps the biggest challenge going forward for the Baltimore City Police, and this has been mentioned by my colleagues, and for all of us, is to restore the community's trust, to make the system accountable, to restore the perception of fairness, of justice for all citizens in our communities. The magnitude of the problem, especially the perception problem, requires a dramatic response. More officers are not the solution, at least not all the solution. The community needs to see change in how we police. First, the BPD must change the way it polices. The BPD must become a significant and meaningful presence on the streets of our communities that are at risk, creating opportunities for police officers to demonstrate respect for the community they serve through a consistent problem-solving presence. This seems like an obvious first step. Second, transparency. The record keeping, the working with the community to bring change, to hold officers accountable, has to be part of this. Finally, the BPD needs to be accountable for its mistakes and wrongdoing. Again, through the state prosecutor's work, through the attorney general's work, through the community's work, we need to be part of the process and see that change is being made. Finally, I want to talk about a broader report, and again, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but to bring change, we all have to accept responsibility for this. This is on all of us. There are many good police officers. They need our help, they need our support. We need to show them what we need. I feel like our office, we represent many clients who would share with us stories about how they were mistreated by police officers, especially members of the Gun Trade Task Force. We heard their stories, we advocated for them, and we failed them. We couldn't make the decision makers here. We needed to do better. I look back and hold myself responsible for not doing more to change that culture of wrongdoing. What I love about today's event, what I love about the Attorney General's office's work, what I love about the state prosecutor's work, what I love about this community's work is we're joining in to support and to bring change. This is too important an institution. This is too important. This is too important for all of us, but especially our communities of color. And finally, it's too important for my clients. My clients frequently make mistakes. They sometimes have harmed others, but they deserve better than the criminal justice system they have been trapped in. They deserve the change that this group is trying to bring, and I'm so grateful for your work. Thank you.
Thank you all for that, the honest and insightful testimony you just provided. I have a couple of follow-up questions that I want to ask, and I can direct it to an individual, but if anyone wants to jump in and answer, you're more than welcome to. So the first question I'll ask is to Mr. Howard. And I wanted to talk to you about the culture of prosecutors' offices. A lot of times they appear to be more focused on winning than achieving a just result. And we'll see that manifest through the withholding of evidence that should be turned over, or overcharging someone to force a plea deal, and various other practices. And I wanted to ask you, one, does your office have oversight of other state attorneys' offices, or are they completely independent? And two, how would you recommend bringing forth a shift in the culture so that prosecutors were prioritizing justice as an end over their win record?
Well, if you got an hour, I'd be happy to go through that. But that's a great question, and you couldn't be more spot on, actually. There's a natural tendency when prosecutorial offices, and I think with public defenders to a certain extent too, or any litigator, you tend to become competitive. You want to win, you know, and our justice system is almost designed that way from an adversarial thing. You have a defense attorney, a prosecutor, and justice should be really when all the evidence is on the table, what a trier of fact finds out. But quite often, if you have a great public defender and a not so great prosecutor, the defendant will walk away, vice versa, not walk away, and that's not right. You know, as you're spot on. So I think getting rid of that culture of competitiveness. I don't want to just sit here sing my own office's praises, but I think one of the things I'm most proud of in our office is that we approach each case with what I call tailored justice. Just because I can put someone in jail doesn't mean I should put someone in jail. And that's a hard concept for a lot of young prosecutors. I think it falls into the leadership, to be honest, of those prosecutorial offices. And they do operate pretty independently. And a prosecutor has great discretion to charge, to not charge, the prosecutor has more power in the justice system than anyone else, any other individual. Because the prosecutor decides whether to bring charges in the first place, what charges to bring, what kind of plea negotiations will take place, what to recommend for a sentencing. Now, individuals, the judge or the defense attorney are equally important, but as far as the power to shape justice, I truly believe prosecutors exercise that role, and they need to be taught and brought up in a culture of compassion, empathy, and a dedication to justice, not just to winning. So we do that. We do everything from a non-prosecution agreement, where we have somebody who has committed a crime, but there's not anything in the criminal punishment scenario that would be appropriate for this, because they're unlikely they'll ever commit a crime again. Putting someone on even a probation before judgment can have adverse consequences with their life, with their employment. So we can approach with a non-prosecution agreement. Listen, if you don't do this again for 10 years, you know, there won't even be a record. It will go away. But that's not appropriate for everyone. Some people really need to go to jail for a long time. in this accountability. So we've worked with that, an aspect to that, and I think there is a lack of, we have to keep focus on the individuals, the defendants, but we also have to keep focus on the victims. Very important. One thing we established in our office is a special victims unit for official misconduct, because I was getting so many complaints of people who were subjected by those in power to sexual abuse, sexual harassment, those kind of things. And there's different measures you take in those kind of cases to make sure you take care of your victims, make sure they don't get re-traumatized during the process to work through that. So we've established that unit and had some pretty successful prosecutions in that regard. But again, you're influencing justice based on consultation with the victim. The victim doesn't get to call the shots, but you take the victim's thoughts and consult with them throughout the process to make sure they feel involved. Because at the end, you can never put someone's life back together again the way it was, neither the defendant nor the victim at the beginning of a criminal matter. But what you can hopefully leave was the respect for justice and a sense of accountability. So I think that getting away from that adversarial question, and we talk about Baltimore, and I started out in my prosecutorial career as an assistant state's attorney in Baltimore City, and that was many years ago. I felt that we were best able to achieve justice where and quite often it was with the public defender, because a lot of people that we prosecuted didn't have a lot of money or any money. But you sat down with a veteran public defender and a veteran prosecutor, and you worked on these cases, talked about the factors, special mitigating factors or aggravating factors, and you came out with as close as you can get to a fair result. I don't see that when you kind of a brand new public defender, brand new prosecutor. Without proper leadership and mentorship, it turns into that competitive piece. And so I think hopefully I answered the question from your perspective, but my colleagues may have other thoughts.
I just want to ask one follow-up. Is there a way for your office as the state prosecutor to have the values that you just espoused bleed down to other states' attorneys? Is that something you're able to help usher in?
Yes, I hope so, and we strive to do so. I participate in the Maryland States Attorneys Association, where they have all the state's attorneys, elected state's attorneys throughout the room. They're there. There's 2 ex officio members, which I learned is a fancy term, meaning I don't get to vote, but I get to sit there. 2 ex officio members. The Attorney General is one, and the state prosecutor the other. And we both have an opportunity to be in those meetings where they're discussing what legislation they're going to support, what policies they want to support, protocols, and try to shape and influence that in that regard. And I think sometimes you can see this, I don't want to call out names, but you can see the people that you may or may not regard as most successful as the state's attorneys running their agency are pushing these kind of policies down to make sure that there's justice at the end. It's not a question. I'm in a fairly lucky situation, so I don't have to stand for re-election. So whether I prosecute 1,000 people or 10, I may not be answerable to you, the public, but not. There's no political benefit. You make sure you're prosecuting the people that need to be prosecuted, that are abusing their powers, and the people that are caught in a tough place, made some dumb decisions. You're diverting them when you can and working in that regard. So we do try to shape that. But there is every state's attorney, and the state's attorney is a constitutional office in Maryland. Every state's attorney is independent. They are entitled to prosecute any violation of Maryland law that happens within the boundaries of their jurisdiction. And they're really only accountable on appeal to the legal standards and constitutional standards if they go across from that. It may not be the right decision, but if it's not an illegal decision, they're immunized in that regard.
Thank you for that answer. My next question is for Mr. Smith. You talked about how we should redefine the role of police, and I wanted to ask if you think the state of Maryland should create another agency outside of police that would fill some of the roles that police currently occupy in social services, and filling that gap with people that are in mental health crises or different scenarios where an armed person doesn't necessarily need to be present. And I just want to flesh out, is it your recommendation to create a new agency, or do you see it more as a division within existing law enforcement that has this separate role? I just want to see if you could talk about that a little more.
Is this on? Yes, it's good. So I also realize, after listening to my colleagues on the panel, I didn't introduce myself at all. So I'll just take 30 seconds to explain why I'm here and in the background I have. I've been practicing law, civil rights and anti-poverty law for 40 years. The majority of that time has been spent either doing police misconduct work or prison and jail work. And during, from 2010 through 2015, I worked with Michelle at the United States Department of Justice in the Civil Rights Division, where we investigated police departments. I supervised the investigation of about 20 police departments, starting in the period. Essentially, the first case I worked on was New Orleans, and the last was the investigation of the Ferguson, Missouri Police Department. And I had, for a brief period of time, served as an expert consultant on the monitoring team of the Baltimore Police Department. So I've thought about these issues a lot. And over the years, in looking at what in all of those cases, what the law permits us to do is to make police departments constitutional. Courts can't force police departments to be good police departments. They can't force them to be effective police departments. They can't force them to reflect the values of their communities, but they can force them to be constitutional. If you spend much time reading Supreme Court cases, and I do, you see that the Supreme Court allows a lot of behavior to take place that communities don't want their police departments to do. The Constitution is an extremely stingy tool in terms of protecting people's rights, particularly in the areas of use of force and arrest. And that led, and there's been a lot of really important thinking in particularly since the Black Lives Matters movement and work that's been done and sometimes characterized, although I think it's, people misunderstand what it means to abolish the police, what people are really talking about when they're thinking about that. And that is to really think about going back to the woman that I met with in that public housing complex, and I've had that version of conversation with lots and lots of people, but she really sticks with me, about what are the investments in those communities that actually would make a difference? What would you do that would actually make people safe? Why do I not have police in my neighborhood? What goes on in my neighborhood that the only time I see police is when one of my neighbors complains about people running the stop sign on the corner? And what is going on that is true in my neighborhood and not in other neighborhoods? And that's where I come to this idea that it's not my idea, it's the idea of many smarter people than me, that there's lots of things we call on police to do that they shouldn't be doing, given the awesome powers and authorities they have and the lack of accountability in their roles. And so interacting with someone who's in a mental health crisis, we call the police because there is no one else to call. And I think that should be a function. We have structures in place in our system now. When somebody has a heart attack, you call an ambulance, right? When somebody is sick with a high fever, you call an ambulance. You don't call the police to come. And that is true with people who are in mental health crisis. We've got a homelessness crisis in this country. There's not enough housing for people. And we have systems here that we invested in them to create housing, and to put people in that housing would make a difference. So it's not new systems. I don't think we need anything new. We need to actually invest in what we have. If we make schools safe, I mean, one of the things that I find, and I'll stop ranting in a second because I know that we're running out of time, but I think about how we police schools. Just think about how we police schools. This is what happened. Since the turn of the 1900s, there has been sporadically small numbers of police that were in schools throughout this country. In 1990, 2 rich white kids went into a suburban Denver school and shot up that school, and we put 60,000 police in black and brown schools. And we have made ordinary adolescent behavior a crime for black and brown kids. And that's the kind of change we need to do. We need to go back. We need to give students and teachers and counselors the tools that are necessary to solve the conflicts that happen in schools without the use of police officers to do it. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. And in fact, candidly, I think our schools are safer if we hire an art teacher. They're going to be much safer by hiring an art teacher than they are going to be hiring another cop. And so those are the kinds of solutions that I'm thinking about in terms of when I say that. And it's not, I say that I'm thinking about. A lot of really smart people have thought about that better than I, and I'm stealing their ideas. But that's the stuff we can do as a society that actually makes people safe and reduces the footprint of our criminal legal system and the harms that our criminal legal system causes.
Thank you.
Can I just add one thing to that? I think that I would be in complete concurrence. And in full disclosure, I spent 23 years as a federal special agent with the Naval Criminal Investigative Service. So I've investigated a lot of crimes as well as prosecuted crimes. I've worked for the government since I was 17 because the private sector has standards and they won't. So, we work through that. But I will say, having worked with so many different police agencies around the world, where I see the best partnering, there are some glimmers of hope. For example, with special victims cases, because the best police agencies automatically plug in social workers to those cases. And those kind of detectives and investigators are used to working with social workers. To get that to be a standard process for street cops and to have protocols, I think could be very helpful. Hopefully, there are, talking about glimmers of hope, there are some body cameras, which have been very controversial with the police departments, but I think is tremendously a force for good. Are they a panacea? No. But do they help? Because when you at least have some record rather than just a person's recitation of what happened there on the street. And we do see, what we think in the police misconduct world is we're seeing more issues that we can resolve, either resolve with a clear prosecution or resolve not with prosecution based on body camera utilization. So I would hope that is positive.
And my last question is for Mr. Wida. By the time your clients reach you, I imagine that they have oftentimes experienced a lifetime of systemic failures and injustices. And what you hear from your clients is almost a recipe for what we need to change and improve in our society. And I wonder if you agree that by addressing those underlying issues, that may not be a more effective way to reduce crime than the approach we currently take. And I wonder if you could just talk about that a little bit.
Maybe I can get us back on schedule. Can you hear me okay with this? I think the answer is yes. And maybe I should just let it go, and maybe even yes, of course. And it's my first trial was before Judge Andre Davis in Baltimore City Circuit Court. He was a mentor to me and sort of a giant in our community. And I remember him coming up to me afterwards and saying, "I worry about you. I sense you want to do more to help your client, and you came in too late." I'm more optimistic than that. I've seen many of my clients recover from the trauma they've suffered all their life. Recover is probably not the word, but live with, develop, have good lives despite the trauma they've received from us, from our community, from the justice system. But yes, we would be far better off if we could give them what they needed as young people rather than what we're giving them in adult courts. If I could try to address the first question really quickly, I skipped a story that in my remarks about sort of the idea of good accountability with police departments and prosecutors' offices. Our office had a case. It was a gun case. Our client was found with a gun. There was multiple police officers' reports saying it was a traffic stop. He acted nervous, whatever. An escalating Fourth Amendment search that on paper looked like the police officers had done everything right. Starts with a traffic stop, then backup is called, our client misbehaves, and then they do a search and recover a gun. What they didn't know is that we had the video from the mall nearby that showed the entire transaction. And the entire transaction was 4 police officers' vehicles immediately coming up and surrounding the car, grabbing our client, throwing him on the ground outside. I'm telling that story not as an example of police misconduct, but what happened next. The prosecutor didn't know that we had the video. They had presented their testimony at the hearing as if everything was fine and legal and constitutional. Our lawyer played the video while cross-examining one of the police officers. The prosecutor asked for a break and dismissed the charge. That's impressive, right? The police officers are still working for the Baltimore City Police Department. That prosecutor, that law enforcement officer should all be held accountable for what they did. I should be held accountable for the fact that we reached out to folks trying to get a prosecution, trying to get a dismissal. And again, my shame is after a few tries, I had another bunch of cases coming in and I moved on and I didn't make it happen. But transparency, accountability for law enforcement, for prosecutors, for public defenders, it's the only way that we're going to make this system work the way it should work, and hopefully collaboratively having a meaningful conversation about what our clients really need, and how when we tell ourselves myths that we're making our community safe through our sentencing processes. I have been through too many violent crime sentencing hearings where people told themselves never again and celebrated the sentence we were giving. I do that. I've done that sentencing every year. The reason why it keeps happening is because my clients aren't given the opportunities, including mental health support, et cetera, that they need when they're young. We've got to stop fooling ourselves that we're making our community safe through the criminal justice system.
So I've absolutely loved this conversation, and I think one recommendation that might come of it is maybe we need to set up a local commission where prosecutors and public defenders are talking to each other outside of the adversarial system in terms of an individual case, and are each able to bring forth their thoughts, their ideas of how to improve justice in the system. And maybe Maryland could be a leader in creating this new vision of criminal justice. So I want to thank you all for joining us here today. I heard someone say recently that fear is contagious, but so is courage. And so thank you all for having the courage to be here and to speak honestly with us. I'd like to give my commissioners an opportunity to ask a question. I know we're running a little behind, but I apologize for that.
Morning. One of the recommendations I would add is to have someone in your offices outside of the legal profession that can come in and discuss and give some possible ad hoc training to both seasoned and novice attorneys and prosecutors and public defenders on how history does make a play in the sentencing and policies as well as laws that are put in place. Because there are times that the Baltimore City Police did open up their doors, so to speak, for that type of thing, but they then went back and did it in-house. So it's still negating the very essence of what they're asking. I think they have to employ others outside of the legal profession to do certain things that maybe you're not, I'm not going to say equipped, but not in that manner. That's not within your wheelhouse as a professional, such as a social worker or a historian or someone of that nature that can come in and do periodic trainings.
Thank you, Commissioner Coles. Thank you to our panelists. Just give it up for them one more time, please. Thank you all for being here. So as you heard, we are a little bit behind time. We will take a short 5-minute break just to transition to our next panel. So please be back in 5 minutes. We will try to do our best to get back on time as much as we can before lunch. 5-minute break, and we will then have our second panel. Thank you.
We were talking talking about malfeasance earlier, and I was wondering if you ever seen Jamaica Inn by Alfred Hitchcock?
No, I don't think I have.
Please look it
I'll
up.
have to look it up.
'Cause
Yeah.
the governor did the same thing. He went through and he picked criminals to do his dirty work so he could save the money.
Well, I'll give you an example. I prosecuted the state's attorney, assistant state's attorney. He was using grand jury subpoenas to stalk his ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, you don't use your power to create
your personal thing.
So I thought you might about that.
We try hard to keep everybody honest.
Oh, one more thing. My son, who is older now, but he was leaving a part-time job in Wrightstown, Maryland, walking down Wrightstown Road up toward Shortland. I don't know if you're familiar with that area, but a police officer stopped him going through the court and took a fingerprint with a pad and his name and a ink pad. And my son came and told me. I said, why did he do that? To use it later?
For one, he's not allowed to do that.
Yeah, I went to the police department and said what happened because you don't do that. That's illegal. But
I went to law school, I know that.
Yeah, I watched the
yeah, but you know,
The
it's
Good Wife, and that's illegal.
yeah, they have, that's the kind of behavior that really
That goes rubs you the wrong way.
yes.
Hey.
When I was a prosecutor, I went out and talked with this, go visit schools.
Yeah.
Elementary school, first time I did elementary schools. Why did somebody stop my dad? You're here having reasons to serve, and I will try to make sure that doesn't
happen again. That's all you can say when it comes to you like that. But,
do our best. Thank you so much for listening to us.
yeah, I appreciate it. And look that movie up.
I will.
Jamaica.
Are you familiar with the Youth Interrogation Act in Maryland?
Yes. And it's, in fact, I've done some work with anti-torture, anti-enhanced interrogation techniques,
Yeah.
human rights person.
Yeah.
You know, just
Yeah.
that, and part of that is the youthful interrogation.
Yeah, because I was on the board of Bridge, Maryland was the original sponsor, and then we grabbed a whole bunch of other organizations.
There's so many fallacies about interrogations. We could be here all day.
Yeah. I mean, we had when we very first started it, we had two. Well, they weren't so young anymore because they'd been in they were like 35ish. They'd been in prison for like 20 years, and like they had been questioned for so long that finally they gave a false confession because the cops said, well, if you confess, you can go home. You can see your mother. And they can.
that guy.
Should we get started? Yeah, I know.
When we go out, I'll whistle people in. We're the last row.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. We will get started with the next panel at 11:45. At 11:45 a.m. That is 3 minutes. Enjoy those 3 minutes. All right, we want to go ahead and get started, trying to make up as much time as we can. So I have the honor of leading this second panel that is titled Many Voices, One Goal, Diverse Approaches to Criminal Justice Reform. I am doing this in place of our Vice Chair, Dr. Charles Chavis, who is tending to an urgent family matter. So I encourage you all to hold him and his family up in the light. And we certainly want to thank Vice Chair Chavis for all of his work related to this commission. We would not be here without him, and I certainly encourage you to explore the work that he has done around the history of racial terror lynching in the state of Maryland. So as we work towards building a more just criminal justice system, it is important for us to engage multiple perspectives, from law enforcement to legal enforcement to legal scholars to community leaders. Historically, law enforcement played a critical role in allowing the extrajudicial murders of African Americans to occur and failing to hold anyone accountable. Today, the unnecessary use of excessive force by police officers result in a disproportionate number of African Americans being killed, even when unarmed and not posing a threat. This panel brings together experts with experience in policing, oversight, and criminal law to discuss how to repair the harm from police action in the past and envision what reforms are necessary to restore confidence in the fairness of the police. So at this time, I will introduce our panelists, starting with Dr. Rochelle Brackney. Dr. Brackney is a distinguished visiting professor of practice at George Mason University, former chief of the Charlottesville, Virginia Police, and a leading expert in the areas of harm reduction, procedural and restorative justice practices, and community police relations. Thank you for being here. Moving next, Tanya McClary, who is the executive director of the City of Philadelphia's Citizens Police Oversight Commission. She is also a pastor, a movement strategist, a lawyer, an advocate, an organizer, and an artist. When do you have the time? Thank you for being here. Next is Chaz Arnett. Chaz Arnett is professor at the University of Maryland School of Law and an expert in the areas of criminal procedure, race and technology, juvenile law, and education law. And we complete our panel with Mr. Louis Deckmer. Louis Deckmer is the former president of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the former chief of the LaGrange, Georgia Police Department, with over 40 years of service. Throughout his career, he has been committed to community policing and efforts to strengthen trust between police and the communities that they serve. So at this time, you all have 10 minutes to tell us your story, and then we will follow up with questions from our commissioners. So Dr. Brackney, would you like to begin?
Thank you very much. Just to set that background, I probably disagreed with most of what the panel said prior to, and the reason being is I think of the criminal legal system as one that cannot be reformed. And the reason I believe that, after working in policing for nearly 40 years, starting in the city of Pittsburgh, eventually as the chief of George Washington University, and then Charlottesville, Virginia, after Unite the Right, is we keep trying to reform and reimagine a system using the same pieces and never understanding that it is built and it is grown out of poisonous soil. So there's nothing you can do. You can plant a beautiful seed, you can prune the organization, but you're still going to get that poison throughout the entire system. So I'm going to start my remarks just from that point of view, thinking about what does reform look like and how, as a matter of course, the culture of policing that has grown out of that poisonous soil. So if you just listen through that lens and my remarks and understanding that I have been in this system as a woman of color for more than close to 40 years, and the course that I teach to my students is called Policing Black Bodies. It's as simple as that, in every way in which we are policed, not just as a uniform, our womb, the way we think, the way we dress, our hair, our language, our culture, our sports, our women. We are policed in so many ways. So good morning. I'll start that. The esteemed members of the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission, our distinguished guests, there are colleagues here, just those present today, sending ancestral light and warmth your way. It is an honor to be here before you as we together explore one of the darkest and most painful chapters in our country and this state's history. It is the era of racial violence, specifically lynching, and the undeniable complicity of law enforcement in these crimes. As we reflect on the history of lynching in Maryland, we must acknowledge the deep scars left on Black communities, the wounds that remain open even as we try to heal. We cannot shy away from our truth. The history of lynching is not simply a chapter from the past. It reverberates through generations, shaping our present-day dynamics of race, justice, and power in this state and across the nation. To understand law enforcement's complicity in racial violence, it's crucial to understand both individual incidents and the legal frameworks that enable, encourage, and incentivize the victimization of Black people. The first institution we must examine as an instrument of supremacy is policing. In 1704, the Negro Act established the first slave patrols in South Carolina. This law authorized the formation of armed groups of white men whose primary roles were to monitor and control the enslaved individuals, suppress uprisings, and capture runaway slaves. Known as patrollers or paddy rollers, where we get our modern-day paddy wagon language from. They were granted the authority to roam the countryside, to enter homes, and ensuring that the enslaved people were not organizing, attempting to escape, or in possession of such contraband like reading materials, extra food rations, or other prohibited items. In South Carolina, as other southern colonies, these laws, such as the Slave Act of 1704, empowered slave patrols. When Blacks were subject to violence, whether through physical punishment or murder, the law enforcement in these arms and the forms of those patrols ignored or actively participated in these acts of violence. Patrollers were legally empowered to commit violence, theft, and sexual assault against women and young girls. Raping of women or children was not seen as a punishable offense. Instead, the only consequence for a patroller was a fine for trespassing on a plantation owner's land without permission. If a husband, father, brother, or other Black male tried to protect their family, the punishment was severe and immediate. This legal immunity sets the groundwork for no criminal consequences, and it fostered a sense of corruption and reinforced an institution built on racial supremacy and violence. In South Carolina, these laws empowered them. When Black individuals were subjected, law enforcement often ignored or actually actively participated in these acts. The legal framework and the complicity of law enforcement would soon be put to the test when one of the most significant acts of resistance in American history occurred. In 1739, 3.5 decades after the 1704 Act, there was the Stono Rebellion. It erupted in South Carolina, one of the most explosive slave rebellions in American history, as enslaved individuals, fueled by an unrelenting desire for freedom, they rose up. They marched, they killed white slave owners, liberating fellow captives along the way. The revolt was crushed, and not before it claimed the lives of over 50 enslaved people. The brutal aftermath sent shockwaves throughout the state, and it reshaped how South Carolina would handle crimes committed by and against the enslaved. In retaliation, to prevent further rebellion, the legislature passed a set of laws, the most famous being the South Carolina Slave Act of 1740, also known as the Negro Act of 1740, or simply how to control your slaves or other persons of color in that area. The act established a dangerous precedent for the treatment of Black individuals, the absence of legal accountability for those committing crimes against them, and law enforcement's legal immunity for when they were complicit. More specifically, the law granted at that time immunity to white perpetrators who committed any acts of violence against the enslaved people. Now, here's what it did. It set the legal framework that sanctioned brutal treatment and violence and murder against enslaved and Black bodies without accountability. The law stated that any crime committed against an enslaved person by white people, including the death of them, were absolved of any legal consequences. See where that's occurring now today? As a result of those actions, as long as those actions could be justified, but within the context of enforcing control over those Black bodies. The act effectively erased the possibility of holding perpetrators accountable for their violence. If an enslaved person was killed or otherwise harmed during the suppression of the rebellion or the daily exercise of slavery, they faced no legal responsibilities. In the case of the Stono Rebellion, that meant that the violence against women and men who were part of the revolt went unpunished. In some instances, the white individuals who participated or killed them were protected by the law, and they reinforced the notion that black lives were expendable and violence against them was permissible under the guise of maintaining order. Now, the act was a crucial turning point in the institutionalization of racial violence and the complicity of law enforcement in that violence. In other words, it laid the ground for extrajudicial violence, i.e. lynching. This shift meant that we could now use racial terror, punishment by white supremacist groups and individuals in the post-Reconstruction era as a means of control. Now, we talk about lynching in the southern states, and it's much more widely discussed, but Maryland had its share of racial violence and injustice, too. Between 1882 and 1968, there were 40 recorded, pay attention, recorded acts of lynching in Maryland. They're not isolated incidents, but part of a broader culture of racial violence designed to instill fear and assert white dominance. The victims were accused of crimes such as insulting a white person or no crime at all. They were subjected to public executions, hung from trees, burned alive, their bodies displayed as a spectacle, similar to George Floyd's, a message to the black community, you're not safe. The complicity of law enforcement in these murders was not incidental. It's a product of a deeply entrenched system that allows these atrocities. Many times when a lynching was planned, local law enforcement was either passive or actively involved, ensuring the mob could carry out its violence without interference. Sheriffs and police officers turned a blind eye, allowing the mob to do its work. And in some instances, they accompanied the lynch mobs and provided them with weapons and transportation. One of the most egregious examples of this occurred right in 1933 here in Maryland. George Armwood in the Princess Anne, Maryland area. After Armwood, a black man was accused of raping a white woman. The mob broke into the jail, took him from his cell, and lynched him. Law enforcement did nothing to stop it. In fact, there are reports that they participated and accompanied them. It sent the signal that black lives did not matter in the eyes of those charged with maintaining the law. The failure to protect African Americans, even to investigate lynchings, furthered the sense of lawlessness and injustice. Instead of serving as protectors of the public, they served as enforcers of the status quo, a status quo that saw black lives as expendable. So the legacy of white perpetrators from these consequences continues to shape how police interact with communities today. They are seen as enforcers of white supremacy, protecting the status quo. The systemic failure to hold perpetrators accountable in the Stoner Rebellion or even today contributes to an overall culture of impunity. As we gather here today is an important process of the truth-telling and reconciliation. This commission's mission is to acknowledge and bring to light the history and the part that lynching played in Maryland. But the truth is essential for healing. Without it, there can be no genuine reconciliation. But the truth alone is not enough. We must commit to accountability and justice. It means recognizing the current, ongoing harm caused by actions and, more importantly, inactions of law enforcement. Acknowledging systemic racism has shaped our policing practices today. It means confronting the fact that law enforcement across the states, here and abroad, are complicit in current acts of racial terror, and that these policies that are in existence harm our communities today, and they do have their roots in history. Reconciliation requires that we heal the wounds of the past to build a future where justice is prioritized, committing to a system that is authentically just, regardless of race, treating people with dignity, respect, and fairness. While the era of public lynchings may have ended, the legacy of law enforcement's complicity does live on, shaping our criminal justice system today. We've created that culture of impunity that manifests itself in practices such as racial profiling, stop and frisk, police violence, and brutalization of black men, from deadly encounters, from the killing of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, to the over-policing of our black communities. The indifference and the complicity of the past continue to fuel systemic violence today. This has a deep history of mistrust, a mistrust that demands our actions. Black people are continually dehumanized and denied justice. Much like the laws that surround slavery, the systems in place today protect the perpetrators of lynchings, and they're institutionalized and deeply embedded in our legal structures in modern states, including Maryland. Moving forward with the work, this commission and the people of Maryland must focus on acknowledging the suffering that has occurred, taking meaningful action to ensure that injustices never happen again. We honor the memory of those who were victims of lynching by creating a system founded on equity, humanity, and justice. We must commit to an ongoing dialogue. We must ensure that the history is taught in our schools, in our police academies, and that it is remembered in our communities. We have the opportunity to lead by example here in Maryland, to show the nation what it looks like when a community comes together to reckon with its past and build a future rooted in truth, righteousness, and justice. In closing, we are not only here to remember the lives lost to lynching, but to acknowledge the complicit actions of those for who too long sanctioned these crimes, allowing them to persist without accountability. Let us remember that the work of truth and reconciliation is not a one-time event, but a continuous journey that requires each of us to confront the uncomfortable realities of our shared history and work together, creating a more just future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brackney. I will say, as a storyteller, I love a good story. I'll let y'all go on and on and on, but I do want to be mindful of time. I don't want to be the Sandman in the Apollo Theater, so I'll just ask you to just be mindful of time as much as you can, but honestly, I'm probably not going to stop you. Just be mindful of time. Thank you so much for that. Director McClary, the floor is yours.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I just yielded 29 seconds of my time, but George Floyd had to endure 9 more minutes. I yielded 29 seconds of my time to call in the ancestors, the names that were read earlier, and the ancestors all across this land. For many Black people, people that are descendants of slaves in this country, we haven't been able to breathe. Many of the people that have been lynched, the blood in this land is fraught with the agony and tears of Black men, women, and children that did nothing but breathe. And they found themselves at the end of a noose. And I think Billie Holiday described it accurately when she said, "Southern trees bear a strange fruit. Blood on the leaves and blood at the root. Black bodies swinging in the southern breeze. Strange fruit hanging from poplar trees." As Chief Brackney just talked about, this thing around policing and lynching is directly tied to one another. Ida B. Wells said, "Those who commit the murders write the reports." And that is still happening today. That is why the field that I am in, police oversight, is important. Because the people that are committing the murders are still writing the reports. And so you need independent agencies that are not tied to law enforcement being the watchdog over these departments. This country has a deep wound from the state-sanctioned violence perpetrated against Black Americans through history. From the beginning, this country was built by people that were enslaved, and slave patrols were organized to enforce the laws of chattel slavery. As a predecessor of today's police forces, they showed the state's endorsement of violence against Black people in this country. And following the Civil War and the formidable abolition of slavery, Reconstruction began. And as soon as this country began to embrace a legal framework promoting racial equity, we saw new methods of violence and disenfranchisement and retaliation against Blacks in this country. While the KKK openly engaged in domestic terrorism wearing white hoods and cloaks, often under the cover of darkness. But in the light of day, those same men ran businesses, held public office, they were in law enforcement. And in those roles, they complemented their violence with the tools of the state, passing laws to construct state-sanctioned systems of poll taxes and education requirements. And during this time, the very end of the 1800s and the 1900s, the early 1900s, the vigilantes carried out most of the lynching of Black people across this country. The vigilantes were community leaders, often committing their violence with impunity in front of large crowds. And too frequently, law enforcement either joined in the efforts or they just stood by and refused to intervene. And what is so deep to me is that people were losing their lives, having limbs cut off, being lynched, and there were some people that enjoyed it as a picnic time event, setting up picnics, bringing their children and family members to watch somebody's body hang from these poplar trees. And in Philadelphia, where I am now, in just 1985, we don't have to go all the way back, but just in 1985, the police, at the direction of the mayor, dropped 2 bombs on MOVE members, killing 11 people, and then allowed the fire to burn, destroying over 60 homes. And then let's bring it to the modern era. When we see the echoes of state-sanctioned violence, which we never truly reckoned with in our police. We see it in the blue wall of silence, the failed internal affairs discipline systems, and legal doctrines like qualified immunity. We see the perpetration of state-sanctioned violence in the LA County Sheriff's Department's deputy gangs, who were initiated when they used police violence against people of color. And we all remember Rodney King, many of us, back in 1991, and was beat down. He was the 90s version of George Floyd. People watched this man be beat as he was on the ground, and those officers were acquitted. And I remember when it happened, I said, what video did they see? The jury in that case, because I couldn't understand what happened in terms of that verdict. And then we go to other places like Chicago, where we had a commander, that John Burge, that actually was complicit in at least 118 people making false confessions. He had his own gang. They were just running rogue, and several of those men ended up on death row. The state taking their lives because a police officer decided that he wanted to close cases by any means necessary. And right here in places like Baltimore, how many of us remember Freddie Gray? When I was able to talk with some officers that were honest with me and told the truth, they said, Tanya, we've been doing that for years. When people got on our nerve, we just put them in the back of the paddy wagon, just slammed the brakes as many times as we could, because they were getting on our nerve. But Freddie Gray died. And it was his blood that shed the light on some of the improper practices that were going on right here in Baltimore City. And so we see it in the chokeholds. We see it in the neck restraints. We see it in the rough rides. We see it when people call 911 for help when they or their families are in crisis and they end up dead. How is somebody in a diabetic crisis or a mental health crisis ended up being killed by an officer? How is that happening in this 21st century? And when we look at the culture, even the culture understood it, right? So how many of you all remember KRS-One? Back in 1993, he wrote a song called Sounded the Police. And it goes, now here's a little truth, open up your eye. While you're checking out the boom back, check the exercise. Take the word overseer like a sample, repeat it quickly in a crew. For example, overseer, 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 officer, 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 officer. Yeah, officer from overseer. You need a little clarity? Check the similarity. The overseer rode around the plantation. The officer is off patrolling all the nation. The overseer could stop you and say, what you doing? The officer will pull you over just as he's pursuing. The overseer had the right to get ill, and if you fought back, the overseer had the right to kill. The officer has the right to arrest, and if you fight back, they'll put a hole in your chest. Whoop, whoop, that's the sound of the police. They both ride horses. After 400 years, I've got no choices. The police dim like a little gun, so I'm on the streets and I walk around with a bigger one. I hear it all day, just so they can run the light and be upon their way. And y'all know he would go, whoop, whoop, that's the sound of the police. And so what I would suggest to us is that we turn back to Ida B. Wells for the first step in addressing the difficult history. When she said the way to right wrongs is to turn the light of truth upon them. And so as a country, we must learn to tell the true stories of police abuse. We must face the systemic racism in our institutions, and we must demand transparency and true accountability in order to stop state-sanctioned racial violence. And I'm going to end with this case that was so amazing to me from the United States District Court for the Southern District of Mississippi. I don't think I've ever read a judge open a case around police violence in this way. This is Judge Carlton Reeves. It reads almost like a poem. He says, Clarence Jameson, so the person that this case is about is Clarence Jameson. So he said Clarence Jameson wasn't jaywalking. And I think we all remember that was Michael Brown. He wasn't outside playing with a toy gun, because that was 12-year-old Tamir Rice. He didn't look like a suspicious person. That was Elijah McClain. He wasn't suspected of selling loose, untaxed cigarettes. We remember that was Eric Garner. He wasn't suspected of passing a counterfeit $20 bill. That was George Floyd. He didn't look like anyone suspected of a crime. That was Philando Castile. He wasn't mentally ill and in need of help. That was Jason Harrison. He wasn't assisting an autistic patient who wandered away from a group home. That was Charles Kinsey. He wasn't walking from home from an after-school job. That was 17-year-old James Earl Green. He wasn't walking back from a restaurant. That was Ben Brown. He wasn't hanging out on a college campus. That was Philip Gibbs. He wasn't standing outside of his apartment. That was Amadou Diallo. He wasn't inside his apartment eating ice cream. That was Botham Jean. He wasn't sleeping in a bed. That was Breonna Taylor. He wasn't sleeping in his car. That was Rayshard Brooks. He didn't make an improper lane change. That was Sandra Bland. He didn't have a broken tail light. That was Walter Scott. He wasn't driving over the speed limit. That was Hannah Fizzer. He wasn't driving under the speed limit. That was Ace Perry. No, Clarence Jamison was a black man driving a Mercedes convertible. And so what I would say to us today is that we have a long way to go in terms of enforcing police accountability in this country. And I agree with Chief. I don't know that it can be reformed. This is a system that is working, designed in the way it's supposed to be working. And that's arresting black people, brown people, anybody that's trans folk, just anybody that quote unquote is outside the norm. And so to me, what the message that we need to take away from this commission as we get to the truth is we need to just dismantle this system and put something else in place that will actually address the needs that need to be dealt with in this country. Thank you.
I really should have rethought my seating arrangement.
I was about to say the same thing.
It's like, my goodness. Thank you again to the commission for the opportunity to participate and speak as a part of this hearing. I must begin my brief comments here by invoking the names of my grandmothers, Carrie Brown and Lorraine Maddox. I'm here because of them, and they both ended up here in Baltimore on the heels of extreme racial violence and terror committed in the communities that they were raised in. My grandmother, Carrie Brown, hails from a small town in South Carolina called Abbeville, where in 1916, a white mob beat, stabbed, shot, and hung Anthony Crawford. Anthony Crawford was a 56-year-old black man, very successful farmer. He was lynched right in the middle of the town square in Abbeville after he dared to argue with a white merchant about the price of cottonseed. My grandmother, Lorraine Maddox, born in Crisfield, Maryland, where I don't have to tell the commission members here, in 1907, James Reed was brutalized, lynched, buried. They went back, redug up his body for further desecration. As my family on both sides fled those places as a part of that vulnerability, as a part of that terror, right? That terror was passed down, right, from my great-grandparents to my grandparents, and my grandparents never, my grandmothers, they never, ever let me forget that. And it has radically shaped everything that I've done in my life committed to racial justice. Now, I could speak to a number of issues related to the legacies of racial terror and violence and the perpetual impact on our current criminal legal system. However, I want to narrowly focus my comments on an area that has captured much of my attention over the last couple of years, and that is the intersection of racial justice and advancing technologies. And whether it is the use of algorithms that perpetuate housing barriers for black folks, whether it is AI tools that further racial biases in the employment context, ranking people by whether or not their name sounds more white or more black, whether it is AI tools being used in the healthcare system to further discriminate, or whether it is even how black bodies today have been brutalized by the state or by individual actors, how that becomes in digital spaces a form of an online or digital spectacle, right, made into memes. We can even think about some of the horrendous ways in which George Floyd's image has even been used. So this intersection of race and tech, I think, is an important one. And specifically, I want to talk to you all about this concept that's being referred to as digital blackface. Now, digital blackface has been discussed by a number of advocates and scholars in the area to refer to general practices where non-black people use the images, like memes, images, videos of black folks in online spaces and medias, or the use of like bots that masquerade as black people online as well. And there's a couple of things you could say about this, and I'm sure some of you have probably seen the bots being used as black folks. If you've ever been online and you see a posting that says, as a proud black woman, or as a proud black man, right? You know it's a bot. It's not a real black person, right? So what's the issue with digital blackface? A number of folks have talked about how we use online spaces as an organizing platform, right? And how the infiltration of those spaces impacts that organizing. There's also been discussion of how these bots that are masquerading as black folks spread misinformation, disinformation, when we think about this past election cycle, right? Another area in which has been flagged as problematic with respect to digital blackface has been sort of the perpetuation of stereotypical ideas of what blackness is. And I wanted to bring some images today, but you all have your cell phones, so if you haven't seen these things, please put this in Google, right? So most recently, and I'll give you an example, in thinking about stereotypical blackness, Facebook through Instagram has recently experimented with the development of these AI chatbots, right? They're supposed to be AI friends. They developed and launched not too long ago an AI chatbot by the name of Liv. It's supposed to be short for Olivia, who's supposed to be a queer black woman, mother of a number of kids. And if you Google it, you'll see this image of Liv. Just put in Facebook, Liv AI racist bot. Journalist by the name of Karen Attia wants this launched, right? Because the idea is you're supposed to be able to communicate with this chatbot. So she goes on and she starts this conversation with this chatbot. And somewhere along the line, she asks her about, you know, the chatbot about her background. She says she's mixed, but she's proud of her African-American heritage. This black journalist, red flag went up and said, well, how are you proud about your heritage? And the chatbot responded back saying that I love, like fried chicken and collard greens, right? That's how I celebrate my heritage, right? So you see in these digital online spaces the perpetuation of like this stereotypical blackness. Now, that's one aspect of digital blackface. I want to talk, and you all probably trying to figure out why in the world is he talking about digital blackface, right? I want to push this area of thinking to additionally include the ways in which digital blackface sort of invites violence from the state and from vigilantes, right? So we can think about blackface, I would argue, also generally as instances where digital technologies and platforms provide online opportunities for the caricaturing of black people and communities in ways directly connected to the dehumanizing legacy of the 19th century and early 20th century blackface. This form of blackface not only promotes black people as other, as subhuman, but also facilitates what Khalil Muhammad described as the criminal condemnation of blackness. Blackface has its origin in the early 19th century minstrel shows in which primarily white performers donned blackface while engaging in song, dance, and comedy routines and improv. In these performances, black people were often portrayed as violent, as unintelligent, as sexually aggressive drunkards, living a simple-minded existence. Yet, despite that, they were always portrayed as carefree and happy. The emphasis on the enslaved black person as perpetually content, smiling, joyous in song and dance echoed the forced entertainment on plantations where white people would, as quote mentioned by a slave owner of the time, calling up the niggers to have them dance for fun, unquote. As the most popular form of entertainment at its time, blackface helped to reinforce a racial caste system by spreading myths that black people enjoyed the plantation and were naturally unfit for freedom, and ultimately naturally unfit for consideration as part of humanity. And it was an expected part of the average night on town for many people for well over a century. Sadia Hartman linked blackface with other aspects of the antebellum era where blacks were forced to dance and sing and fiend enjoyment as a way to obscure the deep violence attendant to the institution of slavery. As Evan Jeremy Johnson notes in his piece, but the crowd was not satisfied, he notes, quote, blackface minstrelsy began as an appropriation of the performative resistance acts of enslaved peoples and merged with the popular music forms of the day. Physical lynching superimposed the fictional realities of blackface minstrelsy and the formal aesthetics of plays and film onto their black victims. Contemporary digital culture has only made the tendency to occupy blackness more evident through the amalgamations of more recent black images with the historic racialized representations of the past, unquote. So there is a deep and direct relationship between blackface, the minstrel show, and lynching. The depiction of black folks as subhuman, as slovenly, as absent-minded. You can even think about the image of the pickaninny, the young black child that was always depicted as being impervious to pain. All of these images not only act as an outright invitation to violence, be it from the state, like in the cases of Sandra Bland or Elijah McClain, who was mentioned, or even Freddie Gray 10 years later, or from individual vigilantes, right? Like in the case of Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin, or Jordan Neely, most recently was killed in a subway in New York. It's not only an outright invitation to violence against black bodies, but literal legitimation, a just desserts, you could say, for dehumanizing evisceration of black people. And my argument here is that if there's a relationship between the historical minstrel show, between the historical version of blackface and the historical iteration of lynching, then there's a relationship between the contemporary forms of lynching and the contemporary forms of blackface. And I believe that technology like generative AI provide new terrain upon which the caricaturing of blackness, of black people, of black aesthetics has manifested in ways that connect to the criminalization and that invitation to violence and brutality. Just to give you all an example, you may recall during this past presidential election, if you all have your phones, I would ask you to, if you haven't seen this, to Google it or whatever other sort of search engine that you may use. That President Trump echoed the ridiculous claims that black Haitian immigrants were eating pets. So you may have heard that. What you may not have seen, or maybe you did see, is that shortly after that, there was the circulation of these AI-generated images that depict Trump as fleeing or running from black men, right? So if you haven't seen that, just put it, Google AI Trump save pets or something, right? And these images, right? They led to immediate threats of violence, right? And against that community in Ohio, right? Leading to many members of that community seeking shelter to stay indoors and attempting to leave. And again, the message here is clear, right? It's the same message that was sent in the 1915 film Birth of a Nation, which also used blackface, right? That black people are dangerous savages. Take, for example, what recently happened in the news a couple months ago. A sitting judge on the bench in Cook County, Chicago District Court. She was caught circulating this AI image. Again, if you have your phones out, you can look this up. Put Cook County judge, AI image, black child, right? Or ankle monitor. She shared this image of an AI-generated black child who's on his ankle, there's an electronic monitor. And you're familiar with the electronic monitor. It's a carceral tool to sort of surveil people in the community that have come in contact with the criminal legal system. And the joke was, play school, my first ankle monitor. with the punchline being black is inherently and inescapably dangerous. Now imagine if this perception is echoing in the so-called halls of justice, what's happening outside of them, right? So what do? I cannot stress enough that if we are trying to make sense of historical racial injustices, historical racial violence, we have to acknowledge the myriad forms in which their contemporary iterations present. And with that, I charge that racial justice cannot be had without addressing techno-racism. And we can think about this largely in perhaps two areas for repair, since the focus is on how do we repair. First, we should elevate repair through infusing and incorporating conceptions of racial equity and racial justice in state efforts to regulate big tech. Measures aimed at regulating data companies and data privacy have been notoriously colorblind in their approach. Measures aimed at regulating these companies should be geared towards how do we make technology more democratic? How do we make it more beholden to our community interests and accountable when they are not? Second, and we can talk more about this in the Q&A, repair must focus on building black agency, right? Through black institutions built by, governed by, and beholden to black communities. So how can we get resources and investments that are community-driven, right, towards tech, right, that builds our own capacities to tell our own stories via digital platforms? How do we support black entrepreneurship in this space? And access, how do we get access to goods and services that do not exploit us or act in transactional, extractive ways? These and similar aims should be on the table to frame any attempts at repairing past trauma and current challenges. And again, I look forward to discussing this more in Q&A. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. I'm Lou Deckmar. I'm the retired police chief from LaGrange, Georgia. Just give you a little perspective. First of all, I think I'm on the wrong panel. I think I was supposed to be on the last panel. But much of what the panel has said, I agree with. Rochelle and I are colleagues, and we've appeared on panels before, and I agree with most of what she says, not just all of what she said. Because the emphasis that I'm going to talk about is the notion of reform. I started in 1973 and I retired in 2023, 50 years, 32 years as police chief. The majority of that in police chief, that was majority African American, was a county that prior to the Civil War, there were 120 counties, and that was the fourth largest slaveholding county. Tuskegee is less than an hour away, and you're all familiar with the Tuskegee experiments. Georgia is second in the country for lynchings, preceded by Mississippi and followed by Florida. In 1940, our police department was involved in a lynching, Austin Calloway. I was not aware of that history, and I became aware of it in 2012. Prior to 2012, we put a lot of emphasis on community policing initiatives that directly impacted the community. And when I found out about it, I wrestled with, how do you address this as an organization? When you take a leadership position, in my opinion, you get all the benefits and trappings of that organization, but you also take on the responsibility and the liability of that organization. And I think key to this discussion is the notion of leadership, not institutions. Because we have to look beyond the police and also recognize that there was a hand in all of this, in the legislature and in the courts. And by and large, they've gotten a pass. The focus has been on the police. So for several years, I wrestled with that, and our mayor and the mayors from several jurisdictions and the county commissioner recognized that after Ferguson, we needed to take an affirmative step and started a racial trust building initiative. And the chapter NAACP president attended it. My relationship with the NAACP has been positive and negative, depending upon relationships with the president. And I reached out to him after that, and I said, I'd like to do something to acknowledge the lynching of Austin Calloway. I said, would you work with me on that? And I mean, in a split second, he said, absolutely. And so we worked on that for 6 months, and by the time we were done, we had the state court judge involved, the president of the college involved, and also the pastor of the church where Austin Calloway had his funeral service. When we had that apology and acknowledgement, I met with all the officers. I have about 100 police officers. And once a year, we do an annual inspection. I told the commanders, I said, I want to talk to them before we start the inspection. So we huddled around. And I advised them that we would be doing the explain the history, and then told them we'd be participating, and I would be apologizing, acknowledging on the part of the police department our role in the lynching. And I said, does anybody have a problem with that? You know, if you think so, then tell me, and maybe I can look at addressing it another way. Of course, crickets. Nobody said anything. I said, all right, well, I don't know what's in your heart, and I don't know what's in your mind, but I will know what comes across your lips. So I'm assuming that if I hear nothing, you're supporting it, and that's what I expect you to say. And as I was leaving, and I think this characterizes our contemporary youth, several of them texted me and said, Chief, you're doing the right thing. We had I had a long-term relationship with the community before I did it, which is why I think it was successful. If I'd have come in there, you know, and been there a year or two and not had the relationships, because even then, from the white community, I heard from some, not many, but enough, why are you doing this? You know, we didn't do it. We had nothing to do with it. From the black community, I hear, well, you know, this is just another superficial attempt to kind of move things along. And the fact is, and how this was brought to my attention, is our headquarters building is 3 stories, and my office is on the 3rd floor. And a captain came in, and she goes, you're not going to believe what I just heard in the hallway. And I said, what's that? She said, there's 2 elderly black women, and like most government buildings, particularly police departments, you got pictures of the old timers on the wall. And one of the elderly black ladies pointed to one of the pictures and said, they killed our people. And I said, well, what are they talking about? She didn't know, and that's when I started doing the research and found out about Austin Calloway. And so this notion that something that happened 70 years ago doesn't affect the police today is a notion that I don't believe is supported by the evidence. And so when I was asked by elected officials or asked by the white community, I easily responded. When I have people that I serve coming into the police department thinking we had a hand in killing somebody, I've got to make it clear that's not representative of what we are today. And there's a host of things that, I was IACP president. I had a listening session at Ferguson. And the Ferguson Police Department allowed about 50, 60 community members speak to me and a facilitator with no member of the Ferguson Police Department there. And it was mixed, some supporters, some not so much. But African-American lady, probably in her 30s, in the front seat said, I got a question for you, Chief. How come your officers don't know their history? And I didn't have a good response to that. I don't know if you've read the book, Parting the Waters, but it does an excellent job of detailing law enforcement's failures during the civil rights movement. And so I bought the book, read it, and then I gave it to my lieutenant in training, and I said, I want you to develop a civil rights movement and the police course for our officers. And I had officers that served 20 years, raised in that community, that pulled me aside and said, I was raised here, and I did not realize this happened, because that history is not told. I think somebody alluded to it. You know, the victors kind of tell the history. Well, I guess the other part of the reason that I was invited here is, contrary to what some may think, I think that the police can, and in many instances, do a good job. And I just want to share with you some of the initiatives that I think characterize that. So in Georgia, as you well know, in many states, in almost every state, If an employer wants to hire you, they have you sign a consent form to run a criminal history. And then they look at that criminal history. If you don't sign the consent form, they won't interview you. And they look at that criminal history and they see arrests. These criminal histories are very complicated. If we have any defense attorneys in here or prosecutors, they'll tell you that, you got to walk through a maze to look at the cycles and see which ones resulted in a conviction or which was dismissed. And so when they look at this, all they see are the arrests, and they put it on the stack where the person doesn't even get an interview and doesn't have an opportunity to explain the nature of the arrest. So the legislature set up a process where you can get that restricted. When it's run under the employment code, those arrests aren't reflected. Unfortunately, you have to go to the police, you got to go to the prosecutor, you got to go to the clerk, you got to go to the court, and each of them have a fee. And so one of the things that I kept hearing from my community is, we have this, but we ain't got a job, so how are we supposed to pay the fees? And frankly, it's like running through a maze. You ought to get a piece of cheese when you get through it. And so I called a meeting. I don't know if Chick-fil-A is popular here, but Georgia's the home of Chick-fil-A. So anytime I call a meeting, it's at lunch. I say I buy Chick-fil-A. Everybody comes. So I invited the courts, the prosecutors, the clerks, and asked them if we agreed to be the ombudsman for this, would they waive all fees? And they said yes. And so we started record restriction. I think last count we had 800 that we've done. The first one we did, we kind of made a big deal. It was at one of the rec centers, and a elderly lady that I'd worked with in the faith community, African American. I saw her, I said, hey, you here to kind of help kick this off? And she looks around and she goes, no. She said, when I was a kid, I did something stupid. I'm going to get it off my record. I think those of us in the criminal justice system fail to recognize what kind of a burden those arrests take on people. And if somebody makes a mistake and it's memorialized for the rest of their lives, that's a stain they carry with them. And so that's one. Another is the car care program, where, again, listen to the community. They say, sometimes we have trouble stretching the dollar to buy groceries, and we get stopped. We don't know our brake light's out or headlight's out, and now we got a ticket for $120 on top of buying a new headlight. So we went around to all the parts stores and said, hey, if we create a coupon, put your emblem on there, would you give a discount? And they said, sure. So we created a policy where if you make a traffic stop for a defective vehicle, you don't give a ticket, you give the coupon. It changes the relationship. We've had folks come on our Facebook page just carrying on about what a great police department, what a great officer, what a great program. Another is prison reentry. Everybody knows that recidivism rates are very high in this country. Depending upon whether you measure 3 years or 5 years, it could be anywhere from 40 to 60 to 70% recidivism rates. One of the key issues for somebody not to be involved in crime is a job. Being a convicted felon, it's tough to get a job. And so we had a young man that was our trustee. And I say young man, he was probably 38, 39. He'd been around for a couple of years, which is kind of long for a trustee. And he's dumping my trash out. And I said, David, I said, how long are you in? He said, I've been in 20 years. I said, what for? He said, well, it was pretty bad. I said, well, how bad? Well, it was kidnapping and robbery. He said, but I was just driving. I didn't realize they were going to take the clerk. And I said, well, you've done a great job for us. If there's something I can do, let me know. Well, about 6 months later, my secretary comes in and says, hey, David wants to know if you can get him in the transition center here because he doesn't want to go back to Atlanta and end up with the same crowd that got him here. So I called the ward and I said, hey, I got a trustee that wants to be in the transition center here. Any chance you can do that for me? She said, yeah, but he needs a job. So next staff meeting, I said, hey, we have a job that we can find David in the PD that doesn't, even though he's a convicted felon, and we're checking. And animal shelter. He can work at the animal services. So the officers picked him up at the transition center, took him to work, brought him back. When he got out, we gave him a full-time job. And As a result, we've also hired a fellow that we worked with the Innocence Project for. He did 40 years for crimes he didn't commit. It took us 12 years working with the Innocence Project, even though in 2012, the DNA on one of the cases came back as not his. But as a result of working with the Innocence Project, we got accreditation standards changed for post-conviction exculpatory evidence and what agencies have to do with those. Another is cite and release, and I've got a number, but I want to be sensitive to time. Again, from the community. And the police think this, well, if I treat everybody the same, I'm treating everybody fair. And the problem is there's a lack of recognition that the outcomes are very different. If you've got somebody that can't make bond on a minor charge and they get arrested Friday night and they're not going to be arraigned for 2 days and they had a job on Saturday, guess what they don't have on Saturday? A job. And if they've got kids and a family and they don't have a job, now you got an eviction. And so it starts a domino effect that impacts them in ways that most of us in this room, if we got arrested for a minor charge, we'll make bail right after a booking. It's almost like we need, you've heard the Hippocratic Oath for doctors, first do no harm. We need a Hippocratic Oath. If the enforcement action you're going to take is going to create more problems than the violation, let's think of another way to enforce the law. You know, the legislature creates laws to use as tools to solve problems. When there's a culture of unaccountability, what happens is they're used as clubs to beat up people. And the last, I believe, panel said it very well, which is you've got to have accountability. And you only do that through what I call the 7 components of leadership in a law enforcement agency. And the first is selection. Who are you selecting? Who are you assigning? Who are you promoting? We don't have to look far. You know, look at what happened in Memphis. Look at what they said in the newspapers about the folks that were put on that squad. They should never have been put in there. So next is policy. What's your written directive? Next is training, and is that training in harmony with the policy? Next is active supervision. When there's deviation from the policy, do we address it? Third is accountability. Do we hold people accountable for what they do? And not only in terms of what they do when they deviate, but recognizing good behavior. When we started these programs, our arrests went from 6,000 a year to under 4,000 a year, despite a population increase of 20%. Our use of force went from 120 a year to 1 year 29. So accountability, and then next is outcomes. What are your outcomes? And are your outcomes such that you need to look at modifying your policy and your training? And then finally, are you embracing evidence-based initiatives? And so I guess I'm the cleanup batter to offer this notion of hope. And I can tell you that I believe that when I interview every candidate, and I believe Michelle will verify this, what do they say? I want to serve. I want to serve. They don't say, I want to chase people, I want to shoot people. They don't say that. And unfortunately, in those agencies that aren't committed to service, you end up with the consequences that we've seen. On body-worn cameras, there was a study done on video complaints against the police in 2007, looked at 3,000. And what they found is 96.2% of the time, the video acquitted the officer. We've got great officers. We got about 5%, though, that do a lot of damage. And those 5% have been allowed to define our profession. Thank you for the opportunity to visit with you today.
Thank you to our panelists for all the insight that you shared. So we are running over time, but I do want to make space for a couple questions. So I will yield my time to my fellow commissioners if you have any questions that you just are dying to ask our panelists. To panelists, just try to do your best to be as concise as you can. Yeah, as concise as you can. I know we're at lunchtime and everybody hungry. So, but to my commissioners, if you have any questions that you would like to ask, please do so at this time.
I just need them to clarify each person to give their name again, please, so the audience and all of us will know exactly who was speaking and who was saying what. Thank you.
Louis Dekmar.
Chaz Arnett. I teach at the University of Maryland here at the School of Law.
Tanya McCleary, I'm the Executive Director of the Citizens Police Oversight Commission in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Greetings, Dr. Rochelle Brackney, B-R-A-C-K-N-E-Y. I'm a Distinguished Visiting Professor of Practice at George Mason University with Dr. Chavis.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, Commissioner Coles.
Yes, I have a question. So I heard two of the panelists say that it is impossible, in your opinion, to reform policing. And I think when people hear that, the first thing that might come to mind is what can replace it and how do you protect public safety. Not to say that's, what the police are necessarily doing well, but that is a part of their role. And so what steps into that role? And then to Chief Dekmar, who believes police can be reformed, I want to ask, how do you ensure cultural competency within police departments, since so often the officers are not from the community where they're policing?
Thank you for that question. Just very quickly, what can replace it is, there was actually a way in which we policed ourselves before the formalizing of slave patrols in 1704. We actually did police ourselves as communities. We had community standards, community mores, community norms about how we engage with each other in society. And then they also, too, the other panelists mentioned Khalil Muhammad, who does a lot of work on policing. Police have never been put in place for public safety. That has never been to control crime. It has never been as a response to crimes. It's always been a protector of properties, right? And so most of the books, the laws are in the book are about property crimes, not even about person crimes. So the way to get back to it is the community gets the opportunity to imagine for the first time, not reimagine, not reform, but imagine for the first time, how do we as a village, when they say it takes a village to raise a child, it takes a village to fail a child as well. So when we think for the first time how we govern ourselves, we actually do pretty well. People don't obey the laws because the laws are on the books. People obey the laws because there's actually a moral compass that the majority of us go by. And I think you can put in community, just like they had before, just go biblically, whatever your beliefs are. Communities actually, panels talk about what does safety look like to them, feel like to them, and how is it exercised in their communities.
And I would say I agree with that completely. But I think we know the reality, right? Right now in this country, in many places, we can't imagine a world without police. So even though my office is a reform, I think it's a necessary reform. So, because, for example, Baltimore City Police aren't going to be abolished anytime soon. The Philadelphia Police aren't going to be abolished anytime soon. And so you need mechanisms in place to try to make them as equitable, as transparent, as accountable as possible. And so I always, in the back of my mind, think that this is the kind of job that I would love to work myself out of, because we found other ways to deal with the issues of safety and other things. We have now the police, and my child yelled at me, I'm calling 911. This happened, I'm calling 911. We are bringing in police into so many of places in our living room that were never designed for them to do. And so I agree totally with the chief, but I'm living in the reality of where we are today and knowing that we have to at least try to keep these systems from doing more harm while we figure out and get back to the ways to abolish them.
And I would slightly disagree, only in that it's a bit more complicated than that. When I'm going to work at 8 in the morning and I hear officers dispatch, a mom's calling because their 8-year-old won't get out of bed and go to school. I mean, the police are the default for the society failures, which is why we're involved in homelessness, why we're involved in mental health, why we're involved in taking care of kids, because when it took a village, we had intact families and we had intact communities. But most of us don't even know who our neighbors are. It's so transitory. And so I think the last panelist talked about, we've got the resources, but they're not funded. When, in 1960, a population of 160 million, we had 600,000 inpatient beds for mental illness. Now, many of them were awful, but instead of fixing them, we closed them down. Now we're a country of 340, 350 million, and we have 60,000 beds, and that's why we have homelessness. So, you know, unfortunately, the Metropolitan Police Act in London in 1829 was a consequence of folks leaving villages where all their life they didn't go over 5 miles, and so you had the informal social controls that were very effective. They leave home and they start acting out, and that's what happened, and that's the reason that, you know, the Peel pushed for the police in London. Okay, so how do you address the issue of culture? Culture follows policy. Not the written policy, but the actual policy that creates accountability. And I'll give you one quick anecdote. In 1995, I'd been a police chief for about 4 years, and I came out with a no profanity policy. You cannot swear at citizen. There's a hot tip. You can't swear at our customers. And if you do, you'll be suspended. Do you know how many suspensions for profanity I had in 32 years? 3. I can show you video after video. These are shootings, these are fights, no profanity. When you can't tell the good guy from the bad guy because of all the bleeps, that's culture. You get what you subsidize. If you tolerate the behavior, you get the behavior. So how do you change behavior? With accountability, with accountability, with accountability.
And the other piece of my question was the cultural competency with the community.
Yes, when we started the civil rights training, we brought members in to the community, just like with CIT, Crisis Intervention Team training. People that are affected by mental illness and are stabilized on medication, they come in and explain to the officers what they're going through. So the officers are able to empathize when they go to these calls. The other part is when we do the civil rights training, it helps these new officers understand when they go into some of these communities and they're met with aggression, hostility, profanity, it's an opportunity for them, based on how they respond, to begin to change what people think and feel about them based on how they react. And without that training, they're going to react like people would react when they're treated that way. But with training, they understand that they de-escalate. And then they start drawing a conversation that allows them to find out, okay, what's the problem?
Weigh in on this as the one person that didn't mention reform. Yeah, so I guess I'm not as like, I guess it's important, but sometimes it can be a red herring. So I'll say this, right? So we're here in Baltimore, where not too long ago, the mayor said that he would invest in community-led violence prevention, right? And everyone said he was crazy, right? Like, why would you use this money? For that, we need to invest in police and law enforcement and the like. And murders have dropped in the city, right? As a result of that, right? And we can sort of quibble like whether that should be the only metric, but I mean, in terms of it being one of the things that's often touted as to why Baltimore is in a bad shape or why Baltimore needs to change, it has changed, right? As a result of that, right? Is that reform? Is that reformist reforms, non-reformist reforms? I'll let folks, argue about that. And there is sort of discussion out there about, ways that we can think about reformist reforms and non-reformist reforms. So what's a reformist reform, right? A reformist reform is just a reform that doesn't change anything. It's just sort of changing, the pieces and just organizing them in a different way. But the structure itself is still violent, right? And others have referred to things that they refer to as non-reformist reforms. Like, what are things that can increase the dignity of individuals that come under the specter of this violent system, right? What are things that we can do to increase the agency of some of the folks that have to operate and move in these systems? How do we increase power, even if it's in small ways, right? So that's one way you can sort of think about it. But I truly believe that our focus should be on how do we build power within our own communities, right? I think about, I'm a visual person. I think as you all were talking, I was sort of thinking about the, I'm not sure if you all have seen this meme that's often used online, where it's like you have the image of a group of people huddled around, and there's somebody outside of the group that's yelling, and one person in the group turns around and like gives the thumbs up, like, yeah, whatever, you're saying whatever you want to say, but I'm doing what I need to do right here, right? And I think in many ways we should be moving in ways that breaks off some of the power of policing, right? In ways that builds up our own institutions, our own community, so we can be within that bubble and say, oh, you have that little policing thing going over there, good, but we doing our own thing right here, right? And we can't ignore police, obviously, but I think we should be clear when we're talking about sort of like reform and transformation or whatever, that we're focused on us. Like, what can we do to build our own power and capacity in this context? And I think leveraging the history of racial violence and lynching in this state, in this country, provides an opportunity for us to make demands, right? To make demands for resources, to make demands for change, and how are we going to use them, right? Certainly, I guess it shouldn't be towards reform, but how do we use it in a way that empowers us? So I'll leave that.
Thank you. Let's give it up for our panelists. Thank you all for your wisdom. Thank you all for your insight. Yes, thank you. So again, we appreciate your flexibility with this hearing so far. We've just had quality. So we are a little bit behind in our schedule. So what we are going to do is we are going to come back to continue our panels at 1:45 p.m. So that gives you a little over 40 minutes. Just do your best. We understand. Again, we thank you for your flexibility and for your grace. We will try to get started with our next panels at 1:45 p.m. Thank you.
here because he hadn't talked to us in 5 years, and he still hadn't talked to us. Because that was two employees. You guys ever seen him? You ever seen him? That's what I'm most of the time I'm up there. Yeah, he's there. Right? Yeah, he's in. I thought he was golf cart from Florida. No, he's in the golf cart riding around. He doesn't say anything. Yeah, he used to do that one interview once a year. Yes. He stopped doing it. But he's not doing it anymore. He flies into the games, but he comes up for like training camp. He's there. Oh yeah, yeah. He rides around in the town. See the Nolan Lynching display upstairs. See, we got all the stuff. Yeah, see, definitely piece up here. Yeah. Yeah, we just went through the Reginald Lewis story. Yeah, I'm so impressed, man. What do you got this weekend? Showing it? Going somewhere? Oh, that's right. You said that. How long are you guys there? We're going Saturday. Come on Saturday. He told me you went to Mar-a-Lago. Was that fun? Yeah, it was. It's my first time there. Yeah. I've never been there before. You didn't get to meet with the big guy, huh? Well, David said he used to live right there. Yeah, he did. Yeah. I follow you on Facebook. Yeah, I saw you at, you came to the American. Oh, yes. You spoke there. Yes, about. I got it. We were all chatting. I was gonna think about that topic. I know. I'm looking at my kids. Yeah, I'm looking at my phone. I need it for house. You need anything for Wednesday or Monday for when the governor's here? Good one, man. Okay. So how many cameras do you have? Just one? Oh no, it's a crew. Okay. It's definitely a crew. This is a production. So we'll have them in my office for whatever you need, and then the conference room will be the meeting. Okay. For the governor on Monday? The governor, they'll have a camera. I was talking more about your people on Wednesday. But yeah, for the governor, they'll be in that conference room. Yeah. So, and I love it. You must be happy about that. Yeah, you know, Trisha is happy. Yeah, and so really have to do. You've been giving them a lot of life, so that's like we talked about. Yeah, he loves that. He loves that. No, he loves that. But he's a good guy. He is. Deep down, he is. He's a good guy. He is. He just has, you know, I mean, it helps to be a little pompous when you're on the inside board. So he carries that, you know. Like I told you, right. Because he's a piece of work. Well, I was working through all the growing pains last week. So we got Philip not to send those emails. I just have to get through all that. Oh, that's what I say. When you look back sometimes, you just wonder, you know what I say a lot? I just, God bless us. That's what I say. So, what do you think of your editorial about the GOP and anti-Semitism? I don't think you would like that one. You like it? You did? Oh, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, the ATM for the SD card slider. Video stream. G2. Tailgate today. Played video into it.
you are more than what you know you are.
Hey, I wasn't. That's a long time.
Summon it back.
Huh?
Summon. You gotta summon it back.
Summon it back. Yes.
But I just saw that. She wanted to talk. Well, what if she lives in New York? Sure. Yeah. I thought I would go. I thought I.
All right, good afternoon, good afternoon. Again, we thank you for your patience and your flexibility and your grace. We are now proceeding with the afternoon portion of our hearing, starting with who's a victim, who's a threat, the media's framing of crime and racial justice. And this will be moderated by Commissioner Dr. Taisha Dupree Wilson, representing Coppin State University, who will introduce our panelists. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Thank you, Chair. Welcome to our panel. We are very, very excited about what we're going to hear and witness. For better and for worse, the media has played a major and powerful role in shaping narratives around race and racial violence. Today, we are joined by an amazing panel of experts who will help us understand the historic influence that journalism has had in shaping public perceptions of racial violence and what repair might look like today. You know, in our previous panel, Pastor McClary talked about the MOVE incident that happened in Philadelphia in 1985. And I remember as a child hearing Black radio cover the MOVE crisis versus hearing mainstream media cover the MOVE crisis. And it was two totally different narratives. So it's very important that we recognize that media has the power to shape narratives around incidents related to race. First, we have Professor E.R. Shipp. E.R. Shipp is a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and professor at Morgan State University, where she teaches multimedia journalism, training the next generation of storytellers. Please welcome Professor Shipp. Next up, we have Reverend Dr. Francis Tony Draper. Dr. Draper is the CEO of Afro-American Newspapers, one of the nation's oldest Black-owned publications. Please welcome Reverend Dr. Draper. Next, we have Dr. Stacy Patton. Dr. Patton is a research associate at Morgan State University's Institute for Urban Research and an award-winning journalist. Her research focuses on the intersection of race and childhood. She is also the author of the forthcoming book, Strung Up, The Lynching of Black Children and Teenagers in America, 1880 to 1968. Please welcome Dr. Patton. Next, we have Professor Deneen Brown. Professor Brown is an award-winning journalist, formerly of the Washington Post, and is a professor at the University of Maryland's College of Journalism. She was formerly a commissioner on the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Please welcome Professor Brown. And finally, we have Mr. Armstrong Williams. Armstrong Williams is an entrepreneur, commentator, and co-owner of the Baltimore Sun, which is Maryland's largest daily newspaper. Please welcome Mr. Williams. So we will begin with remarks, and we will start off with Professor Shipp.
Hello, everybody. Do I get your microphone? Yes. Hello, everybody. I'm going to start by taking a look at how Maryland newspapers actually framed the narratives when it came to lynching. I was fascinated when I really started digging into this and realized how little I knew about this. But I also gained a greater appreciation for the Black press. That's one of my topics that I teach at Morgan. And in explaining to young people how the Black press came about, I did not know the extent to which the Afro did work in Maryland on lynching. So I'm going to focus on that. And then during the Q&A, we can talk a little bit about what some solutions might be today. I don't think they are legislative in our case, but I think there are some ways that we can help the next generations to do a better job of writing about crime and justice. So in Maryland, as you all know, because you are here and have been here all day, we have 44 lynchings on record. That is minuscule compared to the number of known lynchings in my home state, Georgia, where there were 589 such murders recorded between 1877 and 1950. Georgia was number 2 outdone only by Mississippi, which had 654 recorded lynchings. But whether it's 44 or 589 or 654, these acts of domestic terrorism had a common purpose: to reinforce white supremacy and to keep black people in their place. Sherilyn Ifill, who may be here today, I saw her badge out there earlier, the civil rights lawyer and author of On the Courthouse Lawn, Confronting the Legacy of Lynching in the 21st Century, puts it this way: a lynching is more than a murder. It's a message crime. It's a message to the American community, African American community, about the boundaries of citizenship. This is what you can do. This is what you can't do. These will be the consequences if you cross these lines. These are the narrow confines of the ways in which you will be permitted to exercise citizenship. It was a powerful and very public message of white supremacy. During the time we're talking about, the predominant media was newspapers, playing a very major role in how we perceived people and these incidents. Throughout the South, in particular, newspapers could be instigators, egging on the angry white citizenry, offering rewards for the capture of the miserable black criminals, and even announcing the times of lynchings. Sometimes newspapers were voices of reason based on morality and ethics, or what was good for a state's image, or what was good for commerce, sometimes a combination of those things. The Baltimore Sun, I think, falls into that group. Sometimes the newspapers were voices for societal change, starting with who are we the people that the U.S. Constitution refers to, and going all the way to how journalism should be conducted. The Baltimore Afro-American was in that group. Jessie Daniel Ames was a woman in Texas who performed heroic work in researching lynching in the South and worked with organizations, sometimes biracial ones, to crusade against lynchings. In a 1938 article in the Public Opinion Quarterly, she summarized her findings after visiting about 20 sites of lynchings. She wrote, "Editors, with few exceptions, condone lynchings by offering reasons for lynchers, which are in effect sympathetic excuses, defending the right of citizens under provocation to take the law into their own hands, and constitute themselves judge, jury, and executioner all at the same time. The exceptions are so few, in fact, that they do not make up even a respectable minority. Newspapers in Southern society accept lynching as justifiable homicide in defense of society. When defenders of society sometimes go too far in their enthusiasm, public opinion regrets their acts, deplores them, condemns, but recognizes that too much blame must not be attached to lynchers because their provocation is great and their ultimate motives are laudable." End of quote. So I wanted to spend a little time thinking about that. In the case of Matthew Williams in Salisbury, he was killed on Friday, December 4, 1931. That's probably a date you all have heard several times. At the time, this was the first recorded lynching in Maryland in 20 years. And the Sun said in its editorial the day after, "We had supposed the freedom from disgrace was permanent, but it was not. Nor would Matthew Williams be the last known lynching victim in Maryland." While some Eastern Shore publishers ignored or downplayed what happened on December 4, 1931, in Baltimore, the Sun made this front page news and offered editorials also that were the beginning of many editorials that they would run for the next year, demanding justice in this case. The news headlines were too calmly rendered, in my view, factually true, but missing somehow the horror, making this seem almost like normal behavior by normal people. So the first big article on page 1, if you can imagine with me, had a deck of headlines, several layers of headlines. The first line, big font, said, "Shore Mob Lynches Negro." Underneath that, "Salisbury Killer is Hanged from Tree at Courthouse." And then under that, "Body Then is Burned on Lot Near Edge of Colored Settlement." The next layer, "Crowd of 2,000 applauds as noose tightens on bandaged neck of murderer of white employer." And then, "Officers on scene offer no protest," witness say. And the final line of this headline, "Matthew Williams, wounded by self and son of victim, taken from hospital after shooting of Daniel J. Elliott." There's no sense of outrage that people had done something despicable to the body of another human being, one who had never been given his day in court. The paper assumes that Matthew Williams is guilty. The headline referred to him as the Salisbury Killer and murderer of his white employer. The front page news story began this way: "Matthew Williams, Negro, who killed Daniel J. Elliott, prominent box manufacturer, in his office this afternoon, was hanged from a tree in the courthouse green here at 8:05 o'clock tonight, and 20 minutes later, his body was cut down and burned on a vacant lot on the edge of Salisbury's Negro settlement." The Baltimore Afro-American offered a different perspective, complete with photos from Maryland's Lynchtown, a phrase it repeated as an epithet throughout the story. The Afro conveyed the outrage, the disgust, the barbarity that the Sun did not. It gave details of what those people did to that man. It condemned the ineffective comic opera police for their handling of the situation. Importantly, it included Matthew Williams as a person, the man who was part of a family, the man who had friends, the man who was part of the community. The Afro actually interviewed all of those people. Its headline, similarly complicated, the first big line said, "Lynchers in Salisbury had right-of-way." Then, "Town's comic opera police made no effort to halt orgy that attracted 2,000. Then, "Town's military unit not called." And finally, "Police carted body out of town, buried it, then brought it back." H.L. Mencken, the erudite, caustic, sarcastic, crusading sage of Baltimore, came out swinging in a December 7 column in the Evening Sun that carried the headline, "The Eastern Shore Culture," with the word culture spelled with a K, as in KKK. He left no politician, police official, preacher, or publisher unscathed. To mention, the Eastern Shore was another country dominated by the Ku Klux Klan and people he labeled white trash. It was an Alsatia of morons, which is to say of lynchers, he wrote, adding, "Time and again, the state has been menaced by the peculiar swinishness of this boozing dry polities, and now it holds us all up to the contempt of the nation and the world by staging a public obscenity worthy of cannibals." After sizing up the wrongdoers, he went on to say, "There are plenty of people in Wicomico who view Friday's lynching precisely as any other self-respecting man must view it. The difficulty is that the running of things has passed into the hands of ninth-rate men." His column so outraged merchants and leading figures of Salisbury and elsewhere on the Eastern Shore that they launched economic reprisals against Baltimore businesses and demanded apologies from Mencken and the Sun papers. A grand jury investigating the lynching and its aftermath announced plans to subpoena Mencken and Sun editors because they had written that everybody knew who the mob members were. They wanted them to tell them. The Sun lost subscribers and advertising revenue, but continued to focus on the lynchings of Matthew Williams well into the following year. In the highest journalistic circles, the Sun was seen as heroic. But even the Sun's editorial writers said in 2018, the coverage missed something. It said it is impossible to read the news articles, editorials, and columns about those lynchings. They're referring to the last two lynchings, Matthew Williams and George Armwood, without noticing a massive myopia. The Sun deplored the inhumanity of the perpetrators without ever acknowledging the humanity of the victims. The Sun was an all-white institution, and it treated the lynchings as if they were only a matter of concern to the whites who carried them out, and the white mayors, state's attorneys, governors, and police chiefs who did or did not prevent them. If the Sun's reporters spoke to a single black person in their coverage, it's not apparent. And then they added this. If a very young Clarence Mitchell, reporting for the Afro, could show up in Princess Anne the morning after Armwood's lynching and realize that he needed to interview not just black residents, but whites too, at obvious risk to his life, the Sun's white reporters could clearly have figured out that they should talk to blacks. Today is the anniversary of the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and it's practically mandatory on this day to revisit the question posed in his last book: where do we go from here, chaos or community? In that spirit, I ask, where do we go from here as we examine the roles of the press in the age of lynching in Maryland? As I said earlier, I don't see a legislative response. The First Amendment to the Constitution guarantees freedom from government interference with the press. There are, of course, some exceptions, but I don't think the Maryland legislature telling news media how to cover race or crime or justice is one of those exceptions. Respectable media heed their codes of ethics and their bottom lines. So it's for we, the people, to start from that point. And I think in our Q&A, we should be able to explore more of that solution. Thank you.
Next, we will have Reverend Dr. Draper.
Thank you so much. Have you ever sat in a class and you felt like the person next to you was looking at your paper? And so you tried to shield your. That's the way I feel, Professor. That's the way I feel. Professorship has said mostly everything, and so. But I also know, Pastor Hathaway, sometimes repetition is good. So I'm not going to go into it. I'll skip. You'll hear some repetition, but repetition is good. And so thank you for it. Really is an honor, and I think a sacred responsibility to bear witness today. And so thank you for this invitation. Because we gather not just to reflect on Maryland's painful legacy of racial terror, but to answer a call to truth, to justice, and to healing. And so my testimony focuses on, yes, how these lynchings were reported and remembered, specifically by the black press, and why that legacy of truth-telling must be sustained and strengthened if we are to break cycles of silence and injustice. And I do think there may be some legislative remedies. And so as we've already heard and we know that between 1882 and the mid-20th century, there were at least 33 documented lynchings in Maryland, according to the Afro. I have my props here, according to the Afro. And so white newspapers like The Sun often describe lynchings as unfortunate breakdowns of public order, offering little context and less outrage. But the Baltimore Afro-American told the truth without flinching. We did not sanitize the horror. We documented it. And we did so with clarity and prophetic urgency. We still are, we were then, we are a publication of advocacy for the African-American community. And so you heard Professor Shipp talk about the last two, Matthew Williams in 1931 and George Armwood in 1933. And so after the lynching of Matthew Williams in Salisbury, we labeled the next edition, the entire edition of the Afro, Maryland's Shame Edition. Our coverage was fearless. We didn't just report the facts, we shared the grief. We interviewed co-workers who called him quiet and industrious. Family members wept on record, and they said Buddy was a good boy. That's what our headline said. And so we gave him humanity. We gave him dignity. We gave him back his name. And the white press, by contrast, portrayed the mob as emotional, almost understandable. Their words drained the story of accountability and of compassion. And then you heard about George Armwood. And so 2 years later, George Armwood was lynched in Princess Anne. And the Afro's publication, the headline pulled no punches. It said, "Roman holiday as Armwood is hanged and burned." We described a crowd treating him and treating his death like a spectacle. Children watching, people cheering, officers standing by. And a National Guard lieutenant later admitted he had orders to protect Armwood, but he refused to follow them. And so the Afro revealed that George Armwood was mentally disabled and well-liked in his community. Those details were absent in the white press, which painted him as a threat, not as a human being. And so the Afro's reporting wasn't just journalism. It was, as I've said already, it was prophetic witness, crying aloud, sparing not, lifting its voice like a trumpet. So why does this even matter now in 2025? These stories are not just a part of our past, they are echoes in our present. Lynching did not end. I submit that it evolved. Today we see economic lynching through wage gaps and generational poverty, educational lynching where Black students are still denied equal resources. The blueprint for Maryland's future is a step, but it's not yet adjusted and it's not yet fully funded. We see environmental lynching and police violence. Lynching still remains a modern form of state-sanctioned harm. So each reflects a system that continues to devalue Black life. And in this politically charged environment that we're in, we see it happening every day, over and over again. And so each of these examples reminds us that remembrance without action, yes, we remember. No, I'm not the only one old enough to remember. We remember April 4th. But remembering without action is not justice, it's performance. And so the commission asked that we offer some recommendations. And so I want to offer 4 recommendations. Some you've already talked about in previous hearings. Some recommendations are not new. You've heard them before. Reparations-related initiatives, scholarships for descendants, grants for Black neighborhoods, preservation for lynching sites, of which we have some. Criminal justice reform, we talked about that in the last panel. The enforcement of local police accountability boards. It's one thing to have a board, it's one thing to have a commission, it's another thing to enforce it. Expanding community oversight, addressing sentencing disparities. Inclusive racial history education. For people who say to me, that makes my child feel bad, I say, well, you know what? It makes mine feel bad too. But K through 12 curriculum on slavery, lynching, systemic racism, including Maryland-specific cases in that. Co-developing those materials with historians well-respected like those who are on this panel and cultural groups. And in terms of media, supporting Black-owned media and memory initiatives. If not, we lose the history. We can point out the differences around how things were covered in the Black press versus the white press. The sheer volume of the coverage is astounding. And if we don't preserve that, fund the digitization of Black press archives, it will be lost. partnering with commissions like this one on public education efforts, supporting community oral history and storytelling. And I'm going to put a price tag on it, which is not nearly enough. Funding at the state level of at least $3 to $5 million annually to sustain these vital, not a one-time, one and done, but to sustain these things. So in conclusion, I would like to just say that the things, we know this already, the legacy of lynching in Maryland lives on. Not just in our soil, but in our souls and in our systems. Again, justice demands more than remembrance. It demands a response. We can't heal what we refuse to remember. We can't heal what we refuse to acknowledge. We can't heal what we sweep under the rug. And we cannot remember if we silence the messengers. Freedom of the press is under attack. And if the messengers are silenced, then the message gets distorted. And so I say, let us honor the lives of Matthew Williams, George Armwood, and so many others, not with silence, but with sustained truth. Let their stories not be buried, but be lifted. Let Maryland be the leader as we are with this commission, tell the truth and act on it, and do it not just over a 5-year period, but continue to do it so that generations following will be able to not just tell the story, but tell the story accurately, tell the story compassionately, and tell the story in a way that we don't repeat the atrocities of the past. Thank you so much.
Next up, Dr. Patton.
Good afternoon. So I'm a journalist, author, historian, and child advocate, but I am also a descendant of lynching victims. My adoptive mother's grandfather was lynched in Mississippi in the 1920s. My biological mother's father was hogtied, beaten, and killed by white men in Kearney, New Jersey in 1969. So both families have lived in the echoes of this loss and trauma and injustice for decades. I've spent the last decade studying one of the country's most deliberately ignored atrocities, which is the lynching of Black children and teenagers. I want to say just a few of those names. An enslaved boy named Frederick, age 13, Mary Wallace, female, age 17, Edward Costley, age 19, Medford Walters, age 18, Howard Cooper, age 15, Fred Goings, identified only as a young Negro, which usually meant a child, Dennis Domerfield, age 16, Garfield King, age 18, John Berry, age 16, John Myers, age 19, Wiley Kirk, age 18, Carol Gibson, age 18, Oddie Simmons, age 19, Alfred Sims, age 19, John Lampkin, age 19, Weldon Jones Jr., age 18, Leonard Shockey, age 17. These are some of the names of young people who were lynched in the state of Maryland between 1861 and 1959. There was also Judah, a 14-year-old girl who in 1834 became the youngest female publicly hanged in the United States. Judah was enslaved at the Celebria plantation in what is now Oxon Hill, Maryland. She was accused of setting fire to her enslaver's home at age 10. Judah was gangster. She was also accused of killing his 3 children by poison 2 years apart. Tried, convicted, and sentenced to death, she was marched to the gallows before a cheering public, forced to pray for forgiveness from the very people who had owned her body. And when the state executed her, it wasn't just a killing, it was a financial transaction. As required by Maryland law at the time, the state paid her enslaver, the former state senator, Dr. John H. Bain, $250 for the loss of his property. Judah's story is not a footnote in Maryland history. It's a foundational truth. Her execution set a precedent. And the names that I just read aloud are part of the legacy she never got to escape. These lynchings were not just about punishing children. They were about preserving a about reassuring society that even Black youth could be extinguished to maintain white order. Despite more than a century of scholarship on lynching, Black children have largely been left out of the story. They're often given passing mention, if any mention at all. Their ages go unrecorded. Their names are missing from databases. Their murders are written off or forgotten altogether, when they were, in fact, deliberate strategic acts of racial terror meant to erase Black futures before they began. And this erasure is not just academic. It's moral, it's structural. It distorts our understanding of what lynching was, who it harmed, and why it continues in new forms. When we fail to center Black children in the narrative of racial terror, we miss the entire point of white supremacy. Because Black children were not just collateral, they were the target. Their very existence represented a threat, not because they had done anything wrong, but because they symbolized a future that could not be controlled. A future in which Black brilliance might rise, Black families might flourish, Black freedom might fully take root. Lynching was never just about punishment, it was about control in a form of intergenerational psychological warfare. The murder of a Black child sent a message, sent multiple messages to parents: you cannot protect your children; to siblings, this could be you; to the community, your future is ours to erase. And the media helped send the messages. The press did not merely report on lynchings, it shaped how Americans understood them. Through tone, language, silence, and spectacle, the press engineered a narrative that normalized the destruction of Black children. Based on my research, here are just 8 core strategies the media used to dehumanize and disappear lynching victims. Number 1, through headline language. So headlines were often sensational, dehumanizing, and racist. Headlines like, "Negro is lynched," "Negro lynched in Maryland," "Kill Negro protesting hunger pay." Headlines like these center identity instead of personhood. The word Negro is typically in all caps, aggressively racialized, while white people, even when accused of crimes, are rarely labeled racially. Often Negro is paired with lynched or killed with no context, reducing murder to a headline formula. Number 2, the anonymity of the victims. Most articles omit the victim's name entirely or mention it once and never again. One that I encountered described the victim only as half Negro, half Indian, removing identity, community, and humanity. This turns people into types, not individuals, disposable and forgettable. Number 3, emphasis on the alleged crime without evidence. The supposed offense, typically an accusation involving a white woman, is often presented as fact. Phrases like "for cutting the white lady" or "for assaulting a white woman" appear without legal proceedings, defense, or evidence. No presumption of innocence, not even for children. Number 4, sympathetic or heroic framing of the mob. The crowd is described as enraged, jeering, avenging, never as lawless or brutal. Even when Black victims were shot to pieces, burned, castrated, hacked to pieces, or their body parts were scavenged and sold as keepsakes. When white accusers lied, there was never any follow-up or investigation. In fact, the mob is often portrayed as a civic body. They're called citizens, restoring order, acting before the courts could. Some articles even imply that lynchings were preferable to due process. Number 5, excusing or minimizing white violence. In one article, a Black male protesting starvation wages is killed by the, quote, "son of the boss," a phrase that humanizes the killer and reduces the protester to an agitator. Another says a lynching, quote, "didn't receive much attention," implying the murder of a Black person was just an ordinary event. Number 6, juxtaposition with normalcy of white civic life. Lynchings were reported alongside ads for land, holiday gifts, or society columns, suggesting they were no more disruptive than a sale at the general store. This normalization folded Black death into the rhythm of white life. Number 7, a complete absence of the Black community's grief. There is no mention of mourning, no mothers crying, no siblings traumatized, no mention of schools, churches, or the long shadow of grief. The emotional and cultural damage is completely erased. And number 8, there's no follow-up, no justice. Not one article in white media indicates that anyone was arrested or tried for the lynching. Some even note that state officials declined to intervene. The message is this: these killings were not crimes, they were customs. So where is the analysis of white mobs, of white rage, of mobs that lynched and went to church the next morning? These newspapers were not passive messengers. They were architects of erasure. They wrote black children into the public imagination as monsters. They erased their names. They justified their murders. And they reassured white readers that the social order had been preserved. This was not journalism. This was narrative warfare. This is why lynching has endured in American life, not only as a method of violence, but as a cultural script. It lives on in the criminalization of black children by police, in debates about whether unarmed black children deserve to die, in school suspensions, in economic divestment, in how their stories are told or not told by the media today. This is how the trauma of lynching continues. So if this commission is truly committed to truth and reconciliation, then the truth must include the children. It must start with them. It must center them. They are the foundational starting point. Black childhood is the axis upon which these forms of white racial violence and sadism turned. This country lynched babies. It lynched toddlers. It lynched 13-year-olds and 17-year-olds. It lynched the unborn. On record, I have 10 unborn black children who were victims of lynching. And it did so with intention, with complicity, and with the help of the press. The young lynching victims in Maryland were seen as extensions of black defiance, black resistance, and black futurity. And that terrified the people who needed blackness to mean subhuman and to remain marginalized. The media played a central role in constructing that media. White newspapers, far from being neutral observers, were accomplices. They deliberately framed these children as threats, using the language of monstrosity and menace to strip them of their innocence. This was narrative violence, a kind of premeditated storytelling that made child murder seem not only acceptable, but righteous. The message was clear. If black children could be framed as dangerous, then white society could imagine itself as endangered. And in that fantasy, lynching became self-defense. The consequences of this framing were catastrophic, not just for the children, but for the families and communities left behind. Lynching was not just a spectacle of death, it was a sustained campaign of psychological warfare. It told black communities, you have no sanctuary, not in the womb, not in the cradle, not in your mother's arms. If this commission is serious about reconciliation, then it must begin by acknowledging the full scope of the truth, that the United States lynched black children, erased their humanity in life and death. The press didn't just report the lynchings, it inflamed them, legitimized them, and then buried them. That trauma wasn't only physical, it was emotional, spiritual, communal, and intergenerational. So I asked this commission, say their names. Say the names we know, search for the names we don't. Tell the stories of the babies, the toddlers, the sons and daughters who never got to grow up. Honor the pain of the parents, the siblings, and the communities who buried them under fear and silence. And to make amends, we must abandon the myth that lynching is a relic of the past. The rope may be gone, but the logic of lynching is still with us. In police shootings, in the demonization of black children, in the demonization of black protests, in the continued presumption of black guilt. The tools have changed, but the belief that black life is disposable has not. The legacy of lynching lives on in our bodies and in our institutions. It's in the fear black parents carry when their children leave the house. It's in the school-to-prison pipeline. It's in the press coverage that still paints our children as more dangerous, less worthy of empathy. It's in the silence of textbooks. It's in the unmarked graves. To make amends, we must name what happened. We must teach the truth in our schools, not the sanitized versions. We must let the horror be the guide. We need to teach the raw and devastating reality. We must memorialize every child, every name, every community shattered by racial terror. We must compensate those descendants who carry the intergenerational pain in their cells, their memories, their missing family trees. Prevention begins with accountability, and that means eliminating qualified immunity. It means real consequences for racial violence by police. It means journalists interrogating the language they use when covering Black death, not defaulting to officer-involved shooting or suspect fled, but asking whose story is being told, who is being dehumanized, who gets to be innocent. And for the media, which played a central role in shaping public acceptance of racial violence, the work of repair must begin with truth-telling and institutional atonement. Media organizations must publicly acknowledge their role in glorifying lynching, erasing victims, and vilifying Black communities. They must open their archives and digitize every article, every editorial, every image that help normalize racial terror, because truth without transparency is just another form of silence. They must retrain journalists, not just in diversity and inclusion, but in history, in trauma literacy, in the ethics of coverage. They must end the practice of extracting stories from Black pain without context or accountability. Journalism must stop being a spectator sport for Black suffering. The media must also examine white criminality like never before, not just as the individual acts, but the systems, the historical patterns, the cultural roots. The media must stop treating white racial violence as exceptional, as irrational, or out of character. It's not new, it's not rare, it's a family heirloom, it's intergenerational, it's epigenetic, it's in white people's bodies and cells. It is part of an unbroken legacy of racial domination that has gone unnamed and unexamined for too long. And finally, the media must commit to never again being an accomplice. That means stopping the rush to publish police narratives. It means diversifying newsrooms at every level of power. It means elevating Black storytellers who understand what is at stake. And it means refusing to turn Black death into spectacle. Thank you.
Hello? That was powerful. As they say in Africa, in the African tradition of storytelling, repetition is power. So I will be repeating some themes, but I did not write this here. I wrote it before I met you. There comes a time in history when writers, reporters, editors must rise up, correct the record, and humanize those that colonizers tried to dehumanize in the pages of newspapers. The time for journalism to correct the record of its role in racist terror lynchings has come, and that time is now. It's my honor to testify here before the commission. I acknowledge the chair and other panelists. I come as a descendant of enslaved Africans and as a descendant of Creek freedmen. I honor all those enslaved Africans, First People, emancipated people, Maroons, First Nations, and Indigenous people in the African diaspora. As a writer, independent journalist, and professor of journalism, I come here today to bear witness. Much of the body of my work as a journalist and as a professor has been dedicated to African people murdered by racist terror lynching and massacres. I began researching and writing about racist terror lynching in Maryland more than 20 years ago. As part of my reporting for the Washington Post, I was assigned to a team called Retropolis. It was a team of reporters who wrote about history on deadline. I developed a methodology of writing history on deadline, and by doing that, I tried to dive into the archives to touch primary sources unfiltered by colonial narratives. I began noticing patterns. Many lynchings and massacres were incited by newspapers. One of the most egregious examples of that journalism happened in Tulsa. In my reporting for the Post on the 1921 Tulsa race massacre, I researched a newspaper headline that sparked the Tulsa Race Massacre. This front page headline, published in the Tulsa Tribune on May 31st, 1921, read, quote, "Nab Negro for attacking girl on elevator," end quote. Historians say that headline served as a whistle call to the white mob and the Klan that was amassing in Oklahoma at that time. Hours later, that white mob attacked the all-black community of Greenwood, which was so prosperous that the philosopher Booker T. Washington called it Negro Wall Street. It later became known as Black Wall Street. There was a tremendous battle. You must know that the black veterans in Greenwood fought back, and they were heroic. They knew how to fight. Often that's left out of the narrative. In the end, historians say as many as 300 black people were killed, maybe more. The Tulsa Race Massacre was one of the deadliest single acts of racist violence committed against black people in U.S. history. Of course, I studied other lynchings and massacres. This is the point in the newsroom when I stopped smiling. In Maryland, as you know from our esteemed panelist, white-owned newspapers, reporters, editors, columnists, and editorial boards fed the flames of injustice, inciting racist terror lynchings. The crime of lynchings riddled the landscape of Maryland, leaving some places with a thick sense of haunting. Have you ever been driving down a road and you're like, something bad happened here? And then you look up the history of the place. The history of racism is still palpable in the state and across this country. Lynchings incited by bad journalism occurred in places like Rockville, Upper Marlboro, and on the Eastern Shore. Here are some of the most egregious examples. As Professor Shipp said earlier, sparked by newspaper reports, a white mob of more than 2,000 people in Salisbury, Maryland, pulled 23-year-old Matthew Williams from the Negro ward of the hospital on December 4th, 1931. The mob threw the young man out a window, stabbed him with ice picks, and dragged him to the courthouse in an extrajudicial act of terror. White reporters who wrote the stories recounted visceral details, but with a callous indifference. They recounted how the white mob cut off Matthew's fingers and toes and threw them to the black people in the black neighborhood to make N-word, quote, N-word sandwiches, end quote. As a reader, I recalled the horror of how the lynching was covered by the white press. Here's another example in the case of George Washington Peck. What a name, right? A 22-year-old young man who was lynched on January 10, 1880 in Poolesville, Maryland. A headline in the Washington Evening Star on January 12 reported, quote, "Lynch law in Maryland, outrage on white girl, the guilty Negro hanged." Despite proclaiming his guilt in the headline, George Washington had never been convicted of anything. According to the Montgomery History Record, quote, "The only accounts that survive of his murder and those published in local newspapers, including the Montgomery County Sentinel, the Baltimore Sun, the Washington Star, and other papers that picked up the story via the Associated Press at the time. These accounts are inconsistent with each other and demonstrate clearly racist bias against Peck, stating his guilt outright, though he was neither tried nor convicted, merely accused." Here's another egregious example in journalism in Maryland. Newspapers acted as trackers for white lynch mobs, providing maps and timelines for the mobs. In 1933, newspapers published the movement and the whereabouts of George Armwood, a young black man who was lynched in Princess Anne. His name has been called many times by our panel and by the commission. The day before the lynching, a headline in the Salisbury Times read, "Woman's assailant confesses crime. Accused man now in Baltimore jail." The mob followed the headlines. It read the reports. On October 18, 1933, the mob broke down the door of the jail in Princess Anne, pulled Armwood from the jail, tortured him, cut off his ears, and ripped out his teeth. As Raul Peck asked in the really great documentary, "Exterminate All the Brutes," what kind of people does these things? The mob hanged him from a telephone pole at the courthouse in downtown Princess Anne. The reporting was disturbing in the lack of what I call, or what they call, what we call journalistic ethics. The reporting in these white-owned newspapers attempted to justify racist terror lynchings. The articles appear to be written to give specific details to incite the white mob, giving dates, as we've mentioned before, dates, times, and locations for planned lynchings, which is very much like giving dates, times, and locations for planned murders. For decades, the record shows hundreds, if not thousands, of white-owned newspapers across the country, and indeed in Maryland, incited racist terror, lynchings, and massacres of thousands of black people, African people, descendants of enslaved Africans. Newspapers promoted the brutality of white lynch mobs, glorifying the lynchings, glorifying racist terror. The record shows that many white reporters stood on the sidelines of these lynchings of black men, women, teenagers, and children. As Sherilyn Ifill wrote in her book On the Courthouse Lawn, white mobs often posed on courthouse lawns, grinning for photos that were later made into postcards. The record shows that many of those photos ran on front pages of newspapers. In 2021, as a professor at the Journalism College of Journalism at the University of Maryland, I proposed a student project that would be called Printing Hate. That project, which was inspired by my reporting for the Washington Post on the Tulsa Race Massacre, was produced by students, professors, and visiting editors working with the Howard Center for Investigative Journalism at the University of Maryland. The project investigated the cumulative effect of how newspaper headlines and editorials incited racist terror and falsely accused black people of crimes. Printing Hate found that the collective impact of these accounts was devastating. Triggered by front page headlines, as we've said before, black people were often dragged from their homes, tormented, and whipped with sharp straps. Printing Hate investigated the scope of the news of the day, showing that the news of lynching was normalized, which is what you said earlier, contributing to the shaping of the American psyche. This legacy of journalism perpetuated the false notions of racism and attempts to dehumanize humans. Those attempts of dehumanization shapes the now, a direct connection to the current political polarization. The record shows that white newspaper owners examined in the project ran racist headlines, calling black people brutes, fiends, bad Negroes, which is what you said, in a vain attempt to dehumanize African people living in the United States. The record shows that some white reporters watched, took notes, and wrote riveting accounts of the barbaric mob, documenting the horrors of the wounds inflicted with blow-by-blow descriptions of the attacks as though they were writing about sporting events. As skilled as those writers were, these reporters failed to practice the most basic of good journalism. Pursue the truth, write the truth, and hold the powerful accountable. Many of these reporters failed to identify members of the white mob. They are guilty of not holding government officials accountable by asking hard questions of sheriffs, judges, and other local law enforcement officials who stepped aside while white mobs attacked African people. Before I close, I must acknowledge the epic role of the Black press covering racist terror, which you have done. Repetition is key in oral tradition of storytelling. During this Jim Crow era, which author Isabel Wilkerson called the Great Nadir period, the Black press showed tremendous courage. Black reporters and editors pursued the truth despite threats to their lives, and some of these reporters were lynched as a result of writing columns and reports. The courage of Black press included reporters at the Baltimore Afro-American who reported with tremendous courage. They include people like the fearless anti-lynching crusader Ida B. Wells Barnett, Walter White, who investigated lynchings for the NAACP, who barely escaped with his life in Elaine, Arkansas, Robert S. Abbott, the founder of the Chicago Defender, whose masthead promised, "We print the truth, no matter whom it hurts." Simeon Booker, the first Black reporter at the Washington Post and an award-winning reporter who covered the civil rights movement for Jet and Ebony magazines. Moses Newsom, a reporter for the Tri-State Defender, and the Baltimore Afro-American, who covered with great journalism the 1955 trial of Emmett Till, the white men who killed Emmett Till. I was inspired in my research by reading about Roscoe Dunjee. I say these names because many people don't know these great journalists and what they wrote. They were tremendous writers. Roscoe Dunjee, who was the founder and publisher of the Black Dispatch newspaper in Oklahoma City, wrote in 1919 editorial that white editors across the country, including, he wrote this in 1919, the New York Times and the Washington Post, should cease printing inflammatory headlines and false reports about Black people, which incited racist terror. He cited a July 1919 Washington Post headline that provided the precise time, date, and location where white mobs would, quote, mobilize. This was across the street from the White House, to continue attacks on Black neighborhoods in DC. Dunjee wrote, quote, "As long as editors encourage lawlessness, as cynical as the editor of the Washington Post, there can be no hope of averting mob violence." Again, he wrote that in 1919. Author and historian C.R. Gibbs, an editor on the Printing Hate Project, explained the issue this way: white-owned newspapers provided the oil to throw on the fires of racial intolerance. They essentially abandoned the cardinal rule of the press to report fairly and accurately. When we look at the vitriol splashed across newspapers across the country when it came to race, they should still be held liable for some sort of justice. These headlines had the real effect of taking people's lives. They were not fighters for justice. They were propagators of violence, oppression, and bloodshed. So I've worked as a reporter for more than 40 years, if you count the article I wrote when I was in middle school. I wrote it for a Black newspaper. The headline was 5 great men, 10 will save the city. I was onto something even then, I think. So journalists are required to report the truth as closely to the truth as it can be ascertained. We are required to comfort the afflicted and to afflict the comfortable. Journalists must remain as watchdogs in a society. We must hold the powerful accountable. A great publisher once said, journalists write the first drafts of history. These first drafts of history reveal records of inciting racist terror. These drafts dehumanize Black people. What must happen? As the famed editor at the Washington Post, Ben Bradley, once said, the truth, no matter how bad, is never as dangerous as a lie in the long run. In journalism, it is considered best practice to correct mistakes immediately. The Associated Press argues in its correction policy, when we are wrong, we must say so as soon as possible. The Society of Professional Journalists says in its code of ethics, which I teach to my students, that journalists must respond quickly to questions about accuracy and clarity, acknowledge mistakes, correct them. Ethical journalists who abide by the creed of ethical journalists know they must correct the mistakes. For newspapers and corporate media specifically, hundreds of publications, reporters, editors, and columnists who incited racist violence against this country, the time has come to publish the correction. Correcting the record means transparency. Correcting the record means apologizing, identifying perpetrators in the mob, atoning, repair, paying percentages, perhaps of profits, to the people and their descendants who were harmed by bad journalism. And as justice advocates say on the ground in Tulsa, stop profiting off of our pain. So I close with gratitude. Thank you for giving space for writers and reporters to bear witness. And as always, gratitude to the ancestors who endured. And as the great writer, social justice journalist James Baldwin once wrote, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. Thank you.
Last but not least, we'll have Mr. Williams.
Much respect to all the panelists. You know, it's always good to come to learn and be reminded that there's always work to be done. To the living, we owe respect, but to the dead, we only owe the truth. Timeless words from Voltaire. We're assembled here today in part to pay homage to our Black ancestors who, during the blackest days in Jim Crow, gave and risked that full measure of devotion so that their prosperity might enjoy the benefits of the United States Constitution, irrespective of skin color. It was not an unreasonable aspiration. The 13th Amendment prohibited slavery and peonage. The 14th Amendment overruled Chief Justice Roger Brooks Tanner's notorious declaration in Dred Scott versus Sanford in 1857 that whether free or enslaved, Black persons were disqualified for United States citizenship based on skin color alone. The Chief Justice added, may I remind you, that Blacks were endowed with no rights which the white man was bound to respect. A statue honoring Chief Justice Taney outside the Maryland State House in Annapolis endured from 1872 to 2017, 145 years before that odious symbol of racism was finally removed. To quote Shakespeare, "The evil that men do lives after them," as we're reminded today. The good is often, though, interred in their bones. The 15th Amendment extended the franchise irrespective of race. But when Reconstruction ended in 1876, Civil War amendments were honored more in the breach than in the observance. The Ku Klux Klan, with its imperial wizard, was born with its signature odious cross burnings and lynchings, as was so eloquently spoken about today. For Black people to vote or to walk erect was a sign to their death warrants. To be proud, to feel respect, to feel dignity was a death warrant. And so, a drop of Black blood meant ostracism or worse. 1%, ostracism or worse. Remember the infamous separate but equal decision of the United States Supreme Court in Plessy versus Ferguson in 1896. Mr. Plessy's 1/8 Black blood was sufficient to render him a pariah to whites on a passenger train. The Louisiana statute at issue made an exception to separate but equal for Black nurses attending white children, because they had to ride in the cars and the carriages and take care of their children, so they were given this exception. The color line, in other words, could be broken to cater to white convenience or luxury. And by an 8-1 vote, the racist Supreme Court absurdly denied that white supremacist laws denoted any inferiority of Black people. Justice Henry Brown maintained in A Flight from Reality, we consider the underlying fallacy of the plaintiff's argument to consist in the assumption that the enforced separation of the two races stamped the colored race with a badge of inferiority. If this is to be so, it is not by reason of anything found in the fact, but solely because the colored race chooses to put the construction upon it. Direct quote. And I must remind you, as we talk about states and jurisdictions, racism was given prime time at the White House under President Woodrow Wilson. Prime time. He notoriously segregated the federal workforce. He hosted and endorsed the racist film, The Birth of a Nation, by D.W. Griffin, refusing it. It is like, and this is a quote from him, writing history with lightning. And my only regret is that it is all so terribly true, while clapping and rejoicing. President Wilson conscripted Blacks to fight in segregated units in World War I under the hypocritical banner of saving the world for democracy while crushing it at home. Pervasive racism continued throughout the presidency of Franklin D. Roosevelt. It found expression in refusing to endorse his wife's federal anti-lynching legislation. Gun on My Drawers, An American Dilemma showcased the persistent depth of racism in 1944. The United States Supreme Court, with such luminaries as Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes and Louis D. Brandeis, affirmed separate but equal in Gong Lum versus Rice in 1927. The media, including the Baltimore Sun, which I proudly co-own today, founded in 1837 in the heyday of slavery right here in Maryland, served as a clock for white supremacy. It profited from slave trade advertisement. I went back and read and read and read and flabbergasted and flabbergasted and flabbergasted, but you must consider it was the time that this country lived in. And so it shunned abolitionists and enjoyed, as it was stated here, dehumanizing language or stereotypes. Such shameful journalism should not come as no surprise. To paraphrase Justice Benjamin Cardozo, the great tides and current which engulf the rest of men do not turn aside in their course and pass journalists by. For good or for ill, journalism reports history. It does not make it. Lawrence Brown has summoned the Baltimore Sun, and you should read it, to become more forthcoming in unearthing its complicity in slavery, Jim Crow, and white supremacy. I am not certain, and you can challenge me, that much is to be gained by such self-flagellation, this self-mutilation, this self-beating up on ourselves, beating down on ourselves to make ourselves feel good about a horrific past. The evils touched every phase of life. Few, if any, could escape its tentacles. Racism should be repudiated in all its moods and tenses without sanctimony. As Jesus sermonized, he that is without sin among you, let him first cast the stone at her. But the Baltimore Sun today is proud to have chartered a positive approach. It has worked throughout the years to better cover all communities throughout the region. The Sun's focus remains on building trust among all communities, including seeking out diverse voices for all of our pages. Our commitment to being a champion and providing a place where citizens from our entire region can be heard and included remains an important part of our core mission. The Baltimore Sun Diversity in Journalism Scholarship has been presented since 2003 through the University of Maryland to deserving journalism students within the Sun's circulation area. And since 2004, the Sun and its affiliate, newspapers such as the Capital Gazette in Annapolis, and the Carroll County Times. We are one of the only few major metropolitan news organizations in this entire country with minority ownership. And I am the only person of color in America that co-owns a major legacy newspaper. So let us all avoid the self-righteousness. History chronicles the tendency of the oppressed to become the oppressors as soon as they enter that citadel of power. Funny thing about human beings in power, it corrupts some absolutely, without a moral code, without a higher regard for that we're all human beings created in the eyesight of God. We all die the same, find ourselves ill the same, but yet we believe because we sit in that citadel of power, we can manage control over people in their lives. Time, because we realize that as much as has changed, Voltaire also once said, if it has been done by human beings, I'm capable of doing it. So all of us are capable of the atrocities that we deplore today. But we must, in our human capital, in our conscience, in our being, in our existence, that realize that what we do to the least among us is what we do to all of us. The greatest gratitude we can display toward our oppressed ancestors is to uncurtain a new dawn where character and accomplishments determine every person's station in life. The accident of birth or skin color should not matter, but it does. Why? Because we're human, and we're flawed, and we're petty, and we can be jealous, and we do dumb things, and we continue to have conversations like this. It would be a wonderful ambition to live for all the ages if we could do, as Martin Luther King said, judge each other not by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Thank you.
Thank you. So give it up for our panel. Unfortunately, we are running way, way over time, so I'm going to abbreviate my amazing questions. So,
If you must say so.
if I must say, no, I'm just kidding. I can't take credit for it. But at any rate, I'm going to just throw out a question. I want to get everyone's take on it. In a time when truth-telling is under attack through curriculum, censorship, book bans, and removing access from journalists, what must we do to ensure that people are aware of what African Americans have experienced and the need for reparative efforts to correct injustices? And we can just go down the line.
Well, I think that in whatever capacity we have to remain committed to telling the truth. And so in our journalism, that requires us to go for those stories that have not been told and to continue to try to tell those stories. In our classrooms, we have to hold firm to the ability to teach what some people want us not to teach. We have to get creative, perhaps. But I think we have to continue to tell the truth and to pass the stories on. I'm not one to say that we forget the past and just thank the ancestors for what they contributed to our being here. I want us to know about the past. I want young people to know the past. So I'm committed to telling the truth about that and to finding ways to make that relevant to them, not to hold them back or to make them feel inferior or even superior at all, but to let them know the truth. So that is my commitment, and I think I'll do it in my journalism, I'll do it in my classroom, I'll do it in my community in whatever way I can.
Okay, so I'm hiding my paper again from professorship. But thank you for the question. I think we have to be intentional about who we support, where we spend our dollar, where we get our news from, and to be curious about that. So you all can say it's a shameless plug, but you should subscribe to the Black Press. Hold us accountable. Interact with the editorial boards of other press. You know, sometimes we turn our backs and say, well, I'm not going to watch that or read that. But we can't craft a good enough response if we don't know what's happening. And so we have to broaden that and not play into the myth that, you know, I know people don't read and they're just on social and they just, yeah, social media is great and it's a good way to get things out, but we have to be discerning for ourselves. And we have to be able to critically look at things and say, you know what, that makes no sense. And so my plug is, you know, go to afro.com. There's some free things there too, right? And if you're not from Maryland, support other Black newspapers because they are not as well funded as some of the other properties, but they do just as good a job.
I think we heed the words of our ancestor, Toni Morrison, who said, this is precisely the time we go to work. Despite all the chaos, despite the erasure, the attacks on our humanity, we tell the truth. We go harder. We don't bend, you know? And we also need to contextualize this moment for what it is. So white supremacy is dying. It's not a confident system. If it were confident, it wouldn't need to ban books, roll back, you know, DEI and so forth. It'd be confident in its audacity, but it's not. And as I tell my HBCU students, they are the future. We are the future. And we should step into that. The demographics are on our side. And so we need to imagine ourselves, our stories, our missions outside of this system to create something new. We need to fight against erasure. We need to teach media literacy. We need to be more intentional about telling our stories and putting that history in front of them. We also need to you know, deal with digital addiction and distraction. And the ways that they manifest across these different platforms which foster faux activism, hashtag activism, which deludes people into thinking they're really doing something when they're not. We need to hold these corporations accountable who package our pain and our activism and sell it back to us as liberation and change. Understand that, you know, we need to be more strategic about the kinds of battles we face. There's been a lot of upheaval against DEI and these corporations that have turned their backs on us. But capitalism, racist capitalism, has never cared about economic justice, right? And so we have to give our people, our young people, a different imagination, a different sense of themselves, and understand that those of us who teach and write, you know, every time we do this, it's a deeply political act. So we need to give the next generation a template.
Thank you so much. So I was just thinking about my grandmother, but you know, as old people used to say, tell it, tell it, tell it. Continue to tell the story. Continue to educate people about this history. And as we've all said here, the media shapes the narrative. Look at what is left out of the narrative. That shapes the psyche as much as what is included within the narrative. So when people fail, when the masses, I'll just say it this way, colonizers who continue to colonize want the masses of people to remain ignorant. And when I studied Latin, ignorant means to be without knowledge. The great philosopher John Henrik Clarke says, powerful people cannot afford to educate the people they oppress, because once they truly are educated, you will not ask for power, you will take it. So we must continue to educate, we must continue to write the stories, tell it.
You know, ownership is so important, because in ownership, you make the decision. And I'm a very unapologetic active owner at the Baltimore Sun and my television stations across the country. And I was thinking about us having a scholarship program with the University of Maryland, and my publisher, Triff, this year, I said, why not with Bowie State? Why not with Morgan State? What we need to do is establish a scholarship program, partial, however we do it, with Bowie State and Morgan State, not just a scholarship. Have them come in our newsrooms when they become freshmen and work from freshman through their senior year. If they decide they may want to stay with us or go somewhere else. What we need to do is train them how to be journalists again, how to be reporters again, by giving them real time, developing their skills that send them into the marketplace. And that's what we're going to do starting this fall trip.
My phone is over there. I don't have access. I'm not a rapper, so, but I still need a mic. Well, I have a very quick question, and then I'm going to pass over to Commissioner Coles. But I'm curious to know if you all feel that new media is harmful or helpful to reporting on stories of social injustice. And by new media, I mean, podcasts where folk aren't doing research, but everybody has a 7-year-olds have podcasts. Everybody has a podcast. So I say all that to say, do you feel as though it's harmful or helpful and anybody who wants it can take it?
The problem is that our media has lost so much credibility over the years. We've lost the current of our realm, which is trust. And so many people get their information from podcasts and social media. They're not held to the same standards as we are, because I'm held to the Federal Communications Commission. It's only an indictment of what we're not doing well. And until we decide that we are referees and not coaches, present the facts, and allow people to come decide for themselves that we're not advocates for one political party or another political party, that we're advocates of the truth, because when people read, they're intelligent enough to know instinctively whether they're reading something that makes sense to them or not. So we've got to regain our integrity in terms of the fact that the corner of our realm should always be about trust. We should not be able to be bought or sold by any politician, any corporation. We should work for the people. We should get back to citizen journalism.
I think so too, but I also think that we have to use the tools that are presented by digital media. That's a way to reach lots of people, and even without a lot of resources, you can reach a lot of people. So I think we should take advantage of that. But those of us who are journalists are committed to our codes of ethics and our obligation to seek the truth and find it. Well, I think we can do that with these digital tools as well.
So I think we made the case today the old media was not always reliable. Did not always tell the truth, was not trustworthy, was one-sided. All of that, right? And so it's not a matter of whether it's old versus new. New media is a tool that, when used properly and responsibly, gets the news out in a way that's credible, right? And something you can believe in. But we have to be discerning, because we go through the headlines you went through, I went through, what all of us talked about. Who's going to believe some of that? But people believed it, and then they acted on it. So it's a matter of responsible journalism, regardless of the tool that you use. Today it's AI. Tomorrow it'll be XYZ. The tools are going to change, but the responsible use of them is not.
Thank you so much. Well, we're going to wrap it here. We have Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dupree Wilson, and thank you again to our panelists for your insight, for being here. So we are going to very quickly transition to our last panel. We want to give as much time as we can to honor their wisdom, so we can quickly transition. And we are transitioning to From Pain to Power, Mental Health Solutions for Coping and Thriving. And that will be moderated by Commissioner Chris Haley. Or the end. You can be on the end. Just basically on it. So you can just be on this end right here. Yeah.
Speaking. Speaking.
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Hello. Hi, if your name is Dr. Gail Christopher, please come to the front. If your name is Dr. Awesome. If your name is Dr. Joanne Braxton, please come to the front. Right here. Perfect.
right, greetings and welcome to our final panel for today, which again is From Pain to Power, Mental Health Solutions for Coping and Thriving. And this panel will be moderated by Commissioner Chris Haley, representing Maryland State Archives. Thank you, Commissioner Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all again for being here today for this special first day of our conference, and also for staying to the last of the conference after lunch and this beautiful day. It's really admirable that you put the time within yourselves to share with us today, because it is a very special once-in-a-lifetime, once-in-this-year occasion. And of course, I am very honored to have these distinguished panelists with me today. I'm going to make the introductions very short because it's all about what they have to say and giving you the time to absorb it. I will not say much because much has been said and much remains to be said and felt and pondered and deliberated. Reconciliation is not only about policy changes and legal reforms. It is also about healing. Racial violence has had long-lasting effects on African Americans both individually and communally. Addressing those impacts is essential to any meaningful reconciliation effort. Today, we are joined by this panel of experts to help us explore the social and emotional aspects of reparative efforts. Just so you know, I encourage you to look at their bios online, because literally it's pages like this. They are so accomplished. Dr. Cheryl Grills, who is with us online, is a clinical psychologist specializing in racial trauma and healing. She is a commissioner on the National African American Reparations Commission and previously served on the CA Reparations Task Force. Reverend Dr. Joanne Braxton, Dr. Braxton is the founder and president of the Braxton Institute, which has led the charge for restorative justice in the community of Lakeland and College Park, Maryland, and is also a minister and a scholar. Dr. Gail Christopher, next to me. Dr. Christopher is the executive director of the National Collaborative for Health Equity. She is an expert in the social determinants of health and well-being and racial healing work. We will begin with Dr. Grills.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. I know you're running behind time, so I'm going to try to speak a little quickly. So please let me know if I'm talking too fast. I'm speaking on the psychological and mental health impact of lynchings against African Americans. So U.S. society has come to terms with neither its original sin of enslavement nor the sequela of that sin, which includes lynching across the nation, including Maryland. Among the things that are needed to repair the damage of lynching and the violence it promoted is truth-telling, acknowledgement of the violation, public education, and healing. As Malcolm X noted, and I quote, "If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. If you pull it out all the way, that's not progress. Progress is healing the wound that the blow made. And they haven't even pulled the knife out, much less heal the wound. They won't even admit the knife is there. This commission has the capacity to admit the knife is there, remove the knife, and heal the wound. As a member of the California Reparations Task Force, we paid considerable attention to fact-finding and analyses of the mental health and health impact of enslavement and post-enslavement harm on African Americans. I paid particular attention to these components of the report, given my expertise as a clinical psychologist, a past president of the Association of Black Psychologists, and co-designer of the Racial Stress and Trauma Emotional Emancipation Circles intervention developed by the Community Healing Network and the association. Of particular note, I encourage the Commission to review the findings and associated policy recommendations in Chapter 3, titled Racial Terror, and its associated policy recommendations in Chapter 20, and also to Chapter 12, Mental Health and Harm and Neglect, and its associated recommendations in Chapter 29. I might also recommend reviewing Chapter 33, which addresses educating the public. Racial terror inflicted on African Americans and its lasting effects as a method of social control is a critical and often overlooked component of lynchings directed at Black America. Lynchings instilled psychological terror, racial trauma, and ongoing racial stress, both during the period of active lynching and for generations after. I can personally remember the stories of lynching in my mother's hometown in South Carolina. The vivid memories shared in my family of my grandfather and other men in the community cutting down Black bodies from trees in the middle of the night in silence and burying those bodies with no funeral services for fear of further white retribution. It's etched in my memory. I am convinced that decades later, those lynchings shaped the neuropsychological fear response of hypervigilance and avoidance of confrontations with whites by members of my own family in 2025. Also overlooked in discussions about the inhumane, unjust, and barbaric nature of lynching is how it compromises the humanity of white people, including those who were directly engaged in lynching behavior, those who were sympathetic bystanders coveting racist beliefs, and those who, by their silence, were in fact complicit accomplices. The resulting attitudes, beliefs, and capacity for humanity can easily be, or lack of capacity for humanity, can easily be passed on to subsequent generations and characterizes the behaviors of neighborhoods and communities for generations. This must be recognized as we try to understand things like current over-policing, abuse, and murders of African Americans by law enforcement in this country and in Maryland. The threat of lynching was a coercive force available to white people. The overt threat of lynching and prevented lynchings functioned to maintain white dominance. It created a socio-psychological matrix of the power relationship between the races, which remains a part of the American social ethos. So what is the significance and consequence of these factors? For African Americans, the history of lynching contributes to generational trauma that began during enslavement, episodic stress associated with anti-Black violence, anti-Blackness and anti-Black violence from the past and the present, as well as sustained chronic racial stress and trauma. This stress and trauma literally attacks the central and peripheral nervous systems, overtaxing them to the extent of compromising physical and mental health. It contributes to restricted behavior in the service of survival through avoidance behavior, avoiding people, places, activities, and opportunities. It contributes to a restricted sense of agency and stifled imagination and creativity, to altered perceptions of self and others that can result in distorted views of what is and what is in the realm of possibilities in life. It contributes to limited access to the rights, resources, and the responsibilities of citizenship in what is purported to be a democracy in this country. And a reliance upon cultural tools to enhance our resilience is something that emerged out of this lynching history. But our resilience should not be used as a justification to not engage in reparatory justice. I also have a series of consequences for whites, but given time, I'll leave it to you to read in my written testimony. Ultimately, for American society, it undermines democracy and the rule of law. So racial terror and lynchings in particular permeated every aspect of post-enslavement Black life. Black Americans faced threats of violence when they tried to vote, when they tried to buy homes in white neighborhoods, when they tried to swim in public pools, and when they made progress through the courts or in legislation. Led by prominent members of society and enabled by government officials, ordinary citizens terrorized Black Americans to preserve a system of oppression that kept Black Americans from building the same wealth and political influence as white Americans. Why is this important? It created a social ethos of domination, control, and harm that still infects current day U.S. society. And while lynching, mob violence, and other forms of racial terror are no longer socially acceptable, the legacy of terror continues to haunt Black communities, such as violence that is found in modern forms of extrajudicial killings of Black Americans by police and vigilantes. Historians have described the trauma of lynching as a contagion that has a multiplier effect across families, communities, and generations. Now, although the primary component of racial terror is physical violence, there is also a critical component of psychological violence. Violence is any relation, process, or condition by which an individual or a group violates the physical, social, and/or psychological integrity of another person or group. So from this perspective, violence inhibits human growth, negates inherent potential, limits productive living, and actually can cause death. And this fear of physical harm or death that emerges out of race-based physical violence also leads to the victims becoming uprooted from their community's ideals, history, and destiny. In fact, for racial terror to be effective, it must be accompanied by various methods of social control which permeate the social and psychological life of the oppressed. The foundations of the very integrity of the human psyche, which is one's space, time, energy, mobility, bonding, and identity, are all violated. So the fear of physical death then and its lingering effects today can limit productive, meaningful living and affect personality, social bonding, and culture, causing depersonalization, desocialization, deracination. People's outward behaviors become incongruent with their internal wishes, needs, and psychic life. That's stressful. And these are just a few examples of the far-reaching effects of lynching. Because of time, I will not delve into the tools of resilience that allowed us to make a way out of no way. But in no way am I suggesting that we did not have resilience and that there are not, in fact, strong, important cultural tools that we used and that helped us to sustain ourselves. So I'm just going to read the headlines of some of the other sections that are covered in my written testimony, but I want to get to the recommendations. 1, lynching impacts health and family life, and that gets passed on across generations. And it not only affected Black families, it impacted Black communities in profound ways. 2nd, these psychological traumas not only extended across generations, one might argue they desensitized how U.S. society values, or better, devalues, the sanctity of Black life. And so from enslavement through to the present day, African Americans experience racial terror that has and continues to pose various degrees of danger with psychological and physical consequences. We're conditioned to constant threat, and these dangers may be real in the form of physical assault, threats of physical harm and injury, discrimination, and humiliating and shaming events. The days of lynching get triggered in the trauma of present-day witnessing of harm and injury to other African Americans. Another headline, centuries of exposure to racism, including the practice of lynching, has contributed to a decline in African American physical and mental health. We have suffered and continue to suffer from disparities in mental health care and have among the worst health outcomes among all Americans. Influenced by the mindset that undergirded lynching, the American Psychological Association, in conjunction with federal and state governments, played a significant role in the ongoing oppression of Black people in all sectors of life. Finally, in 2020, the American Psychological Association issued an apology for its role in promoting, perpetuating, and failing to challenge racism in the U.S. The APA helped establish racist scientific theories, opposition to interracial marriage, and support of segregation and forced sterilization. Why am I mentioning this? Because, as you'll see in one of my recommendations, I suggest caution in mental health strategies that are adopted for the African American community. And then another headline, the anti-Black racism that fed lynching and beyond causes adverse specific psychological effects. So the racial stress caused by anti-Blackness leads to anger, anxiety, paranoia, helplessness, hopelessness, frustration, resentment, fear, lowered self-esteem, overall lowered levels of psychological functioning. And this can profoundly affect Black children by undermining their emotional and physical well-being and their academic success. Another headline, studies have shown that racial and ethnic discrimination may play an important role in the development of post-traumatic stress disorder for Black people. Another headline, the health consequences of historical racism and discrimination can be passed down psychologically, socially, and emotionally from one generation to the next, resulting in intergenerational harm to Black mental health. Another headline, traumatization can occur at a community level as well. And again, we're looking at the highly publicized police killings of unarmed Black Americans, which I argue is a holdover of lynching behavior, and that affects the mental health of Black Americans in the region where killings occurred. For example, in one study, the impact was felt for months afterwards, whereas no negative effects were found for white Americans in those same localities where lynchings did not occur. There was a 2013 to 2016 study on the mental health impacts of killings of Black Americans in certain states, and it found that Black Americans had poorer mental health days, whereas white people were not affected in the same way. So this cultural legacy of state-inflicted oppression leads to poor community health through re-traumatization. So given the above, I'd like to offer the following policy recommendations to align with the UN standards for reparatory justice, particularly the UN standards related to guarantees of non-repetition, restitution, and rehabilitation. 1, establish and fund community wellness centers in Maryland's African American communities that promote culturally based mechanisms and methods of wellness and resilience, and that provide opportunities to understand how historical, cultural, structural, and contemporary legacies of lynching impact current day Black life, Black interactions, community, and well-being. These wellness centers can play a role in creating space for the communal needs of the Black community to be met. These are spaces and places to be in community and to do the work of community building. We are a communal people, and as the Senegalese proverb states, we are each other's medicine. These wellness centers can ultimately build a culture of repair. Second, curtail law enforcement activity in Maryland schools and determine alternate methods to increase school safety while prioritizing student wellness. Third, fund community-driven solutions to decrease community violence at the family, school, and neighborhood levels in African American communities. These should place emphasis on prevention as well as early intervention, environmental change strategies, and strategies that promote resilience in the face of stress. Recommendation 18 of the Institute of Medicine states, and I quote, efforts to develop the next generation of preventive interventions must focus on building relationships with communities in the assessment of their needs and priorities. Models should be developed that encourage members of the community and researchers to work together to design, train for, and conduct such programs. I want to I want to share that we have a number of examples of these community-driven models of healing, prevention, and early intervention, including the community-defined evidence practices that were implemented and evaluated in 35 communities in the state of California as part of the California Reducing Disparities Project to reduce mental health disparities in the state. There's also data and evidence of effectiveness from the Ready to Rise initiative that in the County of Los Angeles that focused specifically on community-defined positive youth development, prevention, and early intervention strategies designed by the community, grounded in cultural and contextual factors that shape quality of life. These were implemented and tested in 96 communities across Los Angeles County. My research team conducted the research of effectiveness and a cost-benefit analysis for these projects, and I can provide access to the reports of both if you would like to have them. The goal of these culturally grounded, community-centered interventions is to raise consciousness and release and let go of racial stress and the internalized oppression that we sometimes take on, to increase relational ties, building sense of community, to gather tools of protection and growth using cultural values, principles, and practices, to strengthen cultural, ethnic, and racial identity, to provide more cultural and racial socialization, to promote emotional wellness, and to create those spaces I mentioned earlier to be in and do community. I also suggest a recommendation to address anti-Black discrimination in healthcare. This first requires an assessment of the extent to which this discrimination is operating, where it is happening, and to what effect, followed by targeted strategies to disrupt this. Secondly, another recommendation, provide pathways to increase the availability of Black psychologists, psychiatrists, and social workers and healthcare advocates to meet the needs of the Black community. Another recommendation, meet the mental health needs of African American elders who are the closest to the history of lynching and are often neglected in strategies of healing and repair. Address anti-Black discrimination in healthcare. And because of the legacy of lynching found in present-day practices of anti-Black bias and harm, I recommend eliminate legal protections for peace officers who violate civil or constitutional rights, recommend abolition and the qualified immunity doctrine to allow access to justice for victims of police violence, and assess and remedy racially biased treatment of African American adults and juveniles in custody in jails, prisons, juvenile halls, etc. We need a broad, and I know my time is up, so I would lastly say, unless the broader society reckons with the impact of racism and anti-Black bias, we will continue to experience assaults to our dignity, humanity, quality of life, and life itself. In other words, America, heal thyself for your own sake and for the sake of the Black community. This can begin with knowledge of what needs healing. In other words, substantive change should include public education to address willful ignorance, misinformation, lack of information, and anti-Black bias. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grills. Dr. Braxton.
Thank you, Dr. Grills. It's amazing to... Oh, microphone. What's a microphone?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Grills. It's amazing. And I will begin by saying that I heartily endorse all of Dr. Grills' evidence-based recommendations. So good afternoon, everybody. As you have heard, I am Joanne Braxton, a scholar of the African American experience and president of the Braxton Institute for Sustainability, Resiliency, and Joy, a nonprofit ministry of teaching and healing that co-creates strategies to repair and heal harms and traumas of historically oppressed communities and to lift up legacies of resistance and joy. Since today, I am going to be speaking to you primarily as a Maryland homegirl, I would like to add a few more of my credentials for context. I am Frances L. and Edwin L. Cummings Professor Emeritus at the College of William and Mary, where I served for 38 years and helped to found the programs in Africana Studies, Women's Studies, and American Studies. I am also, at this moment, Professor of Family and Community Medicine at Eastern Virginia Medical School at Old Dominion University. I work primarily with doctors. You might say I'm a doctor's doctor. I am also visiting scholar at the Kluge Center at the Library of Congress. And those are just a few things I would drop alongside the info about the Braxton Institute, because again, I'm going to speak to you today as a homegirl. I want to thank Dr. Fakunle and the commission for inviting me to testify at these proceedings. I am honored, I am grateful, and I am humbled. Dr. Fakunle, I also want to thank you for leading drum circles in my hometown of Lakeland, Maryland. This is healing work, and much appreciated by me and by my community. We have not forgotten. Another person to thank is my long-term friend and colleague, Reverend Dr. Diane Teichert, seated here on her go-mobile. Reverend Diane Teichert, and the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project for bringing me and our organization into the necessary work of truth-telling, reconciliation, and potentially healing. In honor of their good work, I will call the names of those lynched from PG County. Thomas Jurix, 1869 in Piscataway. John Henry Scott, 1875, Oxon Hill. Michael Green, 1894, Upper Marlboro. Stephen Williams, 1894, Upper Marlboro. I had planned just 10 minutes, but listening to everybody else, I feel like I gotta reach a little bit more. So it's time for poetry. It's a good time for poetry. If you will, kindly suspend your disbelief and maybe even close your eyes. This is from the book, Sometimes I Think of Maryland, published in 1977 by a young poet, Jody Braxton, me. It's called Poem on Turning Around. Black poetry heals the spirit. Poem on Turning Around. Between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, she wakes to see the brightest star shaded by a crescent moon. Until the morning bursts a belly of swollen light in this world of images where we live and die. A wrinkled old woman speaks out to her mother in the voice of a baby. The listener calls her grandmom, not daughter, and cannot recognize the birthmark, the image of one she has never seen, as manifest in walnut face, the smile, the hands of youth. Seasons pass, risings and fallings that crescendo with each new birth, each passing festival of juba, boogie, and bop, washboard symphonies and country crucifixions where they spill our blood. Who will survive America? Who will survive neocolonialism? Who will survive default, urban renewal, unemployment, police violence, piss-poor education, and smack? In America, who will survive? Who will hold the dream, the vision of the king? Who will unite the consciousness of the people as it makes war against itself? Who will show America which way to go as generations are born and return to the soil in singing sadness. Our desperate hope, the trial of staying alive in this white America, to survive with humor, dignity, and style. My charge today is to speak to you about the paths from pain to power, mental health solutions for coping and thriving. I'm going to modify that just a bit because of my research in the realm of spirituality and health, touching on the study of autobiography, narrative change, and bioethics, as well as reparations. Who is Joanne Braxton? I was born in 1950 in Freedman's Hospital in Washington, D.C. I'm a Freedman's baby. And I grew up in Lakeland in Prince George's County in the segregated 50s. I attended Lakeland Elementary School, where I received an excellent education in the care of Black teachers, graduates of Maryland's historically Black teachers' colleges. When integration came, I entered Greenbelt Junior High as a 7th grader. I later earned a PhD in American Studies at Yale University, writing the dissertation that became the book, Black Women Writing Autobiography, a Tradition Within a Tradition, under the direction of historian John Blassingame. I am a descendant of Merkirk iron furnace workers through both my mother and my father. My father's mother, Emma Margaret Harrison, came from folks who had been enslaved on the Montpelier plantation in Laurel, not far from here. At the time of Thomas Jurick's lynching in nearby Piscataway on December 12, 1869, my great-grandfather, William Harrison, was living in one of the houses Charles E. Coffin had built for his workers at the Merkirk Iron Furnace. And this is where my grandmother was born, 1 year after the lynching of Stephen Williams in Upper Marlboro, nearby. Grandmom had a scarce 4th grade education, but she could read and manage her own accounts. She worked as a maid and a nanny and a cook and raised my father, who went to work for an undertaker when he was 5 years old. Later, my grandmom became a deaconess in the AME church, and with my father's help, she acquired property. Her motto was, "Put God in front of everything." From this grandmother, I learned through the oral tradition her family history and genealogy. Sometimes, if she perceived I was listening deeply, she would share stories that, in the parlance of Toni Morrison, were not meant to be passed on. Telling stories that were not meant to be passed on is an act of resistance and self-determination. The Commission's work of documenting the history of racial terror lynchings in Maryland is part of this resistance, a charge from those who have come before us to recover our past and retell stories that the dominant culture has sought to suppress. Now that we know his name, what if we were to take another look at the lynching of Thomas Jurick as what today might be called know your place aggression, to borrow a term from scholar Caritha Mitchell? When viewed through this lens of racialized terror, including his seizure from collaborating law officers by a mob in front of his wife and children, and the display of his body on the grounds of the Chapel Hill Freedmen's School his children likely attended, this explains the dropping enrollment in the school in the following year. In fact, it has been suggested that Jurix was targeted because of this Freedmen's School. This inflicted terror was a message broadcast to all Black residents of Prince George's County, who no doubt heard it through the grapevine. Beloved, we are living in dangerous times. What does historical trauma look like today? The suicide rate for Black youth has doubled since 2014. The racial wealth gap continues. Issues of police violence against Black people persist, and individuals and communities are subject to root shock, serial forced displacement, moral injury, and premature aging and weathering as a consequence of the legacies of lynching, segregation, redlining, urban renewal, gentrification, foreclosure, over-incarceration, and resulting community disintegration. But this disintegration of community is only part of our inheritance. Reflecting on the path from pain to power, or put another way, the path from harm to hope, in 2017, I preached, quote, a sermon for dangerous times. How do we rest with our broken hearts? That's the title of the sermon, a sermon for dangerous times. How do we rest with our broken hearts? I reflected on creative responses to oppression, what our ancestors did to survive and thrive. Mind you, these creative responses are not enough on their own. Every person needs connectivity, housing, connection with nature, education. Still, in the sermon, I noted what our ancestors did. They sang together. They built communities of resistance. And they loved one another. They sang together. They built communities of resistance. And they loved one another. Song has that power to lift, to heal, and to create community spaces. Speaking historically, Black song has offered sophisticated modes of analysis and healing. Someone earlier mentioned Billie Holiday's Strange Fruit, an excellent example of opening space for sophisticated modes of analysis and healing. In times of trouble, we have turned not only to our preachers and politicians, but also to our artists, our song leaders, and poets. Back in 1845, Frederick Douglass spoke of the healing power of our music when he wrote, "Those rude and apparently incoherent songs told a tale of woe which was then altogether beyond my feeble comprehension. They were tones loud, long, and deep. They breathed the prayer and complaint of souls boiling over with the bitterest anguish. Every tone was a testimony against slavery and a prayer to God for deliverance from chains." As Lawrence Levine argued, in the Black spiritual, God is always on the side of the oppressed. This centering of justice is part of what enabled Frederick Douglass to resist enslavement, whip the slave breaker who attacked him, and escape to freedom. And it makes sense in light of current studies of collective trauma and healing and what we know today. Dr. Jack Saul finds that while trauma takes away a person's agency, co-creative acts offer the opportunity for bearing witness in relation to others, which in turn establishes archives and therapeutic contexts from which new justice-making contexts arise. That's what you're doing here, establishing archives and therapeutic contexts from which new justice-making contexts arise. This commission has heard the testimony about known racial terror lynchings in Maryland as recorded by the Baltimore Sun and other biased sources, usually by mob violence. Almost all of the original accounts have come down to us from biased sources. This bias must be acknowledged. Racial terror lynching, first and foremost, was a tool that was used to suppress Black land ownership, Black education, and Black economic self-determination overall. Whole communities were impacted, not just individuals. Part of our love and our love ethic for ourselves and our love made manifest for both the ancestors and future generations is to change the narrative about lynching. Scholars and practitioners are turning to storytelling and narrative change to address the social determinants of community well-being. In fact, there's a big conference coming up at Yale at the beginning of next month. Narrative change offers ways not only to understand what is happening to us, but also to make interventions to address the systemic causes of our collective distress. We need narrative change that makes plain the real reasons for lynching. When we look at Maryland's Red Record, revealing our collective historical trauma through shared narratives of racial terror and violence, we see that most of those lynched were accused of rape or the attempted rape of white women. As Ida B. Wells demonstrated in her 20th century writings, her early 20th century writings, most lynchings had an economic motivation. And you know, Ida B. Wells wrote something in her Free Speech and Headlight that I'm going to quote. In May 1892, she wrote, 8 Negroes lynched since the last issue of the Free Speech. 3 were charged with killing white men and 5 with raping white women. If Southern white men are not careful, a conclusion will be reached which will be very dangerous to the moral reputation of their women. After she published this, her press and the type for her press was destroyed, and she became a refugee from Memphis, having lost a newspaper and had a price put on her head. When we look at Maryland's red record, revealing our collective historical trauma, I'm sorry, I repeated that. The accusation of rape was most often a cover story that is a story used to cover up another motivation for racial terror. In Wells' work, Southern Horrors, she established that many of the so-called rapes were also cover-ups for interracial love affairs between black men and white women. She added that many of the accused lynchers were themselves the fathers of mulatto children. This is consistent with Blair Bowie's testimony before this commission when she affirmed that the same communities that lynched black men for mere allegations of impoliteness or insults toward white women ignored and excused white men's blatant sexual attacks against black men and girls. Naming the names, witnessing to ourselves and each other in a formal process and changing the narrative is essential to all phases of intervention, repair, and the formation and expansion of communities of care as communities of resistance. Once this moral space is open, we can proceed to address the causes of the psychosocial, economic, and political causes of our current distress with fewer impediments, with love for ourselves and the ancestors, and hope for future generations. May it be so.
Here. Dr. Christopher.
Good afternoon. And I am so honored to share this stage with my wonderful, brilliant, beautiful sisters, Dr. Grill, Dr. Braxton. I have been in Maryland now for over 20 years, and I can't believe we haven't met before, but I'm looking forward to staying connected. I want to echo the endorsement of the evidence-based practices and applaud the leadership that happened in the state of California. I also want to thank Dr. Braxton for bringing us such a holistic understanding. And holistic is kind of where I come into this conversation. One of the speakers earlier today said, what kind of people could do these things? And I think that's an important question for us to ask. There may be multiple answers, but one thing is for sure, they had embraced a belief system which is alive and well today. And that belief system is a false hierarchy of human value. Now, in my decades on the planet, I have discovered through a lot of pain and joy, but I have discovered what I believe is true power. And I think it's very important for this commission to recommend things that will enable us to manifest our true power. We must, I believe, embrace a non-deficit frame of our identity, our capacity, our relationships, and our love. There is something in the Western mentality that moves from deficit at all times. It's in the medical system, it's in the psychological discipline, it's in the education, it's in the economic system, it is everywhere. It is an embracing of the lack as opposed to an understanding of the power. And so this panel is aptly titled, and I think in order to move from pain to power, there are some specific perspectives that we need. Now, I've had a career that I didn't plan. I think a higher power may have planned it, but it evolved from clinical practice in Chicago to designing social programs, to leading government innovation efforts at Harvard, ultimately to the philanthropic world and being able to fund millions, to distribute millions of dollars working toward health equity and justice for my people. Now, of course, I couldn't say that inside the institutions. It had to be for all people. But my bias, yes, my bias was always to try and direct resources for us, for my people. In that work and over those many decades, it became very clear that what America has never done, which many countries in the world have done, but we had never done a truth process. And I was privileged while within the Kellogg Foundation to and I'll be honest with you, I prayed, and at one point I was on my knees praying for guidance, and what came to me like a neon sign was truth, racial healing, and transformation. And what is truth, racial healing, and transformation? It is a truth process for this unique country. Notice I did not say reconciliation. Why? Because the connotation of that word in the popular consciousness is coming back together. Have we ever been together? This country was founded on the premise of a false hierarchy of human value. And so I believe the term transformation and healing were impressed in my consciousness because reconciliation might work for people immediately post-conflict, but that's not where we are as a country. So in 2017, we were able to launch a truth, racial healing, and transformation effort. I want to take just a moment to talk about what I mean by healing. First of all, I think we have to understand that healing is a process. It is not a pill for an ill. It is not an intervention in terms of an imposition of someone else's consciousness and will over our own. Healing is a process, and you've heard much about it today, but it must be grounded in love and in the expectation that it will in fact happen. And that's part of what I meant by a non-deficit frame. The human body is always healing itself. My sisters and brothers, it creates itself. How could it not heal itself? From one cell, trillions of cells are made not by addition, but by division. So if that one cell has within it the trillions of cells that become us, let us embrace our bodies with love and with the expectation that healing is our birthright. Now, how does that show up in overcoming this legacy of racial hatred? It shows up in what I believe is a holistic frame, which I'll use the terms that Dr. Daniel Amen uses in his holistic frames, but the first is the biological. We really have not educated and informed and guided enough about our biological essence and relationship to nature and to all that is. But if we're going to heal and overcome the harms that come from the distress that comes from the oppression of racism, we have to start at a biological level. Meaning, we have to have healthy food and healthy water and healthy air and healthy relationships. I could spend days on the biological aspect of this, but I just want to emphasize how critically important our relationships with food, our relationships with movement, our relationships with peace, our relationships with nature. These are things that must be in place, and we must understand them and apply them to optimize our well-being. From the biological, we move to the psychological, and the psychological is rough. And I so appreciate Dr. Grill's acknowledgement of the role that the systems of psychology in this country have played in manifesting that hierarchy of human value and in perpetuating the deficit frame and the oppression and destruction. When we say mental health in this country, what it's representing is really, in most cases, mental pathology and mental illness. Mental health is, I believe, a yet to be fully explored concept. So the idea of the psychology, the psychological, has so much to do with us understanding who we really are, not who others say we are, who our children really are, not what the schools will educate them to believe that they are. So the psychological is, I believe, from the inside out, not from the outside in. And this must be a critical, constructive element of the recommendations of this commission, not merely a repetition and an examination of the horror, but a repetition and a clear explanation of the psychological power and strength that has been embedded in our journey from its inception. America's a really lucky place to have had us and our ancestors. I dare say we're probably the best thing that ever happened to America. Moving on from the psychological, the biological, the psychological, and the social. We are, by nature, people who require relationships in order to thrive. You spoke about it, Dr. Braxton. You've spoke about it, Dr. Grill. We are who we are in relationship to the people around us, the people that care about us, the people that we care for. And a very important part of this healing journey is through relationship. Now, we live in America. We are part of a democracy, and we cannot be insular in our understanding of the relationships that we need. I've developed a circle methodology that is called RX Racial Healing, and a big part of it is about overcoming the fallacy of a hierarchy of human value by engaging diverse people in storytelling and story sharing, which helps to melt away the biases and the prejudice. And the evidence is clear that the best way to eradicate bias is through authentic interaction and engagement with others that we have false perceptions about. And so as we do this socialization work and connect into the social fabric of our being and our country, we really have to expand our circles of engagement so that we never again find ourselves with a Supreme Court or a presidential administration like we have now. I'll move on. So this work of healing our country's basic fiber and understanding of us and of themselves, it's key to the realization of the potential of this democracy. But from the biological to the psychological to the social, I believe then the next realm of intervention is the spiritual. You have a reverend here speaking with you today. We know that the spiritual foundation of our sojourn or our journey is what enabled us to be here now. Spiritual is absolutely at the core of the healing and the resilience. We have to have some relationship with that which we believe is omnipresent, omnipotent, something that is much bigger than any of us as individuals. I don't care what you call it, who you call, but there has to be an acknowledgement of a power that's greater than ourselves. From that source comes our capacity to withstand and to create. And I would say that our capacity to create is the most important part of this work. What we focus on, what we iterate, what we reiterate, eventually comes into our experience. I want to say that again. What we focus on, what we iterate and reiterate, manifests in our experience. If you don't believe me, look at your life. I know I can look at mine, and I can see when my focus has not been right. And I've had to change my focus so that I could bring in the energy and the manner and the things that I want. Now, I'm going to say this, and it's probably controversial, but I have to say it. When we're talking about individual and collective consciousness, individual and collective awareness, words matter. When I finish, which won't be long from now, I will give the pillars of the TRHT, Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Framework. The first pillar is narrative change. The first pillar is telling a different story. Now, I love my brothers and sisters who spent the last 5 years actively engaged in what was termed anti-racism work. But I gotta tell you, the subconscious, the consciousness, the collective conscious does not hear the modifier. It hears the subject. And the subject of anti-racism work is racism. Have we seen as much racism in the 20th century as we see today? So we have to recognize, what is it that we want to create? Do we want to create more lynchings? Do we want to create more racism? Do we want to create more terror? No. We want to create healing. We want to create honor of our bodies and our minds and our capacities. We want to create loving relationships. That's our work. But we have to be clear that that's what we articulate, lest we bring more of the worst upon us. Witness the outcomes of the recent election. Now, Dr. Braxton, you said we are living in dangerous times. We cannot underestimate that danger. The need to eliminate the progress that we have made is a manifestation of fear. And fear drives violence. It always has. I say to young people today who say we must resist what's being done right now, I say No, that's the resistance. That's the resistance to the progress that we have made. I really want us to understand, and as our friends in Star Trek, the Borg would say, resistance is futile. We are destined to succeed in throwing off the yoke of a false hierarchy of human value and replacing it with a deeply embedded understanding. We all descended from a very small group of people on the continent of Africa. I don't care how much pigment we have or don't have today, based on where our ancestors migrated to and from, and the amount of sun and the quality of the air that they breathed. All these superficial manifestations are adaptations to the environments in which our ancestors, close and further back, evolved. But all of us are an extended human family. And when we are able to convey that, the notion of horror and terror and lynching and hate and denial of the humanity, it just won't be tolerated. So we have a lot of work to do, but let us have a non-deficit frame as we approach that work. Let us know that we will succeed. We have succeeded to this date. It took 100 years to end slavery, but it happened. It took another 100 years to even have the opportunity to express our full humanity embedded in the amendments in the Constitution, basically. But here we are. And this is a bump in the road. But our actualization of our full humanity, I believe, is inevitable. And I'm honored to be a part of this work, and I honor you for doing it. It is critically important work. Thank you.
Sure how much time we have because we were trying to get public comment and we haven't had a question for the panel. So let me know, judges, where we are. Or what? I don't know if we have to get booted out at some point either.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting close to the end. So let's do one encompassing
Okay.
question for our panel, and then we'll quickly transition to the end.
All right, great. Thank you, Chair. It's so impressive what you guys have shared with us, and so effective what you've shared with us. And you mentioned Dr. Christopher's story, and you mentioned pillars, and we've all had mentioned different resiliency and what those efforts are. So as stories often relate to people so deeply, could you briefly share with us your own story about how did you first feel trauma, racial-based trauma, and how did you come to deal with that to the point where this has become your life's work and that you are coping and you're thriving today? I know it's an easy question. Yes, all of you. So Dr. Grills, you want to start?
We actually do this kind of activity as part of the Emotional Emancipation Circle's work. For me, I was about maybe 6 years old. And I was on an outing with my dad to one of the fancy department stores. And as we were about to walk into the store, the white woman who was walking ahead of us opened the door, walked through, and then literally slammed the door in my father's face and my face. And I remember being shocked by that and being shocked by the nasty look on her face. You could tell she just hated us. And I was a little girl. I was like, what's going on? And I looked up at my dad because I knew what she did was wrong. That was bad behavior. I was, old enough to realize that. And the look on my dad's face made me stop and not say a word. You could see the vein in his temple just pulsating. His jaw was gripped and his face was stone cold. And at that moment, I knew something was up. And somehow I figured out that she did what she did because we were Black. And from that point forward, I started paying attention. And it was like coming out of the Matrix. I took the red pill and I saw it everywhere. And I think that kind of planted a seed in me that led to my going into psychology and then being totally dissatisfied with my training, both at the undergraduate and graduate level, in the way they pathologized us, did not understand us, and weren't developing assessments and interventions that would really meet our needs. So then I became dedicated to doing this work for our people, centering our lived experience, our cultural heritage, our resilience, our history in promoting health and well-being for our people.
Thank you. There are many stories that predated this one, but I'll start with this one because it really is the one that I dedicated my life to, which is my firstborn child. Her name was Intianu, which means noble spirit. My firstborn child died before she reached 4 months of age. So I experienced what I didn't know was a phenomenon then, this infant mortality, this loss of our babies. As it turned out, Intianu was born with a congenital heart defect. And they told us when we took her to the clinic for her 6-week checkup, they told us to take her home, and there was nothing that could be done, and that when she was 5 years old, they might be able to do surgery. I think at the time they knew she would make her transition soon, and they wanted us to have our baby, or I don't know what was going on. But 20 plus years later, I learned that the surgery that might have saved her life had been invented decades before she was born. And perhaps the deepest cut, that surgery was invented by an African-American man. Right here at Johns Hopkins Hospital, Vivian Thomas worked with Dr. Blaylock. The surgery was for tetralogy of Fallot, or what they called blue babies. And so that type of injustice has found its way into my heart, and that, I think, has driven my life's work. So you asked the question, that's the answer. Dr.
Thank you for that testimony. I, too, could share early experiences. Two come to mind, both of which involve white people spitting on me. I think we'll pass over those. When I finished my first year of high school, my last year of high school, I went to work as an intern at the agricultural station in Beltsville in the pesticides lab. But I also recruited 250 black kids from Maryland for Ivy League colleges to go through the cooperative program for educational opportunity at Yale. 2 years later, I was in the Black Studies office at Sarah Lawrence one day as a student, and one of the young women I had recruited from Landover looked at me and said, "I heard about the shooting at your house." I looked behind me, because surely she must be talking to somebody behind me. Two white boys had, 3 white boys had taken rifles into the woods in College Park Estates and shot over 44 bullets into the house of my family in Lakeland. This is 1970. My parents didn't want to disturb me. I called home, the same grandmother I was talking about in my testimony said, I asked her what had happened. She said, oh, your parents not here right now. You have to call back when they're here. So I was soon home for Thanksgiving, and I came in the house, and my dad had shotgun shells lined up on all the windowsills, and guns in the corners. And yeah, eventually they found these kids going back down in the woods with guns again. And what I remember is that one was the son of a county detective, one was the son of a White House guard, and one was the son of a school teacher who had sometimes been my substitute teacher. My father was at church. My grandmother just had a double mastectomy. She hid in the closet. My mother hid on the floor. This is covered in the press. And it's traceable. Stories like this change you. And you'll forgive me if I end here.
Thank you all so much for sharing with us today, because it's just, I mean, it's so deep and it's so powerful and it's so real, and I think that's what we know we're dealing with today, and what we're also going to deal with tomorrow as we have the second day of this hearing. And I thank you so much for your bravery with answering and your honesty with that, because that's what I feel ultimately you've been sharing with us, that we have to be honest about the truth of what racial healing has to be, and what the current political climate is that we are also facing, that we have to be strong and do what's real and do what's truthful and accept the fact that there's trauma around it, that it's real and that we accept it, and by accepting it we can move forward. And thank you again, ladies, for being here with us today. Thank you, Dr. Grills.
Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Commissioner, for leading this panel. And so we thank you all for your stamina. Those of us who stuck around from the beginning to the end. We will make this an abbreviated closing. To those who would like to provide comment, we can do so in two ways. Certainly you can do so virtually through the Commission's website. We also have tomorrow where it will not be as jam-packed. So if you are able to join us tomorrow, there will be ample time to provide the physical space by which you can share your comments. So my sincere apologies for having to cut that short. Again, so much quality, it was hard to say, but I thank you all for your grace and your understanding with that. So I will move us to the final parts of this first day of hearings, and really it is just an opportunity to say thank you. There are so many people that we want to thank, and I'll try to get to everybody as quickly as I can. So certainly to the staff of the Office of Attorney General, Sophie, Kristen, Zanita, Trish, we appreciate you. To the staff of Bowie State University, to the illustrious Event Stream team, thank you so much for your excellence and for your grace. To our American Sign Language interpreters, thank you so much. To Maryland State Police for keeping us safe, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you to the staff of the Reginald F. Lewis Museum, to the students and interns who have helped us throughout the work of this commission, representing the Howard University School of Law, Loyola University, Maryland. I see one of my students stuck to the end. Appreciate you. All right. And Morgan State University for being a part of this, and the University of Baltimore School of Law, who assisted with the research and the preparation for this hearing. We also want to give appreciation to Liberation Ventures, to Maryland Humanities, the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project, Friends of the Maryland State Archives, Loyola Universities, and to the many individuals who provided financial support to make sure we could get across the finish line. We have had challenges and circumstances, but yet we are still here. That speaks to the commitment that everyone has shown to make sure that we are telling this story as we should. We also want to extend recognition. Yes, absolutely. We also want to extend recognition to the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project and the many local coalitions that are represented within the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project for doing the work, helping us to amplify the work that has been done, to augment the work that has been done when it comes to research, understanding, and memorialization of those known incidents of racial terror lynching, and to help us put on the regional hearings that we have had across the state of Maryland. Those who have volunteered their time, their energy, their resources, not just for this hearing today, but again, those that have occurred around the state. This work does not end with today nor tomorrow. It does not end with the final report that will come out at the end of 2025. It does not end with the official sunset of this commission in June of 2026. The work will continue in some form or fashion even after this commission says peace. But at this time, I again want to extend my gratitude to you all. You bore witness to all of this truth. I pray that some of it, because it's so much, that some of it has found its way into your hearts, into your minds, into the ways that you operate moving forward. As has been alluded to today, these are scary times. We do not have to sugarcoat the reality of what we are navigating. But I hope that we all take solace in the fact that we are here together. Those who were here in the morning, those who made it through lunch, those who are here to the very end, we are here together. And that gives me hope. Hope is a powerful, powerful thing. It doesn't mean you have to be super positive all the time, but don't lose your hope. And so I thank you all for maintaining your hope. I thank you for your acknowledgement. I thank you for your appreciation, your respect, your understanding, and love. To my fellow commissioners, thank you for all the work that you put in to this day and to tomorrow and all the days prior to this and all the days after this, because we know what it's taken to get to this point. So this is not just a sharing of knowledge and wisdom. This is a celebration of stamina, a celebration of resistance. This is a celebration of resilience. We would not be here in front of you if we have not exuded those virtues from the August of 2019 to today. So to my colleagues, my friends, my compatriots, my comrades, I thank you. I thank you. I want to quickly acknowledge those who were not able to join us. So starting again with Vice Chair Charles Chavez, we continue to hold his family in the light. Commissioner David Armenti, Commissioner Lindsay Baker, Commissioner Carl Snowden, Commissioner Marshall Stevenson. We thank them for what they have committed to this work. And so with that, we started with arts and culture. We will end with arts and culture. As Paul Robeson said, artists are civilization's radical voice. So we find our resistance, we find our resilience through our songs, through our poems, through our stories. Thank you so much for saying that. We got here because of storytelling. We will end this because of storytelling. So please know that you have a story to tell. You have a story to share with all who need to hear it. I implore you, I beg you, continue to tell the story every single chance you have. So with that, I would like to have formal acceptance of all the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that was shared with us in this first of many important days. Is there a second? All right. We can't take it back now. It's been seconded. So with that, I will officially close this meeting, but shortly after, I will call up the person from whom I have all my flamboyance. If you haven't figured it out, it's very easy to tell. Dr. Mama Deborah Pierce Falconley will officially close us out with a rendition of a song that has been alluded to many times during today's hearing, Strange Fruit. And of course, because this is my mom, she got something else to add to it because she can never do a song straight. So with that, we close this meeting.
Constant struggle. They say that freedom is a constant struggle. They say that freedom is a constant struggle. Oh Lord, we've been struggling so long, we must be free. Southern trees bear a strange fruit, blood on the leaves and blood at the roots. Black bodies swinging in the southern breeze, strange fruit hanging on the poplar trees, pastoral scenes of the gallant South, the bulging eyes and the twisted mouth, scent of magnolia, sweet and fresh, then the sudden smell of burning flesh. Here is a fruit for the crows to pluck, for the rain to gather, for the wind to suck, for the sun to rise, for the trees to drop. Here is a strange and bitter cry. They say that freedom is a constant crying. They say that freedom is a constant crying. They say that freedom is a constant crying. Oh Lord, we've been crying so long. Oh Lord, we've been dying so long. Oh Lord, we've been struggling so long. We must be free. We must be free. We must be free.
Thank you all once again, and we look forward to seeing many of you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Get home safely.